Oh yeah, Layla, she hates her honey. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she hates the honey. Oh yeah. She hates the honey. Energy. Ain't nobody wanna step to me. If you wanna bring that drama, I'll whoop that ass like Michael Obama. Yeah, I got that big D energy. Ain't nobody wanna step to me. And if you really wanna bring that drama, I'll whoop that ass like Michael Obama.
No, Michelle is a
I'm sorry, she's a what?
transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay.
I whip that thing out like Michael Obama.
We already had it with
I got that
Obama,
big
so
energy.
let's just calm down.
Nobody wanna step to me.
No.
And if you really wanna bring that drama, I whip that ass like Michael Obama. I'm a girl, 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 I'm a girl I'm a whip the thing out like Michael Obama. I got that big energy. Ain't nobody wanna step back me. If you really wanna bring that drama, I whip that ass like Michael Obama. Ain't got that clip, bitch. Hung like a llama.
Tom Hanks flies me by.
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 Tom Hanks flies me by. Just one loose and a hanging shine. Touch your side, he calls him back. But on the same typewriter, can't be that. Lost gloves, missing shoes, mazes and monsters. Dragnet, turning food.
should. A surreal bone, Rothschild mansion, creepy halls behind every door. A cloaked body, don't you know this is Illuminati? If we put the naughty in Illuminati, we expose the hot bodies of Illuminati. If we put the naughty in Illuminati, mind control of your soul, of that body. Yeah. If we put the
Are you ready
naughty
to reveal all there is to see? Esoteric secrets revealed in all of their glory. The Illuminati series from Paranoid American. Putting the naughty in Illuminati. More details at paranoidamerican.com.
Britney Spears, can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
We used to think we knew was constantly exploring through our possibilities. Come true, so what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, weirdos, mega mistakes, entertaining, calling linguists. Good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies intentionally, magically good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, weirdos, mischief making. It's okay to change your thinking. Good guys. Good guys, good guys.
Big up yourselves and welcome back to a hidden episode of the Secret Society of Good Guys. As always, we're your good guys and we may be on Rumble tonight. I don't think it went through. It told me, it gave me a stream key, but I don't think it went on, and that's a little triggering. But good guys, how are you tonight?
Triggered.
Good.
Triggered.
I'm feeling great.
Triggered.
Hey,
I'm so
Mushray,
This is
she
getting so much fun.
shared a link for Rumble, so I think maybe it's up.
Is it?
Is it?
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Oh.
SSGG on Rumble.
Look at us in the 21st century.
What?
Holy smokes. I went to Rumble today and made an account and subscribed to Project Cheney, even though it had just a little weird thingy. And then I think it was a test. There was kind of like a cool green shapey thingy, a 30-second test. And then the other thing on.
Can
Which
you
I
do
thought was
that on a
great.
jitterbug phone? Is that possible?
Dude, my goodness, this technology is just fascinating. You know, once you get away from that, Law
Why'd
and
you
Order
shave?
once in a while, this stuff is just incredible.
Who
Like
are we
green
gonna
Jell-O is
Hi Vox, do you want to be fucked in or beat?
oh
You
both,
guys, if you're
please. I've already been beaten. So
just coming here, that's Gordy.
I'm Gordy.
Where'd your
Wait, this is Gordy?
Where'd
you
your beard
Gordy?
go, bro?
I had a beard day.
Yeah, what happened? Where'd it go?
Wednesday was my birthday, and so I took it off.
Oh, happy birthday. I didn't know
Happy
that.
birthday, man.
Happy,
Yep.
happy
Oh my gosh,
birthday.
we
Hold on.
suck.
Let's guess. 30.
How'd you not tell anybody it was your birthday, bro?
Yeah, that is such
What
a
the
I
dad
fuck?
told
Him
move.
happy birthday. It said on my app
Abby
to wish him
told me
a
happy birthday.
happy solar return. So
Oh,
I
I
caught
didn't
it.
know. I didn't see it.
I
was
didn't.
too
My
tired.
apps didn't tell me that.
Nope.
Well, I figured you
Here I
maybe saw it on
am.
social media or something. I guess I should have. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking.
I know
I
you
just
could
happened
have
to catch it in the
given
moment.
Abby. You could have been like, "Hey,
I
hey,
know.
good guys, it's
But I caught it
Gordy's."
at work, and I was like, I was state testing all week and like getting called into classrooms to administer and proctor tests. So
I
yeah,
feel like I might have even talked to Gordy Wednesday. And you know when somebody calls you and they're like, "Hey, how's your day?" And you're like, "Blah blah 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 blah. Let me talk about myself." And not once did I even think it
No.
might be this dude's birthday.
because it kind of feels weird to say it's your birthday. Though I did it when I was getting my bikini wax, and I got what's called a Hollywood wax for free.
You're an Aries.
No, it doesn't matter because it's always that.
Wait, a Hollywood wax.
Yeah. Well, because right before your show, like right before a bodybuilding show, you have to shave all your body hair, like everything, your whole entire body. And that's a big process. Even though, you don't feel like you have a lot of hair, it's like shaving your peach fuzz it takes a long time, like a couple hours in the shower, I swear.
I think
So
Gordy had a Hollywood wax for his birthday.
she waxed your whole but she waxed my whole butt for me. So like not, like my cheeks. So and it's pretty big. So
I had to see if it was still
Well,
there.
they just gotta shave their fucking beards. That's all they gotta worry about, and their balls probably. But that's
no,
it.
they have to shave their body hair too because
Do
spray
they?
tan. That's
Oh
why
no,
spray
I mean
tans
men
look
and just
Oh, I
like
mean, yeah, everything.
Oh, yeah.
in a regular day, like
Yeah,
just their balls in
no.
their face.
Bodybuilders have to shave their whole
Dude,
body though because
I remember-
spray tan doesn't sit right on hair.
30 seconds after I did this, I was like, fuck this. I'm never. How long does it take? Oh my God. I hated it. But
Don't shave
it's
your
sitting
beard,
there for me.
Thomas.
I know. I've actually,
It's too
I
much
have
work,
like
dude.
once
I'm never doing this
before,
again.
and I
Don't
went in,
do
and
it.
every person that I knew was just like, "I never say this, but don't ever shave that again."
No,
Which-
I'm never doing this again.
Layla's triggered.
No,
You're
this
just-
was
Katie
just
was, yeah, triggered.
no. This is a one-time deal. I just needed to see if I had it.
Gordy, I don't know if you heard Thomas when he said that he wasn't saying that to you. Somebody told him that once.
Yeah.
Oh no, I am. That's where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah,
I could change
that's
my
what I was like.
mind,
I
but
feel like this is
I'm
going
like,
around.
It works. It works for you,
I
Gordy.
actually like seeing your
sorry,
face.
I'm
If
working
I'm
in
being
my own
honest, I
trauma.
like it.
We're working out our traumas. I don't know how to feel about it.
Speaking of traumas, do you guys all remember if you saw your dad for the first time
Oh,
without his
yeah.
mustache or beard and you
Mhm.
felt like, who
I
the?
did.
I
Who the fuck is that?
on a
Week.
traumatic experience. Y'all, I was like probably like 5, and I remember this like it was yesterday. And I was just like laying down on a ledge, but these were like the old school windows with the chains on the windows instead of like whatever they have now was like the
Oh, shit,
chains.
where
Like in a dungeon?
This is this is
It was like no,
You
like a
know.
regular window, but they had
know,
the
the
chains.
the ones with the
windows like
bars
everyone
on them.
has.
It was just old school, okay? Put it that way. So I'm just like laying out. It was like a nice breezy night, and I had my hand out on the ledge, just like trying to fall asleep. And all of a sudden, the fucking chains broke loose on the window, and it jammed my finger, and I started screaming like crazy. My dad was in the shower, and he comes out of the shower butt naked. What the fuck happened? And I'm like, I jammed my finger in there, trying to open the fucking window to get my finger out of there. And he finally gets it open and he pulls me off, and I'm like crying and screaming because I think my fingers are broken, and he just like slaps me butt naked. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? And that's a way to distract. Yeah, that's a way
Yeah.
to distract children from their pain, is just slap them
Yeah.
across the face
Beat
if
'em.
they hurt themselves.
It's a good idea. It doesn't scar him at all.
Do you
It
think
was
that could
probably
also
like
give somebody
anchor.
trauma and be like, and now in sex, I have to get slapped across the face when I'm done?
Thanks, Dad.
Dude,
It's that kind of
Probably.
weird shit.
probably because I don't mind that once in a while. Pat, pat, like.
Sometimes I'm out of place and I need to be put back in it, if you know what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? Shut the fuck up. Pat.
Oh, shit.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I feel like I put this link everywhere for anyone that couldn't find us. I'm sure there's some people that are like, those fools are always late. They're just patiently waiting, staring at the other channel. But YouTube's not going to let us there for at least 2 weeks.
No, they're not. 'Cause
It's
we talked about
triggering.
the schmack, schmeen, schmeen.
Doesn't that make
it's
you feel
impossible
so
to keep up
queer?
with too. Like it's
Having
because
to-
they'll pop you for something that was fine for a year, and then so it's almost impossible to try and stay ahead of it.
Like Cheney said, it's a badge of honor because we spoke some truth and they didn't want us to hear it. So it's like, fuck you bitches. We're blocking you.
And I really thought we were enough far away from what we talked about that it was common knowledge. Like
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
all know this now. This isn't
Everybody's
this
talking about
isn't
this in
even
the open
dark
in the office now,
conspiracy.
right?
Yeah, I felt like it's pretty like known. Like football players are dying on the field from this, right? We could just talk about it.
But apparently not.
Like
Apparently.
our cousins and stuff and our uncles and people in our family are dying of this stuff, but we can't talk about it now.
Is there a site that tracks like YouTube body counts anywhere? That would be if not, that should kind of exist, right? Like you can keep track of all your fallen homies and all your dead soldiers and see whose armies amassed like more casualties in battle.
Yeah,
So
how many
far,
accounts?
what is it, like 17 million casualties? But anyway, I don't want us to get banned on this channel, but
I know.
I was talking about YouTube channels.
Yes. Yeah,
Our
we don't
first
want to
strike
kill them
was
all.
for nudity, and our
now.
second strike
Was?
is yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it was
naked.
I'm sorry. I promise not
But
to
you
do it
were-
again, you guys.
I won't
I-
flash y'all again. I'm so sorry. I
I
apologize.
know. You guys can look back to the past episodes on the Secret Society of Good Guys and see if you can find where Layla flashed you guys.
Yeah.
Because they did leave it up.
I got some nice titties. So
I
She
did
really
leave it
does.
up. Yeah, I did leave it up.
Super chat
So
if you want to get the time code directly. Otherwise, you gotta.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
that would be a funny Easter egg to hide in things. And like,
Right.
okay, somewhere we hit
Oh my
Layla's
God.
tits in the past
but-
episodes.
That's
So
great.
that's-
They have to go through all of them.
I like this topic this week. Triggered.
Is it a
Yeah.
good week for you to talk about Triggered? Because you're like, I'm having a chill ass week. I feel good.
Yeah.
Like my energy's good, chill.
Yeah, 'cause I
Let's
can
talk
handle
about
Good
I
time.
could handle the trigger very like calmly instead of like chaotically. Because, whoa, can I get
Is
chaotic?
it funnier if we all come hot like Layla this week and you're all like, whoa? You all
There's something you-
That'll work too.
Everybody's like, yo,
like
That
if
was
Abby's
kinda-
like,
that-
these motherfuckers right here.
Fucking motherfucking bitch. No, let me stop.
Can any of
I
you
know.
pinpoint the moment you
tough.
started clapping when talking? Because I feel like it didn't exist and then it did exist, and there has to be
I do
like
it.
a moment in time. Did you do it when you were like 7?
When you're
Did you-
pissed
Did you
or
do
what?
that at
Oh, yeah.
7? Really?
Oh yeah. Not 7, but like when I
Maybe I
hit
just
the
didn't notice
fighting
it.
stage, like the more mature.
I just feel like I never saw anyone, even like in the city, I never saw anyone doing that in like the 80s. Like it felt like it started maybe like mid 90s and early 2000s or something. Maybe I was just living in a bubble in my penthouse,
There's
my ivory
something
tower.
about it. Like,
There's a
let's go. There's something about it. The clapping in the hands.
you like it.
is it kind of a Jersey
I do.
thing?
I don't know.
Like people from Jersey do that a lot. Is it a
It's a New York thing.
is it a New York
For
thing?
me, yeah.
New York culture thing. Like people East Coast, they clap a lot.
Let me tell you,
They're very
Yeah.
clapping people.
Like, what are you why?
That's
Why is
how it
everything
was.
gotta
Like,
be
I'm gonna fuck this.
It's
bitch up.
self-defeating though, because you're
Like,
clapping
yeah,
over the thing
right.
that you're
Over the
saying.
thing
So
that
like,
you're talking about.
Yes.
I'm like, what are you talking? Why? I get it. You're emphasizing something. Relax. It's okay. I'm listening.
I wonder what that does. Like, you do it for a reason. It comes out of nowhere. It's probably like a
I think it's been programmed.
calming
Yeah.
down method, maybe.
I think
Or a
no, I think it's
hyping
the
up
opposite. I
method?
think that
Well-
it's been implanted into culture as a way of like bringing more obvious attention. Because how easy, how they have like the clap shot things where if a shot goes off in a city, they've got some kind of like a sonar that can detect that was a gunshot and pinpoint it. Well,
Oh,
now
yeah.
it's like everyone that's ever about to cause a ruckus is like making as much noise as possible, and you're trained to do that. It just makes it so much more convenient to like pinpoint. I don't know. What wouldn't you rather move in silence and violence than running up on someone clapping at them?
No, all eyes on me, man. All eyes on me. Why not? If you're gonna start something, and like you want to like
Don't
fuck
start
with me,
nothing.
I'll
Won't be
make it a
nothing, right?
fucking movie.
A battle drum?
Yeah, I'll make it a movie, man. You want to like start with me? Because I don't ever look to start. But if you want to start with me, I'm gonna make it a fucking spectacle. Everybody, all eyes over here, watch this shit. And usually it's like, oh shit, yeah. I had many situations where I'm just like, bitch.
Have you
I just
thrown
gave
hands
him-
recently?
No, my words, my anger, the way it comes out when I'm fucking triggered. Oof, that's all I need. It's like, yo, I can't fuck with. She's crazy. Like I go in crazy mode. Like
This is because I don't want to like have Layla think about the last time she was triggered, and then actually NLP herself into
the hadiths
trigger
always trigger
moment.
me.
Oh, God.
Do you see red? Do you see red?
We just pull up a video of some hadiths.
Oh my god, my TikTok is full of this shit, and I see people like covered and barely their eyes showing. This motherfucker gave his fucking woman a whiteboard to write on to talk to him.
It's happening right now in real time.
And I'm like, are you fucking normal, bro?
There we go.
Like, you gave your fucking wife a whiteboard to respond to you? You sick fuck. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's triggering.
You're like, it's happening right now
No,
in
this-
real time.
yeah.
Do you guys
I'm
want to
just-
see what getting triggered is like? Layla,
Here we
tell
go.
us about the hadith.
3, 2, 1.
She's
No,
like,
no,
this
I'm in a good mood.
motherfucker? That is.
I'm in a good mood.
I mean, they write songs about it.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Hey, I got ideas for that song.
I do
ideas for
too.
A lot of those songs.
I do too. To like, elevate it a little bit. She rips
My
out a
name
page
is
and wipes her
Bigfoot.
ass with it. She
I'm
rips out a
trying to
page and wipes her nose with it.
Is that what needs to be in the
There.
next verse?
Yeah,
There you go,
page by
write it.
page.
There you
You
go.
know?
How many
by
pages
page.
are there?
Oh my god, there's
We
millions.
can write them.
Millions of pages?
No, probably hundreds of thousands, probably in the collective of the 6 books of pages. Nah, paper. Yeah, probably 100,000, maybe 100,000.
It's a shitload of pages.
100,000 pages.
In the hadith?
I was there for a second.
There's 100,000 pages in the hadith.
If you round up.
I'm never going to be able to read the hadith.
Is it like a bunch of books? Is that what we're talking about?
I think Layla sounds off.
What the fuck is going on?
We're getting it all together.
She actually
you
has
guys.
her own little squad of like undercover hadiths that whenever she starts
Yeah.
going off the rails, it's just like the ghost in the machine miraculously pop up.
Undercover hadith. It does seem like it could be a band. Like, hey, you guys, welcome to the bar
You know
mitzvah.
what?
And today we have
The
Layla
ska.
in the hadith.
It's a ska band. The undercover
Oh man.
I just sing the Rascal King.
Okay, since we're on the topic of triggered, what triggers you, Cheney?
Oof.
Oof, oof. When you say oof, that's it's good.
There's so many things that fucking trigger me. If you are like I've realized some of the things I'm healing from with my trauma. If you're just a black pilled person, like you're like, the end is near and you do nothing for nobody. You're single, you live alone, you don't pay for anyone's way, you play online all the time. It's like you are the example of what you are scared of the most. So when you really think like all the people out there that are doomers, all the ones out there just banging their doom drum, those people, time after time, I want to just be like, but it's you. It's you.
Yeah.
It's you. You're the uneducated. You're the one doing nothing. You're the one that makes your society or your town a less good place to live. You're the one not pulling the weight of anyone around you, but you're online telling everybody how the disease is coming or World War III is coming or whatever X is coming, and they're just constantly like a new thing every day is the thing. Those people triggered the fuck out of me.
Hey man, I heard they're bringing.
Dude, I
Hey
feel
man, I
you.
heard they're bringing Satan
I
through
will say
CERN,
this
man.
too, is
You
that
heard that?
one positive person in a city can change the freaking whole. You anchor the fucking vibe for the city, so it's important that you are the anchor. Don't fucking black pill yourself because all you're doing is dragging it down.
Yeah,
Period.
and you said the most amazing thing on the last show, and I fucking love it. The whole like world ending, whatever. It made me it put me in a place to like actually analyze this realm at a deeper level. When you said this, Cheney, and you said this, the end of the world is the end when you are done. When
That's the
you
end of the
leave
world.
this realm.
Yeah.
That's the end of
Oh,
your world.
Nietzsche. Yeah,
Fuck
yeah.
Nietzsche. Who the fuck is Nietzsche? I heard it from you. Fuck Nietzsche. I'm talking about you. All right. Fuck Nietzsche. I don't know who
Heard.
the fuck that person is. I know
Fuck
you.
Nietzsche.
And it came out of your mouth. Okay.
Heard.
And fuck that person. The way you said it brought like a, because I've heard it many times, but the way you said it and you put it in this poetic way of, hey, y'all, we'll all be all right. So stop losing yourselves because you'll all have your end. But when it's your time, when you're not here on this realm, and it's a natural process, nothing to be afraid of, really.
You might die tomorrow and never see the fucking end of the world.
Exactly.
Is that a threat?
No,
Promise.
it's a natural order.
It's a promise. Thomas, were you the one that said that didn't work in the other way? Where is that a promise? No, it's a threat.
I heard that.
Yeah, that sounds
one all
sweet.
the
I
time
like
growing
it. I like
up.
the do.
I grew
It's
up with
good.
that one.
What triggers you,
Glass
Gordy?
half empty.
Yeah, what triggers you, Gordy?
Oh my god.
And then
Just
Thomas.
one. Where
I wanna
it
know what
doesn't
triggers
have to
Thomas,
be
'cause
all
he
of
doesn't
it.
seem
Just
much
one
Where
at a
does it-
time,
triggerable.
and then you
Where
can
does it
pass the
stop?
ball.
Oh, I was thinking. I've been thinking
Just
about
pick
this.
one.
You? Oh no, I was writing notes before we even got here. Before I even knew about what was going on last night. But that stuff I got notes on triggering just this morning, man.
I cannot read a word
number
on there.
23 over and
That's
over?
a good reason. That's for good reason because some of this stuff.
But what's your ultimate trigger?
Not an ultimate trigger, just any
No,
random
ultimate
trigger.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because
We're
mine
gonna
wasn't
work
an
the
ultimate
ultimate
trigger.
towards
Oh,
the
no?
end.
Okay.
I don't know what
You
my
know,
ultimate
It was
I-
just
trigger
a
is.
trigger.
I've been
Yeah.
thinking about that because the things that we allow to trigger us, like the triggers, I guess, are like how we react to those triggers. Because people are going to try and trigger us no matter what.
Gordy,
what's your trigger?
what is a trigger of yours?
Oh, man, fuck.
If we're finding Cheney's out right
Sorry.
now.
God
trigger?
damn
You
it,
know what? We all
Gordy.
get it.
Answer this
Thank you for
fucking
doing
question.
this because my dad does this shit and I hate it.
You see, you're triggering me, bro.
What- That I don't know that. I mean, I got upset watching the thing last night, that narco shit. We're on Rumble, right? We can just say whatever. We're gonna get banned anyway. So
We are gonna
Wait,
get banned
wait,
anyway.
I'm confused at all of what you're saying, Gordy. Is something you're going to talk about get us banned from fucking YouTube?
no.
Okay, so you're
Then
good.
why would you even bring this up?
So you're good. Don't even worry about it. Don't even stress
Gordy,
about
what
that.
is
We're
it
not gonna
just a
get banned.
trigger of yours randomly? Do people drive you fucking crazy in the
Yes.
car?
No.
Do people drive you fucking
People
crazy at
making
work?
people making fucking plans for you.
Oh, that is
Nut.
fucking triggering.
Oh, that's triggering.
Oh my god.
That is a good
That
one.
happens to husbands more
Oh,
than
we're
anybody else on the planet. It makes me sad for them.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, we're going. Nick and Rachel are coming over for your birthday. Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
Yeah, that is triggering.
All right.
That is very triggering.
I feel like I have this new, younger Gordy that I'm
Yeah.
like, hey,
New face too.
I have to get this new guy in
weird.
line.
Yeah. Yes, Mac. This
You-
I have to get this
Might
new
have
guy
to
in
get
line.
Give this guy specifics. You're gonna talk. You make sense. Okay.
I think that's a good one though because you've got very little control over that. Like you either come to peace with it or you outright fight it, but there's really no like you don't zen your way out of having a schedule made for you.
Yeah, no, you consider the source and you're like, okay, all right, they're doing what they can. They're
Blah 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 blah.
they're mental.
Blah, blah.
Okay, let's go take a walk. Go stick your hands in some dirt and shit, and you'll be all right. Breathe. Go talk to owls. Oh, that phrase right there, vox noctura. Isn't it? It sounds poetic. It sounds pretentious, but it means voice of the owl in Latin.
It's pretty.
And it vox noctua is just the night. So voice of the night is almost the same thing as the owl.
Vox noctua. Well, if it was just noctua, I'd be like, that's a bitch name. But since it has Vox in front of it, I'm like, okay, Gordy that could be his name.
I don't like it.
Change it right now.
I'm doing it right
Go
now.
off. Come back on.
I like
Just
it
kidding.
sounds
Now we're triggered by your pretentious, mild femaleness.
Aren't you Mr. Goth of the Night?
Some people really tuning in
Yes.
don't know who the fuck you are, and they're like, "Where's Gordy?" I don't know if I like Vox and Ventura.
This is this weird fucker.
They're
Thinks
like,
he can
"Does
just come
Cheney
in
like
and
Vox
say what the
Natura?"
shit he wants. This is fucking weird goth guy.
Yeah,
I-
you don't look goth. Do
No.
you feel goth with that?
No.
With no beard all of a sudden?
No, it feels. I don't know. Look at this. It just. I could blend in. Shit, I have my cowboy hat.
Look at
I
you
could
could have just if you took off those glasses,
Yeah.
Gordy, you could have just faked your own death and walked right out of
I
the
could have
room.
walked right
You
out.
could.
Right there.
You look
Watch
so
this.
different.
I'm already looking at your room to see what I want to take for myself at this point.
Fucking scavenger.
I mean, he's not here anymore on this planet. He doesn't need us for anything.
Picking his bones already.
Yeah, like who if we have this guy on,
Dude, you put me in
nobody knows that's Gordy Two Shoes.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna disappear.
Have you ever considered being a master of disguise as just like a full-on persona?
Isn't that be
The
cool?
art of
Yeah.
stalking.
It's part of it. Change your identity, right?
Yeah. As many times as you want.
Be
I want to start
invisible.
documenting this. Like this could be a
Like
real
an
thing.
owl.
You could have Gordy on as a guest. We could have Gordy on every week as a new guest.
There's a new- yeah, exactly. That'd be great. Oh, that'd be fun.
One
Look
of
at
the
this.
reasons that Gordy shaved his
shit.
beard is because we're gonna wear mustaches one day on the Secret Society of Good Guys. Like Layla and Abby and I, we're gonna wear little mustaches. They're not gonna be the little mustache. They're just gonna happen to be little mustaches. And then Gordy can play too, because he was like, I want to wear a mustache. And I'm like, well, you have a
Yeah.
mustache.
Yeah, I'll just grow it out and yeah. Change.
Who's this kid?
This.
Who's this kid we invited to the Good Guys to disrupt things?
Look at this. This is
Did you do laundry? Came out of your pillows?
No, this is actually an owl feather, but it's white. It's like
Oh.
all white. Usually they have, almost all of them that I find are like either striped or like fuzzy like this. This is a down. This is one of the under broody feathers. What's this say? No, man.
A jitterbug delay.
Yeah, I know.
I gotta put on a wig one day. Do the full shaming ritual. Let him.
I've got a little stack of wigs from this show.
I know. I love yours, dude.
Cycling
Those are
back through
sweet.
again.
You got some
Yeah,
props?
it's about
I can
time for
borrow?
us to
We need to
pick.
dress up. Yeah.
We need to do some more costumes. It was fun.
Do. It is fun.
New word, new costumes.
Without a beard, it's
It
easy to
makes
do
it feel
makeup.
different than just a
You do.
Friday night. You know what I mean?
It does.
Do some Lon Chaney shit with lights.
Your
For
your camera
Rumble.
interaction game is on point. I got to say that.
But
He
what?
he shot
Your-
out of
your
the
camera, like-
cannon.
Like you actually interact with the camera like it's like one of us right there in front of you. It's fucking phenomenal.
I know it's kind of like we're all carrying on. Gordy is carrying
Like
on with
he's
the
like,
camera.
Guys,
He's
Just myself. Hey, You. We should make. See, I was talking to Johnny Larson. Like he has those. Oh, dude, where the hell is our 3D, Elon?
pink.
You little fucker. You want to do something good for?
Is there anybody actually
is it
in there?
Ooh, you. Fucking you, man.
That's what I feel like. Gordy's like.
I was talking to Johnny Larson. I was saying that his art is so like it's deep, right? It should be. It should be.
We think the same
That's
thing,
it.
Thomas.
I'm
We do
turned.
not think-
Gordy needs to get his act together. I
We're
can't handle
always
it
that.
anymore. I'm triggered. I need some. You guys, I don't mind it being a little off the rails, but what is going on right now? Okay.
That's what I was wondering. I was like, what are we doing?
I can't handle it. I just feel like there's noise in my
I thought it was
ears.
just me. Okay.
Gordy, unbearded Gordy. If you need to put a post-it over yourself on the screen so you can focus, it's a new face. I understand. It's been a while since you've seen it, and this might be the most you're staring at it. But we're gonna need you to get it under control right now because Aunt
Please and thank
Cheney has
you.
not been awake
fucking
for that
triggered.
long, and it's easier to trigger me when I just woke up.
Right now.
Yeah. Okay. So
Look at
let's talk about that trigger.
where is he? Now he's gone. He turned there. He is.
There we go. Like a baby with a beard.
I'm sorry, y'all. I've been having technical difficulties apparently. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But it's all right. I'm back.
It's okay.
At least I can
it's
just
okay.
see you on my screen, you know?
You just missed me and Vox about to fist fight.
Who?
Throw down.
Wait, who?
Oh, good thing you missed it.
This
Fuck,
guy.
yeah, I missed it. Oh. Trigger.
I guess my mute works.
Abby, what triggers you?
I roll.
Well, here's a couple. Okay. So I had time to think about this during that whole whatever that was.
I missed it. Damn it.
Elementary librarians calling it the library to a bunch of fucking little kids who can't even speak the word yet. They should know how to say the word library. Like,
for
you
God's
should not be
sake.
teaching them it's a library.
Teachers.
A fucking lady with a doctorate degree saying
Right.
irregardless. Like, irregardless is a fucking word. I'm glad you're a doctor. You don't know shit about the English language, though, apparently.
Dude,
So, those are two things
I wish that
fucking
were my
trigger me.
trigger.
dude.
No, but those aren't my. Those just trigger me because of the situation. Like a librarian should know how to say the word "fucking library." Period.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Library.
You know what I
especially if you're
love?
working
you
with little
saying it
kids.
over and over again is making me crazy.
In New
Library.
York, it's the
Library.
library.
You know what I
Library.
love is in the
Seriously.
professional world.
But this is really what triggers me. Like I wake up in the morning, and this happened to me this morning, and I'm not grumpy. I just don't want anybody to fucking talk to me. Just leave me the fuck alone. I don't talk to me when I wake up. I just want to go make my cup of coffee and sit outside and
feel
put my
that.
feet on the fucking earth and ground and drink my fucking first cup of coffee. And nobody fucking talk to me. But
I feel
then
that.
I get the whole like, I said good morning to you 3 fucking times. Well, I'm fucking sorry. Like, leave me the fuck alone. I'm not awake yet. Like, just
I don't want to talk.
you just talk about I just need quiet for like till I wake up.
I feel that.
So, yep, supposedly bugs me too.
I'm the horrible person at that. Like I'm mindful because I know most people are not morning, but like the second that I get out of bed, I'm going at 60 miles an hour. Like there's no ramp up, there's no coffee break. It's just and like I noticed that annoys most people I know the most. Out of all the things I do is that I'll pop up out of bed at like 7 just because I happen to wake up, and I'm just like fucking putting dishes away and like making noises and shit in the other room and just like I don't know.
That's okay because I can
like,
sleep through noise. It's just don't talk to me for a little bit. Just I don't want to chatter. I don't want to fucking none of that. I just want to
I feel
Dude.
you on that.
my day.
It's like, why? Why early this morning do
me?
you have some beef? Like, just enjoy the morning.
Well, it's the exact same thing in general when women, you're just not chatty yet. And then somebody's like, relax or calm down. And you're like, what? Like when somebody gives you a directional cue and you don't need a directional cue at all, you're just being, you're just existing. It's the exact same way as when a man says, smile.
Oh,
I was just imagining like
Oh.
waiting for Abby to get out of bed. She just woke up. She's
Do it
tired,
all the
and the first thing you just pop up, you're like, smile,
What's wrong?
smile,
What's
just like the
wrong?
first thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
What's wrong?
thinking, what's
Smile.
wrong?
What are you thinking about?
What are you thinking?
What are you
What's wrong
thinking
with you?
about?
Did you have a hard day? Are you
I said good
okay?
morning to you 3 times.
Did you
Fuck
just
out of my
wake up?
face.
Did you just wake up? You guys, I
Coffee.
love my wife, but sometimes she does this thing and she likes to state the obvious. For some reason, she just likes to state the obvious to hear herself say it. So she's like, you eating a turkey sandwich?
Hold
You
on.
walking out the back door? You wearing yellow today?
Big ups, huh?
That's the most Albanian thing ever.
Like,
Oh, did you
it's-
wake up? You woke
yeah,
up?
her mom does
Oh.
it too. And
Oh,
I
you woke up?
imagine like she's
Dude.
was the only child in the house and they like shared a lot of like there wasn't noise. There was no other noise to be had. So it was just like, oh, what are you doing in here? Are you reading? Like where I was in the house with a book, and so no one would ask if I was reading it. Everybody would be like, it's obvious she's not skiing it. She's reading it. Like I don't need to reiterate and ask that. But it's just like her she's just chatting. She's
Mhm.
just going about her day like Mary Poppins, and I'm sitting in my day like a troll under a bridge.
Yeah, I'm probably like a troll under the bridge for a little bit too. It's like at least let me wash my face and brush my teeth before we do this. Like I don't even have to have a coffee, but then don't follow me outside while I'm drinking my coffee. Let me have my fucking little time alone.
Mhm.
There's another really good version of
What does
that,
that
which triggers me, and it's are you asleep? Or like, are you sleeping? And it's like,
Oh my
especially if
God.
you're right on the cusp of like you're starting to doze off, and then someone's like, "Are you falling asleep?" And it's like that's the worst time to do
Oh.
this.
Yeah,
Like,
why?
statement obvious,
Oh, you know what triggers me? Did you come?
right? That really
Did
just
you
means
come?
like we're done here.
I've
That's
never
what that means.
I
You had to
never
ask.
asked anyone that. Now that
Oh.
you mentioned that,
No, I
I'm
know.
like
That is so triggering.
I
If you
have
can't
asked
tell-
people though sometimes, are you good?
Yeah, but as a woman, it's like that seems like an appropriate question.
I know,
Yeah, I
sometimes.
want
you
to
To
know.
be like, what?
for
Did you
sure.
come?
But like, you're gonna ask. You did not know? Do you not know like when a woman comes or not? And so you have to ask because you're curious. Oh,
I
that's triggering for me. It's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna lie to you. Yeah, I did.
I think a lot of men don't know,
Just give a thumbs up.
to be honest.
Tap on the back. Good
Get him a
job.
bell.
I mean, it is triggering. Sorry, for me at least. Did you come 5 minutes later, 2 minutes later? What? Nobody want a 5-minute man. What are you talking about?
I
Didn't
do
Missy
like a
Elliott?
song called 60 Minute Man. It used to be on a movie called Shag the Movie, and it's
Shag's my
like
favorite movie.
60 Minute
Minute Man.
Man.
That
60
song is
Minute
dirty.
Man.
I was watching that movie because I bought it on DVD, so I could actually, and that is an obscure one to find. And that's a dirty song. I never knew it until I sat and really listened to it.
Rockin' rollin'
I
all
don't know
night
this song.
long. He's a 60-minute man, na na na, 60-minute man.
There's the copyright strike. Bam.
I know. We just got pulled down off
That's
that.
the one thing that got us. Great.
Yeah, Shag the movie. It's in the top 5 female Southern girl movies of all time that you have to see with Steel Magnolias and
Agreed.
Fried Green Tomatoes.
Yep.
Shag the movie.
I love that
I don't know if
movie.
I've ever
Fried
seen
Green
the Shag
Tomatoes.
movie.
Phoebe
Oh.
Cates.
Phoebe Cates, Annabelle Gish, Bridget Fonda. They're just girls
Sounds
and
like
they
a
just
chick
want to
movie.
spend their last summer together. They were supposed to go to Fort Sumter, but they don't want to go to Fort Sumter, so they're
And
going to
tour
go to Myrtle
colonial
Beach so they
homes.
can fall in love and experience
And
what
meet
it feels
boys.
like and just meet boys.
Ugh.
I don't want to meet a boy. Who wants to meet a boy?
That sounds lovely.
Well,
It is
especially not
so
at Myrtle
cute.
Beach.
Is it
I
cute?
feel like
Thanks.
my courting style
Cool.
is like Chip from Shag the movie. I don't know.
I
his
love
name's
Chip. He's so stinking cute.
That's my
From
courting
where?
style. I'm like, and
Rocky,
then
you want to see me pull a rabbit
What
out of
movie
my
is
yeah,
hat?
hey Rocky, you want to see me pull a rabbit out of my hat?
Again.
What
All
movie
right,
is this?
sorry you guys. We just
Shag.
the
You gotta
movie.
watch it. You'll love it.
I probably
I've
seen
never
it,
heard
just
of it
don't remember.
either.
Must be 7.5.
It was actually made by the same people who did Dirty Dancing. So and
Oh, was
Shag's
it?
also a dance. Yeah.
I love Dirty
So
Dancing.
yeah, this
Love
one
that
is
movie.
great. I
don't know
would
how
put it.
got
I don't know.
by me.
And then there's another song because the Shag the Dance is so cute.
It is so cute.
But it's a whole
Make
nother song,
Shag.
and it's like, I was standing on the corner when I
That was
saw my baby holler. You guys will dig it. It's like, I love this movie. I haven't seen it in a while.
What dance is
but I
it?
need
Is
to.
it like a mashed
Shag.
I
potato?
got news.
Oh,
You're
Shag
gonna
is kind of like a
lose.
mashed potato, right?
I got news. You're gonna lose.
Yankees and
I never
Tara.
lose. I never
Yeah,
lose.
because all the Southern girls come down. They do a bikini and they wear their Dixie bikini.
I
You
think
know
I
what
have that
triggers
movie
me?
mostly memorized.
When I see a bridal party of like 20 plus girls, I'm like, are they really your friends? They're not your friends. Why you lying? Then you got a bunch of haters there, you fucking liars.
You
Or
should say
just a
this out
bunch of
loud.
family.
Just start like just following them around and throwing
Yeah,
this
like
out
I'm
there.
looking at them. They come to our restaurant, like 20, 30 of them. I'm like, you're the bride, and these are all your friends? Nah, somebody fucked your man. Nah.
Have you
that's a
ever
lie.
considered Dick's Last Resort? Have you heard of that place?
Yeah, they had them in Southern California.
Or like you could just straight up say that to people and they give you a tip for it.
Really?
Yeah, Dick's Last, like, and there's a few of them. Like I went to a couple that were in Texas that weren't called that, but the whole premise is that you go there for them to kind of like talk shit to you the whole time.
They give
And
you
give
shitty
you bad
service, and if
attitude.
you want to be
Oh,
served,
yeah.
you kind of have to be shitty to them.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
you never heard about this? I don't know.
No, I heard about it. I want to go, though.
Did you
I've
say
been to
this
one
is
on
the one
accident, which was
Atlanta?
awkward.
Kind of a southern
You
tradition.
They
went?
had-
It was awkward?
Some places.
During my first pregnancy, they had the pregnant bikini contest at Dick's Last Resort, and I really considered doing it, but I was like, the fact that
Oh,
it was
man.
at Dick's Last Resort, I was like, I don't know if I could do it. So I didn't do
If
it.
people are just in the mood to just be nasty to everyone around.
Yeah, I was like,
them.
that doesn't sound like a good idea to be like pregnant bikini
I want to
contest at
go.
a fucking.
I could be nasty to a waiter if they're nasty to me. Like, bitch.
Oh, you'd probably love it. You'd love
I
it.
could
Like
go
a
like pick a
mayo.
fight for
Give me a
fun.
fucking napkin, man.
Yeah, you'd
Yeah.
probably. It would probably be so funny. Why, like, if the five of us went to this restaurant
do
and they're
it.
like, "What the fuck do you guys want?" And Layla's like, "I'll fucking order."
Hey,
it, you guys."
let me get it.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you want?
What the
You
fuck
just,
do you
you
want?
just get
Tell
offered a
this bitch what you
managerial
want real
role
quick. What
halfway
do you
through the
want?
meal.
Huh?
Yeah,
you
right away they're
stupid?
like, "Are you looking for
Just
work?"
hit him hard. Right away.
Oh, I would be great at that job. Serving. Bitch, what the fuck do you want? Hurry up. I don't got time for this shit. What you want? I got mad tables. Hurry up.
Yeah, yeah, it would be so.
Oh,
good.
I'd love to work there. Oh, that would be great. Like to like say what you authentically feel with these fucking
I
people.
mean, you
like,
gotta temper it, but yeah, for the most part, you do.
do you really have to temper it?
I mean,
Yeah. Well,
I think
I would
I'd
say
get
I
a
don't
better
know if you
tip
guys
for
have been to
more
that. I
dressed
think
than
it's
I
a
am.
hot dog stand in Atlanta, and I feel like it's a hot dog stand in Atlanta. It might be a chicken stand in Atlanta, or even like a breakfast stand in Atlanta that's just open all night that people get to at like 3 a.m. after the clubs and stuff are shutting down. But it's all black girls in the window, and they are like, "Get up here, you fat bitch! Order!" Like there is no line. There is no line. And so if anyone, they're like, "Don't fucking call me fat," and they're like, "Go to the back of the line. I'm not taking her order." Like
Nope, not right now, bitch.
and someone will just be like, "You want your food?" Everybody boo until this bitch leaves the line.
Yeah, we got
It's the
Waffle House
Apollo,
down
but it's like a
south.
food truck.
In New York, they have the halal guys. The line is like like down the block in New York City. Down south, we have the Waffle House, which I fucking love after a night out. It
I would
slaps.
do a window. I could get down on that idea of doing like a waffle window that just did breakfast for 3 hours in the morning if people knew about
could
it,
get down with
and it was
that.
just a window that you went to, and it was just bomb ass waffles with certain toppings, and it was like dry erase board or a chalkboard, and then the window shut. Nothing else. No one ever knew except the line was outside the window. I like this idea, or like a
That
best
used to be
burrito
a
window.
lot of like even New York City. I can't remember what the exact name of those were, but like a lot of the places that are now little shops and restaurants, you would just go in there and it would just be food behind windows, and you would just put money in and take the food out, and like no one even really had to work there. Like it was
Oh,
replacing people
I
with
don't know about that
machines.
though.
But you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I don't know about that though. I don't know how long
Well, I
that's
mean, it
gonna
went away
sustain
for a
out.
reason, but I
Yeah.
mean, it seems like it's going to make a comeback because we've already got the infrastructure in order to do it. Because that's what a lot of those buildings and were designed to do in the first place.
You see, nothing's new under the sun. It's always a fucking repeat, a loop-de-loop.
That's why they say those that are learn history aren't doomed to repeat it. So it's like, oh, if we're gonna do this again, all the people that know history usually know the businesses that are all gonna pop off again. It's like even the housing crisis, like, oh, oh, awesome, the market's gonna pop, and all the people that bought their house in the last 3 years are like, Cheney, don't say awesome, the market's gonna pop. But everybody that didn't buy their house in the last 3 years is like, yes, yes, yes. Because 2008 all over again. So it means if I didn't let them scare me, the same as not getting a mask, I didn't let the bank scare me into rushing into a house when I knew they weren't worth that much. Oh, you mean, yes, 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 my free cash, I could win something in auction. And that same house that's $380,000, there's a good chance I could just pay somebody's 12 grand in taxes, and that's how little the bank wants that property. Is they're going to give it to me? And I have it. I just own it now after that auction.
Yep.
Okay. That's real
Yep.
life.
And
That's real
honestly,
life.
I'm going through that process right now. We're selling our building. It's almost finally closed. We had a couple but fell through, but now like it's the perfect time. I see a house we want to buy. It's gonna happen. Beautiful. I see a business I want to buy. It's gonna fucking happen. And I'm just happy that I fucking waited. I didn't want to lose myself. I was like, guys, just wait. Trust me. Just wait. Just fucking wait.
I almost
Like,
ended up in a house right when, like, I feel like there could have been a chance that like house was right in the next roll before COVID, that I'm
yeah.
glad I don't have those roots now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
The
glad
mortgage,
it's
bro.
happening now
Fuck that.
because I'm
That
gonna start. I always wanted
6.5%.
I'm gonna start a business this year, but it's
Hell
just
yeah.
gonna be another passive income because being a working millionaire is gonna be just so fun.
Yeah. My
It'd be
sister
easy.
and I are planning to open a business real soon. We've been working on it for a while, building our like customer portfolio and like letting everybody know who we are. They fucking love us. We're gonna start a side like bartending business where like people can like invite us to their parties and like they pay
Like
us big bucks
catering.
for it. Yeah. So we're doing that, and we're also opening up a
Like a mobile
little
bar.
spot. Yeah, they just call us. They know us. Hey,
Yeah.
we have a fucking bachelorette or we have a wedding and we want you guys to bartend. So they'll pay us like $50 an hour minimum. Like that's their minimum price. And if you want, you want the good stuff, like it's going to be more. We're
When
going
it
to have
gets
a
slapped,
baseline.
then you got to pay a little bit more.
Hell fucking yeah. You want to get slapped? Pay me, baby. I got
Bruce,
you.
Riggs, those blunts are going to be expensive. Oh, man.
I'm about to
Sure.
roll one actually.
Yeah,
Real
and
time.
that's what I'm gonna pay you to do. But that might be in
Yeah.
2025. And I'm gonna whatever
Sorry,
you
Kate.
make bartending an hour. I was thinking 50 an hour. When you just said that, I was like, okay, cool. I'll afford you to roll blunts. Like
Mm-hmm.
50
We'll
an
Yeah.
let the dog
hour.
out.
I got you. Blunt roller done.
Yeah.
You and your sis can come down and just chill, fucking listen to music and roll blunts.
This is just starting prices, just to get our names out there. Oh my god, these bartenders are fucking because we're fucking awesome. Me, my sister, Daria, this other girl, Maggie. It's a quad of us. It's gonna be epic.
What would you think the difference between a $50 an hour blunt roller and a $200 an hour blunt roller would be? Like, what kind of difference in service would
The
differentiate?
love that you put in a blunt because you actually love rolling.
Are we talking about like putting like gold foil up inside the blunt, or just you just roll it with more love?
Well,
And
do you
does
know
that
what
mean that if
Layla?
someone's only paying you 50, are you throwing a little bit of hate in there just to like balance
Hello, it's Layla's saliva. It's unvaxxed. Do you know what that
out?
means? It's fucking gold itself, unvaxxed saliva, bro.
It's from the golden ones. It's Albanian saliva.
Arians, baby.
When
The
Layla
Aryan
was on my
race.
show, we came up with a business idea that I think could legit bring some money. Where we buy just a box of regular ammunition, and she just kisses each bullet, and we sell them as
Dude, I
like
have
Layla.
bullets. I'm starting to engrave them.
Wait,
Like
what?
with a needle. I have bullets. I'm starting to engrave them with my name. Like I'm little by little with a needle, like I'm engraving them, Layla,
Where are
and
you
if you guys
engraving them
want it
exactly? Because I don't know if you want
on
to mess with the aerodynamics of
You
the.
want to put a bullet with your name on it?
I don't
yeah,
know if you
Your
want to
name?
do that really.
yeah, why not?
And you want a bunch of them out there?
Wouldn't chamber right.
Why the fuck not?
Because there's a whole thing about like when
I
you
ain't
graduate
shooting
from
the gun. Do
no,
whatever the
there's
fuck you want
Oh,
with the
okay,
bullet.
okay.
Oh,
there's a whole thing when you graduate
well,
from sniper school in the military that the bullet with your name on it they give to you, because if you have the bullet with your name on it, then you're invincible, because they say the bullet with your name on it is marked for your death.
Hmm.
So
I don't know
like
about that, but I was like, we went on the podcast, Paranoid American, on his show, and we had the idea of like, I don't know, what was the idea? Kissing a bullet, or what was
That's
it?
what I say. You kiss bullets and you resell them. Like
Yeah,
there's no real overhead.
and just
Done.
sell them.
Yeah.
Why the
And
fuck
you
not?
could live stream it, and that way if someone wanted to take out a hadith, like you could make sure that
Use my bullet, bitch.
could you kiss dice and sell those too?
Hell yeah.
Just blow on them.
Lady luck,
Yeah.
baby.
I
Yeah.
feel that you could offer a much stronger guarantee that the bullets would work more so than the dice, though.
The manifestation behind it. I like the way your brain works, Thomas.
If you got your percentage of bullets up to a certain where you're like, my bullets have 100% rating, like they 100% work.
Like
These
they
bullets,
hurt you every time. At least.
100% of the time.
But the dice, you might not be able to call a 7 every
But-
time just because they got a kiss.
If you got a certain percentage and enough people believing in your bullets, do you think that could add to your dice game later on? Like, you don't sell the dice first. You got to get your bullet game up that you're like, I'm 100%. And then when you sell your dice, you're like, from the creator of the 100% bullet is now the dice. You don't ever say the dice are 100%. You just say the bullet was 100%.
I don't know if I would buy it, but I think people would buy it.
Thomas, what's triggering to you?
If I get the hiccups, no one's allowed to talk to me or ask me a question or like interact with me until I've worked myself through them, and I've got techniques that I can get through it. But if it takes me like an hour, that's one of those things where it's like I don't know how else to control it other than get rid of it. And as soon as it's gone, I'm in a good mood again. But like I'll be absolutely triggered. I'm angry at the world. Like I almost want to just fight everyone around me if I get the hiccups.
You know what I found is the coolest trick to get rid of them, though?
What-
Somebody
I
has
got
to
one
do
too.
it to you. Somebody has to do it to you, but you go up to somebody when they have the hiccups and you cover their mouth and you say, "Give me a hiccup," and then you make them hiccup in your hand, and then their hiccups go away. It's fucking weird.
Well, if as a guy, if you don't want to go to jail, if you're just out in public and you don't have, but like the best solution that I've come across, and I learned this in middle school, and it's worked ever since. So if that means anything, I've done it for over 30 years. You get a glass of water, full glass of water, and you try to take the loudest gulps you can possibly take. You try to make it like cartoon noise, like as loud as you can. And by the time you've done that to an entire glass of water, every time my hiccups are completely gone. And I think it's like you're forcing water to like shoot down into your stomach. I don't know. I'm not a freaking rocket doctor or whatever, but I think that's what's happening.
Drinking
Yeah,
water
rocket
upside down is
surgeon.
supposed to help too. Where
I-
you
do you
take the
think-
cup
Very
like
few
this.
people
Thomas, what's happened to you as a child?
Like
when
you
think-
drink from this side.
Do you,
It
do you
was
think
so traumatic for you.
do you
Wants
think
a
all
bullet?
these things that you're saying are just ways that you're holding your breath?
Maybe it might just be breathing techniques, and that's one way to like shortcut it or something. It has always worked since I learned about it, so that's just my go-to now.
You know where
Because
works
even
in
the
our
scaring
culture?
thing that you, Laura, Who the fuck is Laura?
Who's Laura?
Who the
Wait,
fuck is
wait, wait,
Laura?
What up, Laura?
Layla and
Laura,
Gordy,
there's
it sounds
Knight.
like a Laura
What's
roller.
her name again?
Can you
Laurel.
imagine if like you like in your friends, like if I just said, "Oh, and Laura," and Layla was just like, "That's it, we're not friends." And who the fuck is Laura? And then she just left. Like if that's
Bye.
just the way it went. Yeah, like the same as any relationship that you're in. Like if
Someone-
you accidentally called him by the wrong name, it was the same weight as if you like called your spouse by the wrong name.
So should we actually act triggered tonight?
So in our culture, the way to stop hiccups.
I'm about
is
to
you
hang up on
mention
your
Oh,
ass
really?
right now.
We're gonna do this.
when you mention a name while you have the hiccups, guys. Listen to
Don't
this.
dare me.
You start saying names while you have the hiccup or hiccups. Usually that's a sign whenever you say a person's name and you're saying different names, that name that stops your hiccups is the person that's either thinking about you or yearning for you. So it's just something that
Ooh, it's
it'll
like the
stop when you
apple
mention a
thing.
name. Yeah.
So you
Oh,
go through a
yeah,
bunch
the
of
apple.
different names.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So you'll say a name, and if it doesn't stop, you say another name.
What if you
And
only
then if
know
you
like
get-
5 people?
Then it's just somebody probably you acquainted with. They're like, oh, I wonder.
So is that
Yeah.
implying
Maybe.
that all hiccups are related? Like it's someone else's fault?
I don't know. It's superstition. This is what they. Oh, you got the hiccup. Say a name. Okay. Oh, it didn't
I could
stop.
just
Say
see
another
like
name.
you're angry at like at Laura or whatever because it's like every time I get the hiccups, bitch, it's always you. Why are you always the one that's giving? And she's like, I have no idea what Layla's talking about.
Bro. It happens. It happens.
It happened again, bitch.
Have you guys heard this that PK said all you have to do is just remind
Oh, yeah.
yourself that you're not a fish?
Yeah, I have heard that.
Really?
I forgot about that. That's interesting.
I don't know if I've ever tried it. I have heard it. I've never tried it.
same.
You're not a fish
My
anymore.
weird hiccup trick, my weird bartending hiccup trick. Because that's what I feel like it is. It's a fucking trick. And maybe it's going to be coincidental and it stops your hiccups. Turn around in a circle 3 times and jump on your left foot. And
Yeah.
that stops hiccups. So, no. But if you light a match or 2 off a matchbook and you drop it in like a shot glass of lukewarm water, and then you drink the water without the match, the sulfur that was on the end of the match lands on that little muscle back there that's making you hiccup, so it calms it down. So I don't know.
Yeah, I heard that one. I heard
That's
that one.
it's worked every time, and I have met some really strange people that way with like a hiccup. Like I've had the hiccups all day, and everybody's tried because I don't.
Oh my god, you just triggered me. Just the concept of having hiccups for an entire day would rock my whole world.
Isn't in a weird way
like
hiccup
that the past couple days.
like
they just
hiccup
don't go away.
trick? How we all had a different hiccup trick. In a weird way, is that triggering in life where it's like everybody has a thing they have to chime in to a thing when it like you're at the office and you're like, oh my gosh, I had a really crazy dream last night. And then you tell your dream which it's in you're just telling one person, other people come around. Oh my gosh, I had this dream once, and then it's a dream conversation is the exact equivalent to me as if I'm like, you guys, I did DMT last night. Here was my experience. And then somebody's like, here's my DMT trip. And then we are just talking about drug trips. That same combos are both triggering to me that we're just gonna
Really?
sit like, yeah, I don't
I
want to sit
love
and talk about
those.
drug trips for hours.
I do.
I don't either.
I wanna compare and contrast. Like, what did you
When you
see?
just have your
There's a
trip, I'm into it. And like when you just have your experience and you're like, you guys, I did DMT last night and I want to talk about it. The thing is, it
Uh-huh.
never happens that way. There's always three fools in the room that have to compare your experience to theirs. They have to
That's
try to
true.
shaman your experience with theirs. It becomes a whole thing. It's the 601 of any experience in life, but for some reason drug tripping and dreams become extra boring as they 601 up and everybody starts chiming in their thing. The further you get away from the original dream or drug trip that you started talking about, the like it just gets off into like fractal boring land or something.
That actually
Yeah.
reminds me of the last time I tried to tell a drug trip and someone else started telling a drug trip. That's crazy.
But that I don't know. I love those conversations because they're not basic conversations like, oh, I just got my nails done and this is the color, blah 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 blah, and I love how they do my nails and da 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 da, like NPC conversation, because NPCs don't talk about tripping and shrooms and meeting entities and all that. So it always intrigues me. Like I want to know
Well,
what
my
people see, what they
NPC
interact. You know.
needs to set an alarm for my massage tomorrow, or I'm never
There
gonna
be
get out of
like an
bed.
NPC, yeah, you know me song in the works, maybe.
Dude, do it.
That could be a good one,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. And I
Yo,
actually know
FCC, yeah, you know me.
one of the Run DMC's McDaniels. I forgot his name. McDaniels,
Walk-in
but his son.
PC is the band name.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. But I
Skipping
can
PC.
actually get what's his name to come on, one of his sons, and he's so super like he knows about the Illuminati and what they do in Hollywood and
For
all of
real?
that.
Absolutely get him on. This is a little
Yeah.
no, I don't even think I've ever mentioned this before, but one of the first music placements that I had professionally was on the show Run's House. This is like in the very early 2000s. I don't know if you guys remember this, but it was
Whose
a
house?
reality show, and it was
Run's
like
house.
Run from Run DMC, and it was like his family or whatever. But
Yeah.
that's, I mean, he doesn't know me and I don't know him or anything, but that was
Oh.
where like I got my first foot in the door. So there
Oh,
was,
it's
it
so
was
awesome. He's so awesome. His name is Deson McDaniels, and his father is one of the OG, Run DMC characters. And I've been to a couple of his shows, like whatnot. But my sister's really close friends with him. I went to college with him and my sister at the same time because I took some time off, and I got to know him. And he was really into like what the Illuminati was about. And now he's like super like, whoa, the Illuminati's fucking crazy, bruh. But I'm into spiritualism and like knowing the truth. And he's a truth seeker now. Like he creates his own music and whatnot. And yeah, he loves the shit that I do. And he's like, yo, dude, I love what you're doing. I would love to come on your show one day. I was like, dude, we'll make it happen one day.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, you'll get to meet him eventually, guys.
I'm totes down.
He's awesome. Shout out D-Son. Sorry.
What this is really one of the triggering things
Oh,
for
that
me.
was triggering to me this week. Oh my
What?
goodness, guys. The whole conspiracy crowd bullshit. How they jump on one thing and they just regurgitate things and make new videos of they take like little bits of a clown story from the Native American. The mystical Native Americans had this clown story, and they must have been Nephilims because
the leprechauns now.
and everything's evil. And if you look at the freaking story, they're drunks. The Hopi Indian clown story. They were the drunks that ate.
It's not a clown story.
It's not, but that's what they call. That's what the white men called them.
Oh,
and
really?
Mungwa, the they were like they symbolize like human depravity, and at least in one of the stories, the Kachina manga story. But that's just, I guess that's just one interpretation. But I guess it could be
When you said Hopi, I thought you said hobo prophecy. And then I was like, it's funny that the Hopi prophecy, I don't see clowns involved, but a hobo prophecy makes so much sense. Like, I just see like 3 clowns sitting on a train with one of those satchels on a stick, and they're like, Jimmy Crackhorn, and I don't care. Jimmy Crackhorn, and I don't
You know what's
care.
funny is that you heard him say that, like hobo or whatever, and then Thomas was saying something is like him or something, and I thought he was saying hemorrhoid. I was like, what? What's he talking about? So
Do you know what's
Hobo,
triggering?
the hobo hemorrhoid.
hobo
Like in
hemorrhoids.
England recently, apparently a couple horses ran loose, and the white horse had blood on it. And oh my God, the white horse and the black
The
horse, and oh
Bronco,
my,
the white
yeah.
Bronco.
Well, in England, apparently some horses went loose and they were covered in blood. Apparently, this is like a recent thing that happened, and people in the conspiracy world are going off of like biblical prophecy and like
Well,
making it a
I saw somebody
thing.
put
And
it
I'm just
on
like,
the OJ thing because with OJ dying because it was a white Bronco.
Was it a white
this was
Bronco,
yesterday,
or was
like
That's
it
or
what
the
just
day
a white
before.
horse, or was that just, I'm sorry, was that just human vibration, like reaching for an
it's probably.
attachment?
I'm sure it's reaching, but it
I
still is
actually
interesting.
thought it was more interesting that when Lord Rothschild died, there was a white horse and a black horse that went down the street on the day he died, and everyone was like, "This is so crazy that this white horse is going down the street unbooted, because it's supposed to. Charles is always supposed to be around. The king is always around the white horse, and this is just on the day that the Rothschild died." And so then we see the white horse again, which now we know it's only supposed to be around when King Charles died. And now it's running around with fake blood on it to let us know that King Charles is dead, which is the same thing I've been screaming since they've been putting Meghan Markle and fucking Cancer Kate in the news, is that King Charles is dead and Andrew is nowhere to be found. And they're trying to figure out a whole way they can do this ceremony now that they're all starting to put everywhere. Here's Operation whatever when this bridge goes down. Here's how we're setting up this loosh, because we're going to put it on this certain date. So I just think the bloody horse is like it's so apocalyptic too for their 4 horsemen to like,
That's
here's
what I'm
another
saying.
horse.
That's fucking triggering. And it's like
It's
it's
so
like
triggering.
on the next episode of the world, here we have 2 horses, a black and a white one, and one's covered in blood. And oh my God, the apocalypse. I'm like, y'all, I'm tired of y'all. I'm really tired of y'all, because it comes to the point. It's like, what the fuck is truth at this point? What is real and what is not real? What is honest and what is not honest? And I'm just like, and as a podcaster who is seeking truth, that's a big fucking thing to say. Like, what is fucking truth? You come to that point and it's like, oh, everything is a fucking loosh. Like, everything is a
That's a
fucking
Pontius
loosh.
Pilate quote, by the way.
A what?
What is truth? That's like the most famous Pontius Pilate quote.
But what is truth? What is it? I don't know. I don't know anymore. And do I care to know the truth anymore? Honestly, the only truth I know is the now. The now.
And now they're
This is
saying
my
the
truth.
bloody horse is seriously injured but alive.
That wasn't even blood.
That wasn't, and it wasn't even on the horse. There was nothing about the horse being bloody at first. It was like it injured 4 people. And look at it. Conspiracy theorists predict dark omens after bloody horse runs through London. That's what they want the conspiracy theorists to do. They want them to put dripping blood
Fear
on their
porn.
thing every week.
Too bright red, y'all. That's not the color of blood. That's
the
like fucking
same-
Hollywood blood.
Yeah,
Well, it's also funny because it's like now it would be crazy to see a horse out in public, but imagine like, I don't know, 150 years ago, how crazy would it be to see like a bloody horse in the street? It was just like, oh, it's a freaking Tuesday again.
Literally,
yeah. It would just be
yeah.
normal, yeah. Like horses used to just flip in
Daryl?
movies until somewhere in the 80s or 90s,
It depends on
and
where
then
you are in the
they're like,
country.
oh. that you see a
Ooh,
bloody horse.
Yeah,
the
well, I mean,
horses are
could be just
bloody.
Daryl.
Oh, the
Well,
Again,
like,
boogeyman.
doing
because you would
his
trade
having his
horses,
shenanigan
even
on the
at
ranch.
you would trade horses though, like at different posts and stuff, so that way you can continue on your journey. So if you didn't do that, I could see your horses getting fucked up.
You
I
know,
couldn't imagine that. I feel like you
it
would bond with your horse too much to just swap it out every. But I guess
But
I
they
don't know.
do, yeah,
They do.
it is
Yep, you
interesting
have
that
to.
it's the white,
or they did.
it's the Templar, it's the King George. Like, if we were gonna King George, isn't King George King William's son?
King.
Once it King William, it'll be Prince William's son's Prince George, but isn't he in line of the succession
We shouldn't
of the
even label
Georgia?
them that anymore. We should just call them George and whatever. Because King, what? Who? What? What is that?
But the only idea for a king is what they've given it in history. I don't ever want to fucking be a king. That's only their idea, so I don't care if they're called that. I don't care. They're not like the leader don't mean like whatever they mean about it. Like when people are like, I'm not gonna call them elite. I'm gonna call them whatever. They are elite. They follow L. They're Lites. Like it's fine to call them that. I don't want to be elite. Like I don't care if they're like I'm not my president, but that's his job title. I don't give a fuck. Like
Yeah.
that's what he is. Like I don't know what it like the job title of the thing. Like I don't give a fuck. But I
The
understand
costumes.
if people have like an
Or
idea like
doctor.
king means power, but I've never lived under a king that's like not Elvis or Michael Jackson, and I don't see that motherfucker moonwalking. So unless that happens. In fact, I don't see anyone moonwalking now that I mention it. That's
Nope.
triggering.
Thank
I can
you.
moonwalk.
No,
How
no,
is
but
no one on
actually
the moon?
moonwalk.
Yeah, actually be on the moon. How have we
Yeah,
not
my
been able to
man.
see that one time in
Have-
my lifetime, in my whole lifetime, it hasn't been possible one fucking time. Not worth it one fucking time, never seen it one time.
That's
But I have more
triggering.
technology in my hand than they tell me that they were allowed to go to all the way to the moon with the first time. And now, like, that's triggering to me. The gaslighting constantly from the big issues to the small issues that I'm like, okay, in the nostalgia Disney of it all, in the science seance of it all, let's say I believe everything you give me. Can you just at least validate to me, NASA lover, that doesn't fucking make any sense?
Yes.
Like
Thank you.
like some parts I just feel like I'm willing to get down with every philosophy, but for some parts, just for the conspiracy realm or just for the people out there, you might not be a flat earther, but can you validate to them that it's bullshit, that we've never been to the moon, and that any of those videos are real, and that you believed any of them ever were? Like that's triggering.
What do
Or
you think
like
about
Hey,
space elevators? You ever heard about those before?
the what?
Oh yeah.
A, s-
Space
a s-
elevators.
a space elevator basically is like a literal elevator that goes all the way up into the upper range of the atmosphere to the point where you could potentially, if you wanted to see like the
touch the
curvature or
planet.
get your proof, and it's not that far away. Like those are incredibly feasibly possible. But I got the same questions. Like, how come Elon Musk has got money to throw down on Twitter, but he didn't make like a space elevator? He doesn't have. I don't know. Like, why
Yeah,
isn't
they've
there?
been
Why didn't the last moon landing? It was like, oh, we didn't have the bandwidth to do like a high def live stream. Like, it's just wild that even the things that we do, they end up being 3D simulations, or they end up being low res, low quality things that look worse than when we got in in the 60s.
Yeah, it's just a little upsetting. And the space elevator, we did talk about it. If you're new to the channel, for everybody that did find at Secret Society of Good Guys on YouTube, you can go back to at Project Cheney and listen to the Beanstalk episode with Summertime. And that was the first time we brought up the space elevator.
That's right. That's
Hit the
right.
like, hit the like, hit the like.
Yeah, hit the like, subscribe, tell a friend, but be
Yeah.
careful because they might not be real friends.
For real.
yeah.
I find it triggering how people on a microphone in a room by themselves become big dogs the same way people tippy tapping on a computer become big dogs. Like I
Yeah,
always
like
think
beer
this
porn.
is just like Layla, I start talking shit to you right here and I start know it like What?
If we were
See?
face to face, I would kick your ass.
Like, like that kind of like,
That's what's up, bitch.
there's a certain amount of thing where I feel like there's these certain soft people in the world that have just been bailed out of every single thing that's ever happened in their life. And so they have this bravado and this gravitas because they have this internet audience that, oh, who gives a fuck? No offense, I love that you guys are here, but it's like my power and my ego are all in the size of my church, and I'm here to break down every church. And
Mine's in the
hey,
size of my dick.
if you want to go and pay to my church, and once you're here and once we start all reiterating about my church, if you don't keep preaching at my church, and I'm always right at my church, don't you know the preacher's never corrected at the church? And so this is the new thing of the cult conspiracy realm, that they are CNN and Fox in the exact same way that they have to own their side and own their thing and own their like heels in the sand. And like I'm just so you guys all know, I'm a warrior of Christ. Every single one of them, no matter what they're up to, no matter what they're doing, they're all a warrior of Christ grifter. And I just am like, wow, every day I'm like, I didn't even know that person was a Christian. Like, they're not any kind of Christian that I know. Like, oh my gosh, and I just think it's like kids playing in adult worlds, like real people on microphones that I'm old enough to be their mom, that I've had jobs that I've trained their parents at their jobs. Like, they've never done anything into society. They've never helped society. They've just been a drudge on society, but they're on this microphone with this hierarchy and this like, just so you guys know, I am better than them. They're not they've never fucking built a house. They don't know how to milk a cow. They don't know how to pick up a hammer, but somewhere there's this hierarchy that my clout is more. And don't you guys see that? My community that I've built online matters. Not my community in real life, not the 3D, not the house, not the village, not the kids, not any of that, but my village online. You guys showing up at my church every day and never checking me and never calling me a fucking dick and just thinking everything I fucking say, oh, wow, Cheney says it must be true. Oh my gosh, Cheney, she's just my little lesbian Jesus. Like,
oh my god, that's another song I'm writing down right now.
Lesbian
my
Jesus.
own lesbian Jesus. That's when Layla's like, I can't deal with the hadith or the lesbian Jesus. I'm out. But I just notice it in the conspiracy realm. And maybe it's just because of how many channels I lost and not being able to say wacky, wacky, fucking Fauci, ouchie, juice. I have to say that instead of just what we all know to be true without losing a channel. Yeah. But it's like the idea that if I say all these words and jump through all these hoops right, then Cheney wouldn't have lost her original accounts way back when, because she would have never said HCQ, XX, LGBTQ words I'm not allowed to say. She would have just kept her original account, and then she would have her huge church, and everybody would be lucky if they got to come and sit next to Cheney in her huge church, instead of just realizing, I don't give a fuck about how big my audience is. I don't give a fuck about how big my online account is, because guess what? Cheney has the same integrity out there. Cheney has the same fucking integrity. Cheney's weight of her word is the exact same fucking person out there to your face as it is online. And I don't care. I don't need anyone to pay my bills because I have been a provider. And that's the thing. A lot of people out there on a microphone never have been. Never, ever have been. And they have the audacity to call people fucking things and say fucking things. And they've never provided for anything. They're a little baby boy, really, 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 really still suckling at a tit of a cow. But they have the audacity to sit
or a goat. In this case, it might be a goat.
Against somebody like me and be like, Cheney, stupid fucking dyke. She makes me feel soft in my penis, stupid fucking dyke. But guess what? I support my fucking wife. I support my fucking friends. I can have a list of 100 thing when you were like 20 bridesmaids, that would piss me off. People are lucky I'm not getting married because I could have 20 real ones. 20
Cheney,
fucking real ones standing
does
by
that
me.
mean you have dignity?
I know, but
Yes.
you know what else? I never need to say it. I've
Man.
never said that
Tricky
one
word,
time
that
about
dignity.
myself because what I realize is all those words like, wow, Cheney's honorable. I've never said I'm honorable. I've never said I have dignity. You might say Cheney has dignity. Cheney's a real one. I don't have
Yeah.
to fucking say that shit. My words and my actions all speak for it, and I leave them up to see. It's not embarrassing. Look at my arrest record. I stand by who I am. So I just feel like there's a lot of people out there who they have you believing one thing about them online, but they're not that person at all. They're not that person. And
You
you
might not
guys
even have
want
the
to do
credentials that they
research.
claim to have.
You guys want to do research though, and you want to dig into the bottom of 9/11. You want to look into Sandy Hook and you want to look into Dr. Fauci. But some of the people that you follow that you fucking scream all up about that you're like, Cheney's my new messiah. She's my new idol. Everything
Yeah.
Cheney says, I ride or die for. You don't know
Yeah.
shit about Cheney. Like
Dr. Fauci
Cheney,
this, Dr. Fauci
this
this,
real
but they got the
Cheney right
fucking jab.
here, this one with this name, this person's been doxxed. This person. But a lot of people out there have it. And then even lesser than, at least some people out there, even if they have a cocksucking attitude and a different opinion, at least it's their face. Do you know how many same cocksuckers out there now are hiding on X behind a little picture and they're not even using their voice anymore? And these are the same people that they're not my equal. Whenever we're not all the same. Stop pretending we're all the same. Some people are not your
That's the
fucking
problem.
equal.
That's the problem. The copycat mentality is making copycats of everything. Everyone's becoming the same. And that's my ultimate motherfucking trigger. When I don't see authenticity, when I don't see realness, I can fucking feel it. I can fucking feel when a person's lying. I don't have to catch you. I can feel it and I know not to trust you. So this group of people here, when they speak, it comes from a place of authenticity. It comes up from a place of realness. It comes from a place of, I've been through that. It's not like, hey, so we saw two horses and, oh, this means apocalypse and da 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 da. You can feel the fucking bullshit. You can hear it in the vibration of their voice. So just take that with a grain of salt. That's it. It's all part of the authenticity. It vibrates on the frequency that it'll like touch you in a place and be like, not in a place, but like right here.
Well, it could be in a place.
Or in a place. Yeah. Right on, Cheney. Right on. But yeah. You guys feel it. That's why you're here. Like, yeah, we're looking for truth, but again, what is it? You know, so what triggers us? That comes to the point where what triggers us? The loosh. That's all. The loosh triggers. So when it could be anything, a loosh could be fucking anything, literally.
Maybe that's it. Is truth is what is truth. It changes like the weather, but authenticity is authenticity. And if it's not real, I'm tired of pretending like it is. I'm tired of pretending that a character is real. I'm tired of pretending the character is the same. Like, you know how we dress in costume sometimes, and then sometimes we don't. And sometimes we take part in characters and sometimes we don't. I think there's people now on here that are characters. Like they're just characters of themselves. They're not an authentic person. They're just a character.
I think some people take the concept of fake it till you make it and try to apply it at too large of a scale than it's applicable. You know what I mean? Like you can fake it till you make it with an attitude or an outfit or like the salesman that goes and gets the nice car and everything. But I don't know if you can legitimately fake it till you make it as a Christ warrior. I don't think as many cool shirts and memes and times that you say Christ warrior, I don't think that's the kind of thing you can fake it till you make it. Like I think it works in the mundane world, but I don't think fake it till you make it works in like the spiritual or the emotional or like anything outside of what you're trying to portray to other people's five senses.
Look at the fucking super church movement.
It's
Look
I
at
don't know about that.
Benny Hinn and look at all
Oh
these
yeah,
people. They're
my
not
favorite.
authentic, but because there's fear sold out there, as long as I'm the person selling the apocalypse, then everybody's going to show up at my super church because I'm
The
also the only
costumes.
one selling them the ticket to get out of hell. It's like
The
your get out of hell
costumes,
free card.
Jamie.
Honey, there is hope for
The
you.
preachers have that white little box right here, all in black.
No, but
The
not the ones at
imams,
the super churches. They have
Yeah.
nice
they have their
suits on with a
suits.
Oh yeah,
tie.
they're
Yeah.
Yeah,
or
like
they're
They do.
super casual and like at Bethel, they'll be super casual. They'll be
Yeah.
like,
But I mean, in like that
T-shirts
scale,
and
like
drum sets. We're the
in
cool church.
Islam,
yeah, oh yeah,
all you need is that fucking special hat, that white hat with the red in it. It's like a fez wrapped in a white thing. That's what it is. And they have this gown on and a beard. And oh my God, you hear what he's saying? Look at him. Look. Yeah, he knows what he's talking about. Dr. Fauci, a white coat. You see a fucking white coat, you believe the person. It's like, stop. Look
It is a
past the
white coat
fucking
thing.
costume. Yeah, look past the fucking costume. Use your thinking a little bit. Just because
You know
somebody
why
says
ego gets in
something.
the way of wisdom? Dale says ego gets in the way of wisdom because wisdom is only obtained by being wrong sometimes. And so if you think
Yes.
it's
Oh,
all about
wow.
intelligence and knowledge of what you learn from school, then all of that stuff can be graded and all that stuff is considered, here's what the government considers truth right now. Like you're saying, truth is, but wisdom is actual stuff that comes from failure and comes from being wrong and admitting that you're wrong and then
Yeah.
learning again and then learning again and then learning again and then being like, oh my gosh, this thing I thought was black and white has 50 shades of gray. Everything like this. And so it's just that's how you obtain wisdom. And then seeing it in one little aspect of life, you realize it in the pattern of all of life. And this is why some people are so stuck in their egos. I mean, they become their own little preacher and they become their own little dictator of their own little nation online that they aren't ever going to see it. Or maybe they will. It's not up to me to say they won't, but
They
it's the
won't.
exact same. It's triggering to
I'll say
me
it.
as anyone that has a Q on their fucking photo and then they have a countdown timer or a date in their thing. It doesn't matter what social media platform you follow them on. If they have a countdown timer that's like, this date's coming up. Oh, be ready
TikTok.
for this date.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is the exact same shit as trying to scare you with like, this thing's killing your baby tonight at 11.
Another version too that I think we all see all the time, but it's like something big's gonna happen on May 6th, and that's it. And then it's just like you could just sit back and wait, and then either it got diffused, or if anything at all happens, a lot of people just pull it out of their back pocket, and it's like, remember that time that I predicted the future because I said that something was gonna happen on a day, and then
It's
something
not.
happened on a day, and it's just like that
It's
sounds
not
pretty
even a.
creepy, huh?
It's not even a prediction anymore. It's
Like
not.
something bad's
But they
gonna
think
happen
it
every day.
is.
I find it funny when people who are supposedly Christian fall for any of the date setting stuff because Jesus literally says that no man shall know the hour or the minute or the day or of my return. They can know the
That
season,
means
like, but that's it. Like he said, not even him, not even the Son of Man knows. So, like, and I feel like he's really just talking about your own personal destruction. Really, I don't know.
that's what I was gonna say. Because a lot of people,
Yeah,
when they die, they see the image of Jesus. The ones who believe in Jesus, when they pass or they're about to pass, right before they see Jesus, and it's like, okay, that's their judgment
rapture.
day, whatever, rapture, whatever the fuck you want to call it, whatever you want it to be. It's like, what's the word you want to call it nowadays? Like, I don't know. That's what Cheney. I love that you said that. I swear, it changed my whole perspective on so many things and the way you put it. But too bad that episode was taken down, motherfuckers.
It'll get
CIA.
loaded on Rumble and it
CIA.
is still on
Fuck the
X.
CIA.
So if you guys haven't, you can find the X account at Secret S of Good G.
Yes. What kind of G are we talking about? Isn't G a
A
drug?
good one.
The OG.
Isn't G a drug?
Is
Yeah.
it? I'm sure
Yeah.
there's.
GHB.
Yeah, they call it G.
I feel like another good sort of trigger on topic thing is that when Abby brought up on a previous episode the ODD, the oppositional defiance disorder,
Oh, yeah.
all that is are just a list of triggers that I never realized there was such a. I had looked it up in like this very succinct list, but it's basically whenever any form of authority commands you or like tells you to do a thing, you want to either do the opposite thing or you just want to shut down and not do the thing. And that to me, that's just like textbook trigger, because it's like here's the input and here's the output, and that's you just hit that button all day.
And I just feel like are all of these labels that they try to give us, every single one of the spectrum of the thing, are just people that are bucking this broken system, and it's so broken for so long that we wouldn't recognize evolution if it was by like
It's
staring us in the
divergent.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
they're
it's
like, oh,
neurodivergent.
Sometimes
It's
that
like
broken system was like clean your room, and it's like no, and I mean that was like
seeing that the system
maybe
isn't
wasn't
always
broken, maybe
right and
it's
actually asking the questions and doing
Is
the, all the shit that our little kid brain did ask or did want to ask when we were told, just shut up and accept it.
Yeah.
Like,
trigger and
We were all
adrenaline?
the- Oh, yeah.
And why do
no,
we have it?
cortisol. I would say it's
Is
cortisol
it
because,
cortisol?
yeah, it's
Because
the
it kind
stress
of like
hormone.
fucking yeah.
Yeah, because adrenaline's that would be if your heart starts pumping and shit, like, and you fucking all of a sudden are really amped. Yeah, but cortisol will amp you up. That's why you get out of bed in the morning because your cortisol spikes in the
I
morning.
asked this
'Cause-
question on my live. Why do we have adrenaline? Why do we have adrenaline? Why do we have the cortisol? Why do we have these chemicals in us that make us react this way?
Hormones.
Keep us
They're
from
hormones.
tigers.
But for why?
To
That's
keep
what
us
I
from
was
getting
thinking.
eaten by tigers.
Like
Everything-
for why?
Well, it's everything that like we think that we run on all these other little things, but really what what the brain and the body actually runs on, the way that the brain works with I wish I could show you the images, but it's all about your hormone releases. So it's like your hormones are so much everybody thinks that it's just like about your sexual whatever, but everything in your brain operates off of hormone releases too. So it's like the hormones going
Mm.
between the neurons and stuff in your brain. So
Okay.
it's
Is it, I'm thinking it's part of a sixth or seventh or eighth sense that we're not aware of, that they know that we have, that causes these chemical reactions in us. But they say we only have the five senses. But I feel like the adrenaline is a sense. It happens from something. This reaction towards triggers is a sense. It comes from something. I feel like we have more to us than that they say we are. Yeah, we have these chemicals, but it has to be more connected to our spirituality and our being or our soul that we're not aware of. Like we have these for a reason, these chemical reactions, but what is the purpose behind it spiritually in a sense? Like, yeah, we have them. Oh, I know what they mean, but like for why? There has to be more to it than just the fucking scientific part of it, that spiritual, like it's for a reason. For why?
Well,
And
I mean, maybe in like in a sciencey way, but like adrenaline itself doesn't necessarily represent energy, like the adrenaline.
Mhm.
But if you introduce it into a biological system, now all of a sudden, like that system's going to start expending more energy. So, like that makes me think of what you're getting at, Layla, is that like there's a spiritual aspect of it that goes beyond just the biological. But like, why would this substance be able to create such like an expenditure of energy in any sort of
Yeah.
system? But adrenaline, I've
It
learned
causes
recently through
people to
my
like fucking lift cars, bro.
it's also everything psychedelic and any kind of drug that people take, steroids, meth, cocaine, like all cocaine essentially is doing is that next time your body produces a big spike of adrenaline, it prevents it from being able to reabsorb it and break it down. So you just keep building more and more adrenaline in your system. That's kind of what coke does. It just blocks off the places where the adrenaline would normally like seep back into the sewer drain. It's like someone clogs all their sewer drains up, and all of a sudden the streets are just filled with adrenaline, and then you get this like eighth sense or whatever. I think that this gets into like the synesthesia realm, because when you flood your body with a certain hormone, now it needs to find like more places to go, and sometimes they'll skip over the normal neurological pathways, and that's when you kind of get these like see colors and smell taste and things like this. But that can apply beyond just the typical sense of synesthesia. Like you might be able to like, you know, feel like have like a different type of anger that's like you can smell your anger, maybe, you know what I mean, or like feel sad about a sound in a way that you can't control, because it's actually like a chemical that's flooding through your system.
So would you think like seeing lights in your head in a pitch black room with a mask on, like purple lights, would be the same idea? And then
It
somebody
sounds
touches
healthy.
you and
Makes
has a
super
vision
sense.
or like is like back in their body in 1976.
Yeah,
That
I think
seriously fucking
so.
happened to me. It was the fucking wildest thing. I had like these lights happening in
Were
my
you alive
head.
in '76?
No, I wasn't. My
Okay,
husband's
just
like
I can do
normie.
that, Abe
Yeah, he's
Abby.
a normie. He doesn't believe in anything spiritual. He's actually like kind of agnostic or whatever. And I freaking went to lay down and I wear a sleep mask so that way, like if the lights are on, then I can sleep through it. And um, I had these purple lights in my head. That sounds fucking weird, but I like took my mask off. I was like, "Where's the fucking light coming from?" And it wasn't in the room. So I closed my eyes again, and it's literally just lights in my brain. I could fucking see him. So he comes in and whatever, and I'm like just chilling with looking at these lights, like thinking how weird it was. He fucking touched me, and I felt it like the lights immediately shut off, and he pulled back like like he was fucking burnt, and I was like, "What?" And I was pissed kind of because like whatever he did when he touched me, it shut the lights off. And he goes, "I was back in my body. I was riding my bike. It was 1976. I was on Miller Street on the corner of this, and I was looking." And he was like, "What the fuck was that? That was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me." And then he kept like
Was that in the
touching
water
me, like he
chamber?
kept touching me like that. Like, no, this was like
No,
this was in my room one night, like before bed.
I love doing that.
Yeah.
It's
It's like
everyone
I
can
think
do
it's like
that.
a
It's so
like
easy to do it.
I think it's what they call cities or whatever. Sidhis, SIDDHIS. It was just one of those fucking weird superpower things that happens randomly.
Well, there's this thing that I always used to talk about. It's called Faradharmony, and it's like it's connecting to universal consciousness, which is God, and it's
Yeah.
that silver cord that you know like imagine in your head and you connect to, and you can like literally heal yourself and tap into other worlds and see the future or heal the past or whatever it is, and it's literally you surrendering.
Yeah,
It's
it
like
was right
complete
after I was
surrender.
attuned to Reiki, actually. So it was very soon after that that it
It's
happened.
called
So
Faradharmony. It's like mysticism. That's what they call it. And it's like you don't need a mantra. You don't need anything. You just literally need to submit and like go within yourself and feel every part of your body, which you can do, which is fucking
yeah,
incredible. And I haven't done in a while. And you see colors, you see patterns, you go to places, you'll see images. It's just it's incredible. You receive. Like if you want to heal, you'll heal and you'll feel that part of your body like fucking heat up and vortex and just strange shit happens to you in that process. But it's not no pain, like literally no pain, pure bliss and very emotional, but it's worth it. It's worth doing. And dude, I think I needed to hear this because I need to tap into that again. Some
yeah, that's
self-healing.
wild.
It would be
Mhm.
ironic if the answer to the US health system was just that no one needs anything. You just need to like sit in a room and like astral project yourself out of
The
diseases,
cave.
and money was never going to solve it.
Yeah, it's like all these people in the past receiving things in the cave, like supposedly like Muhammad, he received the Quran in a cave. Like that's why I like being in a car, like in my cave or a closet or in my room. No one's in here, so my thoughts can flow. If it's like that cave mentality, that safe
I,
space where you
I
can
always
just
wondered on like Muhammad in the cave or like Buddha by the tree or whatever. Like I know that the conventional story is that like they become enlightened, and that's what facilitates them being able to. But in the
They're
back of
probably
my
tripping
mind,
on
it's almost
shrooms.
like what if you're like at Vegas and it's like the person that sat at the slot machine and just fed money into it for 6 hours, and then they get up and leave, and then like someone else comes by and just sits down and hits a jackpot. Like, what if that was Muhammad? What if that was Buddha? Like, whoever was sitting in the cave or at the tree at that time, Joseph Smith, like whoever was holding the freaking hat and looking into it at that moment was going to get the communion, and it had nothing to do with self-revelation or like being ascended master or none of that. I don't know, just like one of those like, and what if like you're the guy
He's
that's
like-
walking away from the cave and then you see Muhammad like all of a sudden getting this miraculous prophecy, and you're like, motherfucker, like I was
Not
just in the
fair.
cave for
It's like
6 days. This guy
Lucky
strolls
bastard.
in.
Like if Green Lantern's ring just went to anybody, like just
Yeah,
the next dipshit that found it, and like, oh fuck that asshole. God.
Like
Like
the
hot
Santa
potato.
suit
Then we got
on
another-
the Santa Claus.
Exactly.
That would be such a fucking bummer. Like you think I'm so special, I'm so chosen, but then you're like, I just happen to be the person that tripped here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a
I was
lucky
drunk,
motherfucker.
yeah,
That's
so
what
I
I'd be
was
saying.
told.
Dude, the
Lucky
types of
motherfucker.
plants and herbs that they probably had, we don't no longer exist, or they exist and we're just not allowed to have them and they have them. Like the different types of mushrooms that are not available to us and different types of plants. Come on, there has to be more than peyote and mushrooms and ayahuasca for sure.
Well, there's so many kinds of
There's a
mushrooms.
lot.
Like until
cactus.
the 40s or the 50s, there was only like, I mean, I'm just gonna make up numbers, but there was like 5 words for mushrooms in the States, and I think 4 of them all corresponded with death. You had like deadly nightshade, and you had like all these different versions, and it was only after that magic mushroom sort of revelation that came from Skull and Bones and Yale and everything. But after that, then all of a sudden American culture starts embracing all these different types of mushrooms from all these different regions. Before that, you basically had like portobello mushroom, and that was almost the end of the story for all mushrooms. People didn't even touch them.
There's a story about it, like a purple mushroom or something like that. I was found, or a black one. I'm not sure, that was found deep, deep, deep in the grounds, like in the under earth. And it was a rare, 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 rare mushroom. And the whole depictions of Jesus Christ and all of the art with the different colored mushrooms, the blue, the yellow, the red, the red and white, the blue and white, the yellow
Well,
and
that
white.
one's the Amanita muscaria, right? That's the
Yeah.
one that has like hycosamine or some other
Yeah.
psychedelics
There's a
in it.
YouTuber who eats them raw, bro. He finds them. I think he's Russian. He eats them raw, and he's just staring at the sun. He's like, the sun, and he points at the sun, and he's like, that's what gives us life. Without that thing right there, we all die. And I'm like, dude, like, what are you on? But yeah, it's the Anima muscaria,
He's a shrimp.
and they say, yeah, and supposedly they're
You can get
deadly,
those
but he
legal.
just
Like, you can go on eBay right now, I think, and order dried Amanita muscaria mushrooms like by the pound, because they're
don't
not
they say they
as
can
like,
kill you?
or what's that?
Don't they say that they can kill you?
No, well, so there's other mushrooms that look very similar to Amanita muscarias that could kill you if you were to touch one. But the straight up Amanita muscarias, now you can probably end up vomiting quite a bit off taking them because of the toxin process, but I don't think that you can die. I don't think it's poisonous.
Why do you think they call it a mushroom?
Mush.
Like a room.
Mushroom.
Like you go somewhere. They're like, oh,
This mushroom.
she's going to the room.
This is kind of like pussy mushroom.
Yeah. Mushroom, smushroom.
I mean, how
I'm
many
thinking Jersey
people
Shore.
thought?
What, Gordy?
Oh, I was just thinking the purple mushroom. Like my mind goes immediately dirty.
Oh yeah, totally. Like, hey girl, have you tried this?
I was like
purple
waiting for it to
mushroom?
finish and I got it.
Mushroom.
Yeah.
You got a little purple mushroom.
What is
Basically, like
mushroom?
every parody of a '90s romance novel involved the word purple mushroom.
Yeah, if they would call someone mushmouth, what would that mean? What
What
kind
is
of
mush?
what would that insult mean
Well,
back in the day?
Mushmouth from Fat Albert was the Haba Mamba.
What-
Dude, do a whole sentence, like keep
I-
talking,
Well,
so me
hell,
and Paranoid American can remember.
No, I'm just thinking that
I
he
don't
should show up to
remember,
one of the shows where he does a character and it's just Mushmouth the entire time.
And
I
is
get-
Whoa.
Mushmouth the one that wears the hat
No,
all the way
that's-
over?
Hey,
Or
where's
that
the
was-
hat? I think I don't remember.
Mush comes from
That's-
mash.
that looked bad.
That's what it's
the
saying.
guy-
It comes from mash.
So like some kind of food they would eat, like mash mouth?
Mash.
Smash
Soft
mouth?
mixture, mass of ingredients beaten or stirred
I
together.
think it also might just refer to like a lack of enunciating vowels and syllables and stuff. Like mushmouth is just throwing the air through the mouth and kind of going through the motions, but like not actually forming everything properly.
Hmm.
Mish.
Interesting. That's such a weird word. Mush.
Mish mush. Mish
Mish is
room.
meat in our language. Mish.
So meat room would be mushroom.
Mish.
Mishroom.
Mm-hmm. Mish.
Mash.
This is an
Weird.
etymology show now.
I know, on mushroom.
Ah.
That's triggering. Do you feel like
Right,
in the
right.
conspiracy realm, we all do it? Because I know I'm fucking guilty of it, okay? So I'm some of the stuff that's triggering, I know I'm guilty of. It's so triggering how we'll dig the etymology apart like crazy, like where we'll take so many words and letters and we'll put it through so many different kinds of like, oh, look at
I
if
do
we
the same
take
thing.
this from Yugoslavian and run it through Brazilian, look at what it says, like Balenciaga. Like
I missed it.
I was just saying, like somewhere in the etymology of it all, because we all have the Google as well. We're not. Some people aren't doing anything just because they put in a Google Translate some word in Latin. They're not paying attention that the word changed to like Yugoslavian, and now they might have a Latin thing, but it's pulling up different things, and they're just running with like they're not doing
The Latin
etymology
version.
research. Yeah, like everything's just linked, but it's going through like the channels of one Google Translate to another language. It'll say we found a little bit of Japanese in this, but you wrote
People need
something
to
in
know
English.
What the
Or it sounds
lexicon
like.
is. Like the root of like European etymology, Australian, whatever, Chinese, they have lexicons. That's the proper way to do etymology. But half these people are like, oh, this is what it means. They don't even know what a fucking lexicon is. And I'm like, go to the root, the lexicon, European etymology. You want to know? Just pull up the European lexicon, and they have like the basic words for each word, and you could combine words together to get the full understanding of what the word actually fucking means. The root.
You know what's unique to this is that type of etymology breakdown that you're describing, Cheney. It's not exclusive, but it seems heavy in like the black pill community because the conversation usually ends up like the classic one is Nickelodeon, right? It's like, oh, if you type in Nick L Odio or something, then it says, without God. But the ultimate endpoint of almost all of these type of etymological breakdowns where you kind of grasp a little bit and you jump around. It's not like someone decoded that. It's like someone like happened upon it. And it's like, oh my God, look at this thing I found. And if you just sit back and objectively, you're like, okay, and what does that do? What does that particular deciphering of this word breakdown do? And most of the time it's just like, oh, it just means they're all out to get us. Oh, it just means that the world's full of demons. Oh, it just means that evil permeates. Like there's no actual thing. But when it's a real etymological breakdown and there's real syntax, then it becomes, oh, what does that mean? Well, it means that maybe this culture connects to this culture, and it's usually rooted in very specifics, and very little of the time is it just like, oh, it just means that, the world's going to end and like, suffering's inherent. Like, I don't like those kind of etymological breakdowns seem like it's a very easy smell test to pass or not pass.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
Did
It's
you
porn.
you guys get
Go
stuck
on.
into the Bible code?
I love Bible code. I think that there are messages and there's hidden like programming encoded in etymology, but I don't think people randomly hammering crap out in Google Translate counts as etymology sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bible, it's like if anything is written in a hard form and then we want to take any pattern off that hard form, like we're going to count every fifth cuneiform text. We're going to count every 10th. We're going to go in a diagonal. You can find a pattern that's maybe there that the authors put there. So many of the issue, I feel like when I'm doing research on things where people get into arguments like this is from this ancient Sumerian text, and this is from this ancient Canaanite text, and this is from this ancient Hebrew text, but when you look at the main form of the translation of when that was translated, it's usually around the same period of time. It's usually around the same power structure of people. And then the world runs like bad science on the wrong translation. This is why I feel like science is bullshit. Most of the science, we're not allowed to actually study from scratch. We have to take all the studies that certain universities allow us to go off of. And those are the studies that we have to run everything from. So I feel like a lot of these languages in etymology breakdowns, they're like, no, this is the older language. This is the older language. Okay, let's say one is the older, but if we're going to the translator and it was translated finally in 1820 by Sir Baron blah, 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 maybe it's not the real translation. And so there's so many of these things that we're just trusting because I read the book. It's not realer than your intuition. It's not realer than just me saying it. Like, isn't it weird that Miss I sip I? Like, is that just weird for me to say? How would you say it? And you're like, in my language, I would say, like, I ask you, what's miss in Albanian? Like, and you'd like, I'd say it like this. And we'd talk about it like in our grunting tongue. We wouldn't say mer, mar, more, mer. It would just because sometimes in the South, I might say America and you might say America. It's like just the different, like those little things. Yeah, like the vowels of things are. So it's like sometimes the translation could be there, but everybody's trying so hard to have the confirmation bias fit them. This is why gematria is a bad thing now too. Not that A is 1, B is 2, 3 is C. Yeah, and what letters and the 26 letter alphabet, but then you can go into Hebrew geometry and Hebrew is this, but then we're running on this translation and we're running on this number system for this Hebrew. So we're still mixing these two things. It's like, and then we have this, we're all going to Gematrex, which is just another Google thing. And then if I put in DJT, if I put in Trump, if I put in President Trump, if I put in Donald James Trump, if I put in Donald Trump, if I put in Donald Trump Jr., those all give me different numbers. And then it fits my thing that Donald Trump is the Antichrist or the savior, whichever one I'm trying to sell the video, because it's always about Trump.
Always. Like how I would pronounce Secret Society of Good Guys in Albanian, Sekret Society of Good Guys.
What demon did you just summon?
I don't know. But that's how we would pronounce it. So
I like society in your language.
Societe.
I think maybe I'm wrong on this interpretation, but gematria to me is a lot like tarot, where you're not supposed to use tarot to tell the future. You're supposed to use tarot to give you some insight as to like whatever issue is about to come up. Here's some possible ways for you to deal with it, but it doesn't tell you what the issue is or when it's going to happen or what the solution is. It's like, oh shit, you got a death card. I don't know what's going to happen, but here's some advice that, might help you if this shows up on your path. And it's the kind of the same thing with gematria. Like you're not looking for a prophecy. You're looking to see like, oh, here's how these, it's almost like taking psychedelics, right? Psychedelics forces you to make connections that you otherwise would never have made, like things that seem wildly unconnected, and you're like, oh my god, they are connected. Gematria is almost like a sober version of that, but just like people can get too hard into drugs and start obsessing over like, I just want to see sounds all the time. It's like you got to live in the real world sometimes. But gematria can be like that too, where someone's just like, oh my god, I've learned a new word today, I need to go and find out how many bad things it means or how many politicians or celebrities it links to. It's just like it's helpful because it helps your brain form new connections and do new pattern recognition that keeps you like sharp, but you don't want to turn into Jim Carrey number 23 at the same time.
You know what I kind of love is these Luciferians.
Who?
This ritual,
This
the
Are they in the
ritual
room with you now?
sacrifice, sacrificial ritual. This is what's
Satanic
happening on
ritual
this day.
sacrifices
Look
that
at this
are-
ritual sacrifice for this, ritual
Oh my
sacrifice for that.
God,
I'm like,
oh
holy
my
shit,
God.
fucking sacrificial.
Yeah, I gotta die.
You know what's
Yeah,
wild
that's
is
why we
that-
brought you all here to this channel, because Gordy has
Yeah.
a message to give you
I have
right
a
now.
message to
This is a
tell you.
public service announcement that Gordy's gonna
Mic
give you right
check.
now.
in
Listen,
Gordy,
I'm gonna tell you, you're
Tell
gonna
him.
die.
What's happening?
Congratulations.
You're gonna die.
you have, yeah, you have to say it again scarier, because I'm gonna put it as the clip art to sell this.
Gonna die.
It made my face. You know, when somebody does something good enough, it makes your face start to do the thing where I was like this. This is one of my favorite things. I wish I had the friend so I could call them out. They would, anytime anyone in a movie would make out, they would do this.
Or people eating.
And I wish I knew the friends I could call them out, because I always thought it was weird, the weirdest. Like, what are you doing?
You know
right
what's
now with your
weird,
mouth?
JD?
You guys,
When people are talking and people are trying to mimic what they're saying, like they, as if they know that they're
Triggering.
gonna. Oh my god! Like you're speaking to someone and they're just like kind of mimicking what
Yeah.
you're saying, but not saying
Damn it.
anything.
They
right? Because they
just
don't
at
know
the
their-
at the end.
This is
They just
Abby.
wanna
Are we
finish.
talking about Abby right now?
No.
Because she has to hear it and then she has to say it back
Oh,
to herself. So like as you're talking to her, she's
No,
like
no, no,
saying
no,
the
no.
same thing that you're
No,
saying.
no. This is like if you're talking to
No.
somebody, and while you're or talking in general, and then you have this one character who's just like mimicking everything you're saying, like as if they know what's coming out of your mouth next. And it's like you don't, but they're just moving their mouth. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Like
are
you could just
doing?
be. I know exactly what you're talking about. You
I
could just be
understand.
talking you and them. And as I'm talking, this is what they're doing.
It's like they're trying to say
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying.
Yeah, it's like they want to finish my sentence for me. They're so
Right.
excited.
Yeah.
That drives me nuts.
You know what I think is a cute thing, but I don't hear it all the time. But when I hear it, it's like this is the opposite of triggering. Like where it's like an unusual thing, but every time I hear it, I always am like, I like when somebody does it. When somebody pronounces their G's and when they say things like, I'm going running, I'm going
Running.
I was just thinking.
I was just thinking.
I
Oh,
like
it's
it.
pronouncing every syllable.
Yeah,
This
like
is like a Forrest
I was
Gump
just
thing. Isn't that what Forrest
thinking.
Gump did?
But it's
I
just
used
the
to do that on
G.
purpose when I hear commercials because the commercial people do that really well, where they're
See, but it can
pronouncing
go-
every single letter of the word that
Right.
they speak. That they
Over
speak.
enunciation. And you have to smile when you do it.
Or Layla, what's the thing where all the like girls on TikTok are going, hello?
Hell,
I
oh
was just
my
thinking that.
god!
I was thinking the same thing. It's the opposite with the R thing because there are times when it's a good thing. It's kind of a fun thing, like
It's
Wall of Voodoo.
Gordy. No,
Wash your
no, I don't get it.
into
I don't get it. When Australians do the
Barbecue.
hello, hello, hello. Where's the R in the O? That is
See-
the most triggering motherfucking thing I see on TikTok. And I'm,
Hello.
it's
See,
not
I don't
even
mind it.
hello.
I think
It's
this is an
hello.
interesting one to me because some
Or
people
nor-
get really triggered by certain accents, and I think mine. And there's no hate out here. Like I don't have hate in my heart for anyone, but the fucking French language is just sounds like absolute filth to me. I cannot. I had a French boss for a few years, and I know a lot of people are like it's such a romantic language, but if you've been in like a boardroom and just hearing like French people just talk about business for 8 hours a day, it just sounds like mush mouth. It sounds like they're just like like spitting and like trying to choke through their own spit through a bunch of conversations. So I
Yeah,
get maybe
it's
that's one of my
terrible.
triggers is hearing people talking French, and it's not like
You
movie.
say French. My most triggering accent is French Canadian. My most
Yeah.
triggering, and a man talking French Canadian, it's just like you might as well be a woman. It's like something so off-putting and so like it's the worst kind of French is French Canadian. Like
Could French get any worse? And you're like French Canadian. It's like touche. Yes.
yeah, French Canadian. Because I was thinking it's like George St. Pierre, the MMA
Oh,
fighter,
yeah.
the UFC fighter. His accent, I think specifically, like apparently he's an attractive dude and he has a nice body and what have you. But there's this one story of him before he would go into the octagon that he was always petrified, like scared to go in. And so there's this one story of him crying backstage to Brendan Schaub, and he's like, "Brendan, I am terrified. Oh, Brendan, I'm terrified to fight today." And that's just how I picture, like, I am so terrified. That's just how I picture it when most
It just
Canadian men
sounds so
speak. I'm
condescending, even if
so
it's not.
terrified.
I'm so terrified. I am so
Or what about
terrified.
cool whip? Whip. When
Cool
the
whip,
when they add the
whip.
H in the where the
Turtle.
H doesn't belong.
Are those things that like are trends from something like Family Guy and then they get worn out, but then they stay? Like
I
they
don't
become
know.
a dad joke and then stay in the zeitgeist?
Well,
So-
they got it from somewhere. No,
So they say that the
probably a thing.
Valley accent came from Australians moving to California and making it cool, right? That's the
Hello.
Or nor. Nor.
Well, okay, so people work on their accents. My Okie uncle, like I swear to God, that he worked on his accent. He made it an art form. That my Toyota. I mean my Toyota. Like nobody talks like that, Jack.
Well, that's
a
an interesting premise. How many accents do you think might be molded by like a Hollywood version or like a fake, like a crafted version of that accent, but then it becomes so popular that people
like
start to model themselves on that accent.
Transatlantic.
Right. Well,
I
here's
wish
the
I could
problem
talk
is
like
we have
that.
professional teachers that are talking like this.
Yeah.
And I'm a grown man with a big beard. And I'm teaching you science. And you're supposed to be listening to me and taking me seriously.
Okay, I'm
I
getting
wish
a
the
little bit triggered.
transatlantic was still a thing. I love that.
Oh,
I don't know why.
I do that all the
Yes,
time.
transatlantic.
I love that. I wish that was
Hello.
still
I do that.
Hello.
That's how I answer the phone most of the time.
a thing.
If every
Hey,
single time
darling.
I hang out with my friend
Darling.
Stephanie, we're
Darling.
always like, because it's a little Liza Minnelli. You gotta like
Yeah, I
talk with
like
your
that.
shoulders, with a
So
shoulder
fucking-
shimmy.
It's sassy.
I
You gotta
love
give
that.
them a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah. It's like,
Yeah,
can
it's
you
like-
be mad in this? No, you can't.
Yeah, I have a long cigarette.
It's
and an
sly. I
opera
love
glove.
it.
Yeah,
and
it's
a
a little
martini.
Gatsby.
I love it. I love that. Like, how
What
could
else
you be
is-
mad in that?
Layla, what is just one thing? If I
Mhm.
ask you on the top of your head, what is triggering that men do?
Okay, I will tell you. Okay, there's this whole thing about this bear in the forest, and would you leave your daughter alone with a grown ass man or a bear? And it's triggering to me when men aren't women and they don't understand where women are coming from and they're speaking for women. Like, you don't know. You guys get to go outside in the nighttime, okay? You don't know how it is to be a woman and catcalling and all of that. So for you to jump in a conversation where you can't experience what it is to be a woman, shut the fuck up. Like, literally. Like, shut the fuck up. You don't know what it is to be a woman. So when a woman is talking from experience, would they rather be with a man or a fucking woman or a fucking bear? Shut the fuck up. We'd rather be with a bear sometimes. Okay, in the middle of the forest. So don't talk if you don't know. If you're a woman and you have a vagina, then you can come in and talk about the conversation. If not, sit your motherfucking ass down. Nobody's
This
asking.
is a real philosophy question.
You're just saying
Would
that.
there
Did
be
you see how
any
triggered I
need-
was?
I know. Would there be any need for guns if there weren't men?
Yes, because there's bitches out there too.
That would do what? What would those bitches do? Steal your man?
Steal your man, rape.
There's no men out there. How many women are raping? Like in the real percentage of things. And if they were, couldn't we just beat them with our hands? Would we need a gun?
Well, here's the thing. If there were no men, would women still be designed as the way that they're designed? Because some women are butchiers, some women are big bones, whatever you want to call them. Some are fucking gigantic. Like,
Well, just
a
in the
bitch could kill
philosophy
me.
question of it,
Uh-huh.
what are women in danger of? Oh, come back. What does she keep doing? I wonder why her sound keeps falling out. She's
The,
doing
the
something.
light on the microphone's gone, so the microphone's definitely
Yeah,
off.
but she touched it. She touched the top of it to turn it off.
She's gone.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
I just want to say the American in me says that yes, the automatic answer before you even finish the premise is, would we still need guns? My immediate answer is already yes before you finish that. And it doesn't change on this one, because what if you've got a 4'1" woman that's being harassed by, you know, a 7'1" woman? Sometimes, like, what is like the Sam Colt, like, God made man, Sam Colt made man equal? Like, I really truly believe that at my heart core.
Like, but
That's what I think about.
Like, you think one, but what, women aren't the same creature, like the power dynamics and everything like that. If I don't want your woman, I don't want to raise your child. I don't want to kill another mother so she's not raising her child. So even the conquest of your village, like, are we all eating this winter? Like, I'm not going to come and take out of your mouth unless I'm not prepared. And I just feel like most moms I know, because they have the kid like in them for the 9 months, they're doing the thing.
Yeah, but at the same time, Cheney, I'm looking at the women too who are like fucking heartless and fucking soulless and whatever, and killing their own offspring without.
I know, but I think, what is this?
You know?
Like, percentage wise, this all feels like exception to the rule arguments.
Well, maybe because I think immediately of like the Aesop fable. I think it's the grasshopper and the ant, and it's essentially it's representing that there's some people that during the year, like, they just kind of fuck around and they make music and they dance and they do artwork, while other people are like gathering the food for the winter. So then when the winter comes, the ones that were fucking around, now they all of a sudden need help. So I think that would exist in any society, regardless of gender or culture or anything. There's always going to be someone that's like, I'm just going to go and like paint something today. I don't feel like carrying rocks. I don't feel like doing that
Honestly,
thing.
let me tell you something, okay? When it comes to, this is a thing, this is an actual thing, an actual study. When it comes to group mentality, men don't think in a group mentality. They always think of themselves, even when it comes to love, when it comes to competition, whatever comes to hunting, whatever comes to discovering, they're always thinking about themselves and they're not thinking of the group. But when it comes to women, they're looking for always a solution, the quicker way, work smarter, not harder kind of solution. So they work in a group mentality, like, oh, you found this clue here, like in a game setting, right? There's this woman who actually works with creating video games and whatnot, and going through finding things. What is it called? What is it called, man? When you go on a trail, it's a quest. When the quest games, okay. So in the group, they done this study. Men are always looking to finish the game and not telling anyone their secrets or how they do it or whatever, majority of the time. When it comes to women, women are like, oh, I found this clue over here at this certain spot. I found this clue over here at this certain spot, so they can get the game done quicker in a group setting. So women have more of a like a, hey, we're all in this together mentality, but men are more in the ego and like, oh, I want to be the winner. I want to be the finisher. I'm the man. I'm the fucking king. And that's that. But we're just looking to get to the end point and just like be done with it. You know, men don't care how long it fucking takes. So
Like, the real thing is, women don't glass ceiling other women. Women are fighting for the one job at the company.
Yeah.
And so the idea of us glass ceiling each other has been kind of like, oh, these fucking cunts. But really, no, you guys were only going to let one of us in here. So we had to become cutthroat to each other
Yeah.
because it was all, you wouldn't have let us in here if you didn't have to let us in here.
Yeah.
But I will debate on the other side for feminism when they're like, women make 75 cents to $1 that a man makes. It would just be bad business if you didn't fucking run your company entirely on women. It would just be fucking bad business. Why would you ever hire a man? I would just hire a bunch of women, pay them 25 cents, $1 less an hour, and every single one of my products would be cheaper.
Oh,
Yeah.
the tech companies, yeah, they bank on that.
So I don't believe, I don't know if I believe it. No,
But at
you
the same
know,
time, like a lot of women don't want to go and do the men jobs. Like
men don't want to
because
do the
men
men jobs.
exist.
I keep
Yeah, but
hearing
they
this.
do
That, no,
But
they
they do
don't.
it.
They're not
Yeah,
getting
they
done.
do.
Girl, don't you know that the infrastructure of our country is falling apart because nobody knows how to weld? Nobody
Now.
knows how to electric. That's what I'm saying. Men,
Now, yeah.
everybody keeps talking about women don't want to go do the men jobs. Men nowadays don't want to do the men jobs. Men are in the cubicles. Men are doing podcasts. They have soft hands and no calluses. These ideas that they're men jobs, those jobs are like from our forefathers now.
I mean, podcasting is not like a bad thing, but like
it's like radio or TV, but it's
Yeah.
not. If you don't help your if shit
help
hits
your
the fan
community while you do
tomorrow-
it.
I just
Yeah.
gotta say, there's
Solution, no.
definitely some podcasters out there that have calloused hands, without a question.
Yeah.
But they're for
Let me
real
stop.
question
I'm so
though,
fucked up sometimes.
if there were no women on the planet, like men, there is nothing we do to the planet that men have to be scared of us on a whole.
No.
They don't
Yeah.
have weapons because of us. They don't start wars because of us. They
No.
don't like
Well,
if they're
once.
creating. That's what we're told. We're like,
Yeah,
oh,
no.
it's because even like the story, they're like, this is all because this woman ate cake and said, let them eat cake. That's not it. They blame so many weird things in history on ladies.
Women.
And I'm not even trying to, but I'm just like on a creature level, there is a difference. Like to want the bear thing, it's like bad statistics because you don't have a more chance of being obviously you have a better chance of being attacked by a man than a bear. There's so many more men you're around every day than bears. You're not
Yeah,
walking through
but
the
when
woods
you're
every
put in a forest, the majority of the time the bear will just walk the other way or leave you alone. Unless you threaten
I
them.
think a majority of the time a man will do that.
Do you think every 4 years we could just switch between like all male politicians and then all female politicians, just so that we've got like an actual metric to know, like every 4 years, is it work better this way or work better this way?
I think that's actually what they tried to do, was kind of show us this gender war this time. And so we were supposed to have, like right now we're supposed to be under Hillary's second presidency. So it would be
Fuck
Hillary
outta here.
and AOC, Pelosi doing the thing. Like I think we were supposed to be under a woman looking leadership that was going to be garbage, like open borders. That would be how they sold the communism really easily, is look at how soft these Karens are. They just
Yeah.
care about the victims.
Yeah.
That would have been the government they gave us.
I don't
I think
know.
they
It's an
tried.
interesting
Sounds
thought
still better than the
experiment. The
Biden
thing is
presidency, to be honest.
the amount of bear interactivity, if you've actually interacted with a bear, the amount of times that you interact with that bear, you got a lot less chance of leaving that scene with your head with a big bear. in
Yeah,
Rocky
the guy who lived with the
somewhere
Grizzlies.
than a
Did you see
dude
that?
in
Grizzly
on
man.
4th Avenue.
Yeah, he ended up getting fucking eaten by the
Yeah.
Grizzlies.
I've watched a grizzly take out
Yeah, but
the
you know
size
how
of a
many
Volkswagen,
times
take out a giant rotted with one
Gordy,
swipe. Whack.
a lot of men don't know what no means. That's the
Wow.
fucking problem with me.
A lot of women don't
Like,
know
I'm
what
sorry,
no
no,
means
I'm not
either.
interested. Oh, but no. I'm sorry, I'm not fucking interested. Like, how many times do I have to say no?
Fucking
I'm
slut,
sorry.
fucking dyke, fucking like the
Bitch,
second you're
cunt,
not.
oh, fuck you anyway. Da 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 da
Blah,
da.
blah, blah, blah,
Like,
blah.
blah 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 blah.
and it's like, what? I'm sorry, sir. Like in the nicest way. I'm here with my girlfriends, whatever. But that nice little story. Get it, bro. But you don't want to get it?
You
Like,
know what would help? And I know, like, this is only half joking, but like there might be like if you just carry it
Half
around
joking.
with you, like one of those big buttons that just does like that, wah, wah, but it's loud enough that other people in the area could hear it. So it's like
Womp
they know
womp.
that dude right there just got turned down for whatever he was doing. So now
Brah,
it's like
brah, brah.
so now it's not
La,
just
la,
like
la,
between
la,
you and this person. Now it's like
la.
the whole room knows that you just said no, but it's like a little, I don't know. I feel like that could break the tension a
It's
little
the
bit.
big red button from Staples, and it just says
Yeah.
no means no. But it does it in the
So it's
RoboCop, like RoboCop 2, where it's like, thank you for not smoking. But it's just like no means no. So if you already told them once, you don't press the button. And then they're like really persistent, really persistent. If you have to, no means
by the
no.
third time, someone said
No.
3 times, Layla. By the third time, you got me heated, bro. Like, what don't you fucking understand? Then it's gonna get like ugly. Why take it to that level? Like, I get it. You want to try and push your luck, but don't push it that far where you pull out the tiger out of a fucking woman because her claws will come out. Like, seriously. Like, and then you wonder, why you get slapped in the face sometimes or whatever the case
Well,
may
I think
be.
too for men, they don't realize how they know how little we are. They can kill us. They could just take our head and go snap, and then we're just like, "Boink." Like most men can just do that to most women. They could just walk by him and just behind him and just be like, and I can snap this neck and snap this neck and snap this neck. Like I just think guys are like gorillas walking around most of the time. They're so much stronger than us. Like how they talk about chimpanzees, like, oh my gosh, a monkey is like 20 times per pound stronger than us. That's how women feel about men. We're like, oh my gosh, they're so strong and so much stronger that when you're cornered or you feel threatened, that's when the tiger comes out. You feel like a
Yeah.
tiny little like rabbit or a tiny little animal, but it's that you're feeling
We
cornered and
shapeshift.
threatened, and you're like, oh my gosh, if I don't do something right now, I'm not going to be able to do something. And so I think how many times a girl's been stepped on is how thin that wall of trauma is,
Yeah,
where
we
it's like
shapeshift.
it might be 2.5 times.
The
Yeah,
witches that
where all
we
of a
are.
sudden the dragon comes out.
Witch.
Madam
Oh
Mim.
I love Madam Mim. She's my favorite.
Yeah. Oh,
Notice
man.
when she's playing by the rules. This is so typical too. This just seems like a good tale. She's like, I'm gonna become a dragon, and he's like, I'm gonna become a germ, and I'm like, just like a fucking white dude. Like, like he's like, I'm gonna become coronavirus. Oops, sorry, YouTube censors it. Somebody debate
Zoom.
me.
I think you just triggered them.
It's totally real.
It is. It's deadly.
So
It kills
The
purple
boogeyman.
dragons. Or was she a
Oh.
pink dragon? Did
Oh.
I say no purple dragons?
One
my
eye,
goodness.
one horn pop up. What was that?
Want a flying purple people eater?
One
Yeah,
horn
flying purple people eat. That's a
fuck
dragon,
is
no?
that even?
With one eye.
Is that a penis?
That's a dick. That's so.
Like a
Do you guys
purple
remember-
mushroom? Is that a purple mushroom, Gordy?
It's a purple mushroom. It's the Fred Schneider's. Do you guys remember Fred Schneider's "Monster in My Pants"? There's a monster in my pants, and it does the dirty dance.
No,
Yeah,
that-
I
yeah.
never heard that.
No, that's a
that
deep cut.
was that was a gay voice.
That is the it's Fred Snyder. You don't do it any other way.
I don't know who Fred Snyder is, but he seems
The guy
fun
from
to
the
call back.
B-52s.
I want Fred Snyder
okay.
on the next episode.
Yeah, yeah. You could totally pull off Fred Snyder now that you're shaving.
No, I can't do that.
You see a spank on the and Layla and Abby can be
15
like
miles to the
tin
left,
roof rusted. Sorry. That used to be the song I at every single fair I ever went to in my life. And they had one of those video things where you would like karaoke in a video.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time I walked by one of those in my whole life, whoever was inside was singing Love Shack.
For real. Yeah.
It's like it's like that must be like a girl's first karaoke song or something. I don't know.
It's a horrible song. I was never a B-52s fan.
No, it's the worst. B-52s. It's the worst. That is the worst music. The B-52s might be the worst music.
It really does suck.
think so.
It pops up on my playlist.
I think they're
Shiny,
worse.
happy
They're worse.
people laughing. Shiny,
And that's
happy
another one that
people.
sucks. Is REM just plain sucks.
Roam
What up,
if you
donut?
want to.
I like Losing My Religion, though. That was a good song. Talking about REM.
That
That's me
Losing
in
My
the
Religion
sun.
could be the second
There's certain
song
ones.
behind my own lesbian Jesus. Losing my
So I always say about when I learned reality transurfing, that's when I lost my religion. It
Or,
helped
yeah,
me.
or we could make it do a bad religion. It's just
My
like
religion is
my
Layla.
lesbian Jesus.
I
See
am
her
all
on
about
the interwebs.
myself.
Losing My Religion is about Michael Stipe and gay, isn't it? It's dawning on me right in this second.
That's me.
I
in
don't
the
know
sun.
enough about him to reply.
Losing my religion. I don't know.
Or maybe
Yeah,
just being a
I'm-
philosopher.
I
and
can't
just
even
losing
deal
his
with
religion.
so many of George Michael songs now and Wham because I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is so overtly gay. Once you know,
Yeah. It is.
like it's so like once you hear some of these songs and you're like, oh, this art, like when the artist comes out of the closet and then you're like, oh, and
Even
then
like,
some of them you're like,
come a chameleon. Like,
yeah,
he
his
was never
whole-
hiding
bandmate?
that,
yeah,
right?
he wasn't.
Oh, I
even
know,
trying.
but I mean, like, well, his bandmate was the one that the song's about.
Boy George, yeah, the straight one.
Yeah.
Hey, wasn't
I don't know this music, man.
Boy George, so you know, attaches to the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Go on.
Doesn't
one-
Culture Club
Dorit.
tie to Malcolm McLaren too? Malcolm
I don't-
McLaren started the Sex Pistols. I think he started Adam Ant, which Adam Ant has a weird.
And Top of the
relationship to.
Pops.
And Top of the
Is he
Pops.
the top of the
with what's his
Pops?
nuts?
Jimmy Savile.
Jimmy Savile. They're connected.
Mhm.
Malcolm McLaren and Jimmy Savile.
Yeah. That made my head do a thing. I've been on a royal dig at some point this week.
Oh,
Because-
that reminded me. I had a random. I'm sure that someone's already come up with this before, but what if the Epstein takedown was actually orchestrated by Harry or William or something? Because it as someone already theorized on this before, because it took out Andrew and it took like Epstein ended up being like the easiest vehicle to present the throne to the next generation instead of letting the older generation fight over it.
I'll tell you, this is the Kevin Spacey theory is that the original Kevin Spacey video that comes out on Christmas, he's holding the royal cup and it's a threat. Him drinking in that video, we could probably pull up his Instagram and watch it right now. And because his last 4 videos are his Christmas videos. And then
Right, but it's
just,
him as Frank Underwood in some of them, right?
all of them, and then Underwood's who came back as Frank Underwood just recently? Obama. Didn't Obama just come out and just make some quote and say like, oh, like Frank Underwood? I don't know. This is weird. It's so
I don't
weird.
know these characters.
Hold on.
But go on.
From House of Cards. But Kevin Spacey is you know who Kevin Spacey is, right, Layla?
Yeah, I do. He's so.
He's the one. Yeah,
He's the ultimate man.
Kevin Spacey.
I think there's more manly men.
Do you not hear my sarcasm?
Okay, this is perf. I did find it. I'm like, did I dream this? Okay. And then President Obama does the first Frank Underwood impression you've ever seen.
Oh, that's not good.
For April Fool's Day, President Obama leaned toward the camera and did his best impersonation of President Frank Underwood from House of Cards. The short impression, which was not particularly good, ends with Obama joking.
Hello, everybody. This is not Frank Underwood. This is Barack Obama. Happy April Fool's Day. Frank learned it from me. Hey everybody, it is Wednesday and I'm about to go in the Roosevelt room.
So isn't that like Frank learned it from
That looked
me?
AI
What
almost.
does that mean?
But what did Frank learn from you? What does Frank Underwood do in House of Cards that he learned from you?
What is he known for? What's
Gay
his character?
sex? Like literally he him and his wife have like this weird open political relationship. Some people say they based the House of Cards on the Clintons, and like all this scandal, even sleeping with a reporter, all these deaths, all these killings, and then the ultimate House of Cards is that the wife is always playing the husband to like ride him to the top, and then she becomes the President Underwood. Because it was all set up during this perfect time of the Hillary presidency too, that if we were sitting in the first and second term of Hillary, then they gave us Robin Wright Penn, the right Penn, to play Hillary Clinton almost in the House of Cards character. Obama. But it's weird because his lover, like the whole thing is kind of a Frank Underwood storyline where the chef just dies and we never hear anything about it again.
Oh, and he goes to Bohemian Grove, which is one of the most key parts of that entire series.
Does he really?
I don't know if Obama's ever been there though.
The Bohemian
learned it
Grove
from
is so
him.
fake. It is so fake. Did you guys not see like those people who went into the Bohemian Grove and we went behind the owl and it was like a cutout of this wood model that they had? It's all fake. It's a fucking louche. It's a louche for us. They want us to believe in the
It
Bohemian
looks like a
Grove.
set.
It is. It's a fucking louche.
I think that there's a very real chance that there's a bunch of rich people that go and do gay stuff in the woods every once in a while.
That part might
Yeah.
be like the real part of it that we don't see because they
It's
don't
not
show us
there.
that, but they show us the fucking
Well,
fake
that-
fucking owl with
They
their
do gay
fucking.
shit everywhere.
Come
But
on.
my understanding of the whole Bohemian Grove was that originally it was made for the artists because the artists were sick of doing work for all of the businessmen. So every once in a while they were like, "Hey, let's just go out into the woods and just do art that we want to do, like true bohemians." And then they
Who was
kept
the
doing
first
that
one to
until they
talk
ran out of
about that
money.
though?
What's that?
Who was the first one to talk about that? Alex Jones brought it to
No,
the
no.
public.
This was all written about in like the 1880s when it was founded because it started by artists, and then they ran out of money to do their
Yeah,
summer
tell
camp
us,
thing.
Thomas, you Freemason.
How do we know that's real? How do we know it's real? It
I've
could've
been
been like a-
I've been exposed everywhere I go. I get exposed. There's nowhere
Just
left
to
for
get
me anymore.
exposed is one of your dirty-
Can't believe
Is
you're
there
in a
no hope
secret
for a widow's
society.
son?
It's
Get your own, make your own secret society, you little bitch.
You know what? I just learned recently
You can't
too.
be a
that
part of our secret
if
society.
I ever get called out,
No, sir.
you have to put the hat
Blackball.
on. This is actually a rule that I just learned.
Yeah, you have to. It's
Whenever
like
you-
it's like the cop thing that you try to once you call a
Yep.
cop, like, are you a cop? They have to tell you so you don't get busted.
What a dick! Whoever made me
Yeah.
do this is kind of a dick. There it is.
Anytime that you call a mason out,
You
they
look so
have to
dapper.
tell you, and then they have to put the hat on.
Why is there a
So-
double eagle and my Albanian flag on there?
I can't tell you.
I don't know.
I'd
That's
have to
interesting.
kill you and everyone else listening on the live stream.
No, I mean,
He can't tell you because
you could- yeah.
It's that big D energy.
that's usually the thing.
I do
that-
gotta say that regarding
can't
that
tell you
whole
'cause they don't
incident,
know.
you did display the big D energy.
What
like for
incident?
real. I
Which
mean,
one?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, what incident?
What incident?
one where you exposed yourself.
I promise not to do
Wait,
that
what
though.
did I fucking miss? What are we talking
All I
about?
gotta say is there's a one thing that I went through in life that I've found one of the most, and we were talking about this earlier, that wisdom comes from making mistakes. And one of the things that I was thinking of is a lot of people get wise in prison because what a big freaking mistake. Even if it wasn't your whatever,
Whoa.
yeah, you're innocent. But you find yourself in prison, you found yourself in the wrong place at the very least. And that's a big blow to a lot of people's ego. And it's where they find God, and it's where they come back out and they change their whole lives.
Some.
And I went through, I'm not going to get into detail, but I went through the tail end of that. And a weird freaking dynamic that not a lot of people realize until they've been through it. Even if you see it on like a TV or a movie, you don't understand how real this part is. But when everyone knows that you're about to get out, if it's like your last week or your last 2 weeks, everyone, literally like your best friends, everybody is like trying to get you to get into a fight, trying to get some kind of
Yes.
reaction out of you
Oh
so
my
that you
God.
got to stay there longer because you and it's the dumbest shit. It's like I owe that dude a cup of noodles or maybe 3 cup of noodles, and he's going to be damned if I get out of here like next week without getting those. And it turns into these weird things like, nah, that motherfucker's not getting out of here. So just going through that very real mentality and like actually being processed and like, no, every person in here is just trying to get a rise. Everyone just wants me to throw a punch at some point, and that's how I lose. Having to go through that in the real world of people that are actually trying to get me in a physical altercation that forfeits my freedom in the real world. I feel like I've been like run through the freaking gamut. So, you know,
Dude,
like
I
a
know somebody
120
who went
pound
through your
vegan's
shit.
never going to shake me ever.
I know someone very close to me who went through that. And he has had moments where he's like, man, sometimes I wish I could just go back and not worry about all this shit that we worry about in this fucking simulation. It's like it's just so much easier in there. Like you have that you're not worrying about shit. You're just connecting to God. You're in this space like in a cave in a sense where you're just so like super in tune with yourself because all you have is yourself in there. And they're like, man, sometimes I know how crazy it sounds. I just want like sometimes I'm like, man, it would be nice just to go back in there so I don't have to
I
fucking
don't
deal with all
recommend
the
it.
shit.
For the
Oh, I
record, I
know.
don't recommend it.
I know,
Almost
but like that
everyone I
thought
grew up with,
of like,
almost everyone
I
I grew
get
up
it.
with did time, and a lot of them have that mentality and end up back there. Like a
Yeah.
lot of them.
They
Yeah,
just
I was
don't
thinking
like
about
this
the same thing
world
with
and they'd rather be in there.
people with rehab turn through rehab that way. Like, oh, life is just too hard, but my insurance will pay for it. So I'm just gonna go to and take a 30-day sabbatical
I get it
at
though.
the fancy
For
ass
some people, it's
rehab,
not
and
easy.
I get it, but you know
Well,
they treat
and
it like
in
it's
the
a
structure, you have somebody telling you what to do all the time. That's
right.
really what
Exactly.
it is. So it
Yeah.
allows you to be a
Responsibility.
permanent child. You can be a permanent infant. You can be a permanent like infantry. So
Yep.
you're a constant child. They want you to be a constant child. That's why
Dependent on
you
them.
are, yeah, that it's part of the being at the bottom.
They do and they don't want you to be a constant child. To them, they want you to be a constant child for them. But to be your like inner child is what they don't want you to be. That one that wants to explore the world and understand the world and is very blunt and very authentic and they don't give a shit what anybody has to
Oh
say.
no, that even
They don't
comes
want
out in there. And that's even the worst part is that inner child
Mhm.
when it comes out in there and it wants to explore and it wants to say the thing back and it can't. It has no freedom to do
Mhm.
anything. It has to, it's not allowed to go outside and play. It's not
It's like
allowed
it's
to.
trying to stream on YouTube live.
Like
It's
me
not
today.
allowed. And I feel like there's so much of like the prison industrial complex just the same as like the war industrial complex, like both of them were just to like take the masculine out, both
Yeah.
those things, just rip the masculine out and then brainwash it so it comes back a masculine that's built up by the state somehow, like if it plays by all these rules. I think it's bullshit. It used to be triggering to me. I don't give a fuck what you did. If whatever the time that the bullshit court system gave you and you served that fucking time and you don't get to vote again, makes me triggered.
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
can believe in voting or not believe in voting or whatever. That could be a philosophy debate for another day. But the idea that you don't get rights back after time served makes me insane. Like, what's the point
Yeah.
of the time served?
Especially since almost every person, like I said, almost every person that I grew up with did time, and it was all for drugs. And like in Oklahoma, they've decriminalized all drugs. So, doesn't mean that they're legal, but they're decriminalized. So it wouldn't be a felony anymore. You're not going to freaking lose your right to vote and do time in prison. But like what does that mean for other people that already have had to do that?
See, that's backwards. I would rather give it to people who actually like learn their fucking lesson, get out, and actually want to be back in part of society, whatever the fuck that means nowadays. But like, I think it's backwards. Why would you give like the voting rights to people who are under the influence of all these fucking crazy, insane fucking things like meth and heroin, and they're not in their right minds? I don't know because I don't do it, but
Do you
like I
think
don't
there
know
could
the
be a
state of mind.
functional heroin addict?
No.
Like someone that like can like navigate life and actually act, altruistically with everyone, but they
No.
just happen to be on heroin.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think I've
hydrocodone
seen
addict.
some like dozers, that dozed off, and I don't think you can. You're in a different realm. Like you're
What?
What is
What is
happening?
going on?
What the?
Whoa!
I never heard that in all the years.
That's a
and
trip.
and you know what else happened? Did you guys see it, or was it just me that two Laylas came up for a minute and then
Yeah.
one disappeared? Okay, I was like, did I see that?
Oh, I thought you turned it on and then shut it off or whatever.
You
Alright,
promised us
do you
that
know
Mercury
why-
was not retrograde anymore.
It's not retrograde anymore.
Do you know I have to keep coming back in and out? This is why. Do you know what I hear after it connects back on? Whatever happens.
Yeah, we heard that.
That's what happens. That's what happens.
I heard.
Yeah.
That's what
I don't know
it
what's
was
going
high
on today.
pitched and weird. Yeah.
Whatever.
Mercury
all
and
right.
technology have been testing me. Not triggering me though, oddly enough. Like usually
That's-
things that would be triggering with me with technology would have set me over, but I've just like in Mercury retrograde, I had to jump my car twice.
That tells you a lot about the metal and what it does. The
No, it was all
actual-
my fault. It was my
but-
fault.
The whole idea of Mercury retrograde and why Mercury has a lot to do with technology and blah, blah, blah. The metal itself and how conductive it is and the secrets that they don't share with us with that metal and how we can't. There's some high magic with Mercury that people are not understanding yet, but they will soon. But that's part of it, the magic behind the words Mercury retrograde and our technology, because there's a lot of Mercury technology within technology.
Does this have anything to do with
Talk
spinning
closer to
magnets?
your mic, my friend.
Me? Is it
Yeah.
me?
Yeah.
You mean
Yeah.
me? Is this better? Is this
Yeah.
very NPR? Sweaty balls. What were we talking about? Sweaty balls? Sorry.
Mercury retrograde.
Mercury
Your
Gatorade.
sweaty balls retrograde.
Mercury. No, I always thought that like spinning magnets and Mercury was always like a thing. Like, have you ever heard that?
What about it?
So there's all these ideas of those ball courts in South America where they used to play ball with somebody's head. Apparently some of those that they had found had like pools of mercury in like a centerpiece kind of thing. And I always wondered what they were using that for. And it was like in a kind of a circular, like toroidal kind of stone dish. What is it?
I'm really just watching like you talk with your hands with a microphone in your hand, and then
Not good. Sorry.
you're like,
We're learning.
So I caught
This is how we get wisdom. Because we make mistakes. And then we correct those mistakes.
It's
And then
okay.
that
This is
becomes
only our
annoying.
like second or third
This is
show on
gonna
this
be
channel.
Cheney, I am so
It'll be
sorry
fine.
about
It'll
this
be fine.
fucking whatever's going on in the in and out. I
Oh my gosh,
apologize.
it's
I have no
it's
control
okay.
over it.
I'm glad it's
sorry.
over here.
Yeah.
This is where we practice.
Sorry, chat.
This is
Sorry.
where we have our leggings on.
Yeah.
YouTube says we're not ready for prime time for the next few weeks.
Fuck CIA, bro. Motherfuckers. I'm tired.
Are we?
of
We're
them.
technically in like detention right now, so this is like the detention hall, right?
So we get
Yeah.
to talk shit about the teachers.
The cool
ISS is
kids.
what we call it.
We're in ISS right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cool
Did you
kids.
guys spend time in detention?
Yeah.
For real. Yeah.
I was the good kid, straight A student. I cried if I got in trouble for like accidentally forgetting to do my homework and not turning it in on time. So no, not until high school.
I got
used to
good
get
grades,
in trouble for not being
but I
in
got sent
trouble.
out of the room like I got sent out of the room. I felt like once a day by one of my teachers. I got sent and sat in the hallway a lot. I had to sit on the side of the room since I was a young kid. Like I had my own private desk over on the side.
Troublemaker.
I got sent to the library a lot. The dean I became really good friends with the first time I went to a Rancid concert. My dean got me tickets because it was just like his buddy was the bouncer at the club where this punk band played. The high school, I got my grades and then I tried to political my way through. Like I tried to get into the dumb kid class that you could just work at your own pace and do the computer. You know how there was that class in school? I tried to do that class because I felt like if I could work at my own pace, I'd be done in 3 weeks. Because I felt like the teachers were holding me up, but they told me I wasn't allowed to do that because my grades were too good. So I was like, huh. So then when I turned 18, I signed myself out of high school.
Yeah, I was good up until high school. And then high school came and I got sick of being bullied. And the school that I went to, I had to like completely change my identity. Like I had to. Or either I would be like picked on, like, and probably beat to death or something. I don't fucking know. But I became like, hood rat, if you want to call it, like slicked hair, big
A little ghetto
hoops.
boo.
Yeah, like, ghetto fab, Nike
Tucson,
Airs,
you'd be a Mongo, yeah.
Jordans,
I'm
North
seeing some hoop
Faces.
earrings.
Yeah, all that. Oh my God.
Sweet.
Yeah, because
I picture that.
I went to
Clapping.
school across the street
How
from
big was
the
your
cruise
knife?
projects. I didn't carry a knife because I became cool. I don't know how to explain it,
How
but
did
like
you
I
feel cool
became
without a
like,
knife?
I don't know. Maybe because I was Albanian and the Albanians were like cool with all the Bloods and the Crips and the whatever. Like they didn't have any beef. They respected each other because, Albanians are like Besa, like they only jump in when they need to jump in. They don't look for fights.
I have the
If it
hiccups.
comes to them, oh shit, somebody's talking
Are you
about
kidding
you.
me?
The real hiccups.
Mention a name. Mention a
No,
name.
do the fish thing. Do the fish thing.
I'm not a fish. I forgot what I was supposed to
I'm
say.
no longer a fish.
Oh yeah, I'm no longer
I
a
forgot.
fish.
Or I'm not a
I'm
fish
no
anymore.
longer a fish.
But yeah,
Is that
I
like
had
do you have to just say
survive.
it out loud just once and then it fixes
I don't
it?
You just
know.
have to say it until it stops.
I think it's done.
There you go. Proof.
Okay, I guess it
Illuminati
worked.
confirmed.
You all the fish thing.
You should have
Shadow.
waited though to see if you kept getting the hiccups though. Because it could.
No, I had it longer than when I said it.
Oh, okay.
Like
gotcha.
I had it for longer and then I was annoyed. Like I was triggered enough that I had to say it aloud. I have the hiccups. Like I was like, is this the hiccups? Like, are you kidding me right now? Because there's a wives' tale. If you get hiccups once in the day, you'll get hiccups again in the day.
Mm.
Or like sneezes come in threes.
My sneezes don't.
Oh,
Mine
I
either. I
don't.
I'm a
wish they
one-time
did.
That's like a big one.
The sneeze is like the second best feeling to an orgasm.
It really is.
I think here's one I'll relate to it. If you really have to pee,
Yeah,
and
then you pee. Yeah, I agree. That one too. That's
Sneezing
three
is-
for me though. Sneezing is better than that, but that's pretty.
Sneezing is great though, but when you think about it, like what the fuck, that whole body reaction.
Okay. Have you heard of people who sniff pepper when
Like
they're orgasming?
glitch.
No.
Huh?
What's that?
Is this like a donkey
Okay.
punch?
You sniff
Yeah.
pepper
no.
when you're
So
orgasming?
what kind of
because-
weird Christian
because-
science thing is this?
It doesn't count.
Oh,
if you
this
both
is a
sniff pepper at
Sagittarius
the
thing,
same
okay?
time.
My Sagittarian friends were fucking and they were like, the sneeze is the second best feeling to an orgasm. So and it's your upper body.
This is gonna sound
So
Crowleyan. I already know it.
right before you
Yeah.
orgasm, you sniff pepper, so you sneeze while you orgasm.
Whoa. Get the
So
fuck out of
maybe
here.
just
Unnecessary.
be
I know
better
it's
to
unnecessary.
listen.
I've
Completely
never
fucking
tried
unnecessary.
it. I've
Wait,
never tried it. They tried it
don't.
and they
My
said,
guess
Maybe
is
until
somebody
you try it,
involved in
though.
that mix is like
I
they're
wouldn't want pepper on my vagina though. So
I'm trying
that
No,
idea is like,
and the
I'm trying it.
caryophyllene in it, like
you'll have to
nothing,
let me know.
nothing about
Like that.
the like it might make you sneeze, but the terpenes in it don't seem like they sit right at all for arousal. I'm just like,
I
your
like pepper.
orgasm game sucks if you have to start like, well, what else can we try? I don't know, get the pepper.
Yeah, this is a
Wouldn't
couple that
You're
were
like,
Yeah, but why the
together
fuck
you know what
not,
else
and
feels
though?
good? Shitting. Why do like like that's where they're like it just gets weird.
I don't like
Sneezing.
shitting.
I feel like when a person sneezes, they can't like. There's that thing you can't even keep your eyes open.
yeah.
I'm like, you know how much this is real life. I'm like, you're telling me during sneeze, everything's gonna stay going the way it needs to be going. Like usually, girls are like, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, and then somebody
You just gotta be on
sneezes.
top. Girl got
It's like
you gotta
bloop.
be on
I don't
top.
know. But it's like getting
I
the
think that
shivers.
can
That's a
take you
good
out.
feeling too. When you get the shivers out of nowhere, it's like, ugh. Like
I don't
that's
know.
good
It's kind of
too.
like one of those things where it's just like, have you ever had a rose petal pussy? I don't need a rose petal pussy. A pussy's good. Like it's
Yeah.
just like the thing's already the thing. Like so it's like an orgasm's already an orgasm. Why
But
do
have you
you
ever had
need
one on weed?
yeah, have you ever had a chocolate covered orgasm though? Like it just
Have
seems
you ever
like
tripped on shrooms?
like it's an orgasm. I don't know, but like a sneeze is a sneeze.
No,
I'm
but
just
it's
I'm
not.
getting flashbacks of
Jamie, it's not though. It's
well,
really
it's like the
not.
dust
Like
till
Bro,
dawn, each
in
parent,
the
the
right?
experience is
comparison
different
even
on
of
the
sneeze
diff-
and orgasm, I feel like they're not even in the same ball field. It's T-ball in fucking like like
Major League.
all stars of the major leagues. And to compare an orgasm and the sneeze is make me think that your orgasm hasn't been that good.
I don't know. I've had
But what if
many
it's just the cherry on
experiences
top?
with
It's like the
without
extra.
In the
stuffs
theory.
and different
'Cause
things. Like
Well, a
That-
sneeze is like an orgasm for your nasal passage. So it's like you're combining two different ones at the same time, but you'd have to coordinate it pretty well. And then you're someone ends up with snot, right?
Hey, but what if
Yeah,
a girl
that's
like
too
makes
many
it like
things.
finger cuffs if you're doing it from the top
Keep
and
it
the
simple.
bottom?
mic check.
What if let's say that you could do those two? What would be like a third thing that you would add on top of the sneeze?
Cleaning your ears.
Oh god, someone pulls out.
Because cleaning your ears is like
is
that'll
pretty
make my
good.
eyes roll back in my
Oh,
head.
yeah.
So if I could get somebody that I'm like, girl, you
Oh,
right
yeah.
there, girl, you right there.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
And I'd be like,
I can't get
oh my
down with
god!
this.
And then to
You're
add to
lying
it,
like a dog.
somebody scratching your head
Oh my god, yes.
Oh, one of those head massagers. Have you?
with
Yeah.
those little weird sticks.
Those feel amazing. Yes.
Okay.
Those little weird
foot
dollar
massage.
store plastic alien hands.
Yeah.
Yes, they're great.
They are. They're so weird that they feel that good.
It is so weird.
I think I have one in the office.
What's this? Like
somewhere.
it looks like because it's always on a long stick
And it
that
fucks your hair
extends,
all
and
up.
it-
Too. You're like,
Make
oh
sure
my
that all
gosh.
I
stupid
love that
looking-
thing though.
I know.
They put
it
those
gives
there
you
because the
chills.
dollar
Scalp
store
massage.
only has one
massage.
person. You have to wait there for so long. But for real, ears to
Wait.
me, that's better than a sneeze.
Okay,
That's better
has
than a
anyone
sneeze.
done an orgasm thing without actually penetration and just like doing bodily things? Or like has anyone achieved orgasm through that?
It's
Wasn't
called
this
dry
Heath
humping.
Ledger,
I
right?
have through
Wasn't it the Heath
music.
Ledger movie?
Wow.
Like on a substance through music. No touching, no nothing, just by music. And
Well,
that's
would
a
a dream
thing.
count? Yes, it does, because it does actually physically give you one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have had orgasms by no touchy.
Hmm.
I don't think that. I think that's like part of the whole experience of it. But I think there's levels to the game though.
Yeah, gotta know what you're fucking doing. That's all. Just gotta know. Gotta be smooth with it.
There's
Do
levels
water
to the
jets
game.
count?
That's a nice tool.
Don't you even think water jet in your
The
ear?
waterbation? Oh, I thought you were talking about waterbation. I'm sorry.
So what if
Oh, like
was.
a shower head?
He was.
Oh, that's what I was
like a neti
talking
pot?
about.
That's
Like
next level.
jacuzzi.
That is-
Yeah,
That's
that is
better than a
pretty.
sneeze.
It,
That's
yeah.
where you can
I
take
like
it
it.
to. I think guys
It's
and
kinda
girls
nice,
alike
though.
could take it to the next level with that, and like better than pepper.
Can we throw like
Yeah.
a neti pot in the mix? Like you're
Yeah,
draining
I'm
your
telling you,
navel.
neti pot. We gotta get
Nah.
a neti
Yeah,
pot.
We just want the
clean
fluids
one
all running,
this
man.
That's like a
clean this
douche.
ear,
Get
and then
get your
you have to
I
breathe
don't
with
want
your
a
mouth open
douche.
like this. Yeah, your mouth, and while you drool, and then somebody can just stick a cock in there.
like somebody's dental
The neti
fetish,
pot,
and
I'll
they
just
got
keep
the
for
little
the
sucker
nose.
thing.
Oh my gosh, I would be next to their bed. I don't swallow.
Too
Hold
fucking
on, I got
bad.
it. Hold on, he's got all his equipment. Hang on.
Yeah. You put their legs up in that old school hospital
yeah,
bed, how if
stirrups.
somebody had a broken leg.
Yeah, yeah.
No, like not stirrups
okay.
like a pregnant lady,
Like-
but that old chain that they hang the cast in for, or like you put their legs in that, they come in,
A
you're like,
traction unit.
do you want to come up for a nightcap? And they're like, fuck yeah, I do. And then you're like, okay, would you like to take us to the bedroom? Fuck yeah. And then they walk in and it's like a 1920s hospital bed and with a dentist thing next to it, like
It's surgical tools next to
yeah, they're like, what the? There's a big bowl of black pepper.
You gotta add a
Thing of
gynecologist.
Q-tips.
You gotta add the gyno
And
chair,
fish sticks
like the
for some
gyno
reason.
table in there in the mix. The gyno table
With the stirrups?
Uh-huh. This is perfect. It's the perfect levitation. Perfect. This is perfect.
What
Man, oh
What
man.
else is triggering?
Not having sex.
Was that another trigger?
That's a trigger.
It's a trigger.
Yeah.
I find it triggering when people always like are so just so binary. It's A or B. It's right or wrong. It's black or white. And it's
Yeah. I
not
agree.
everything is yes or no. It's a fucking there's a million shades between black and white. Trust me. And I don't know. I just get tired of fucking battling with people over like I don't want to battle with you. I don't give a fuck. Like you want to say A or B, I'm saying that it's neither one of those,
real?
but
Devil's advocate, there are some very binary things, clearly. Like, did you just spit in my glass? Like that's like kind of a binary. Like, I don't want that to be on a sliding scale. I
I
want
might
that one
have
to be very
drooled.
binary.
That was see, but drool could I
But
didn't
here's
spit
the-
in your glass.
Yeah, I don't even like if you're like most people.
It's a two.
I'm judgy. Here's the thing, for real. You're like, oh my, I'm like enjoying this, drinking it, and you'll be like, hey, Chady, can I have a sip of that? I sometimes will drink after people, and sometimes I don't want to.
Same.
And so I'll be like, nope. And then
Oh,
if you're sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so good, try it. If you try it and like it, I will buy you your own. I don't want to share it.
Same.
It triggers me. I'm just like,
For real.
I will just get you. You're like, oh my gosh, that's so good. And I'm like, do you want me to just get your own? Because we're about to leave this place where I'm never going to get this thing again. I've been craving this thing and I want this whole thing. Do you want me to get your own? No, I'll just have some of yours. I don't even want to share it.
No.
And now I feel like
No.
a dick that I have to say it because sometimes it happens in front of people that I'm like, this is what my wife does sometimes. This is triggering. Because I feel like such a chubby girl when I say this, but I don't give a fuck. We'll be out at a restaurant. There'll be like 3 or 4 couples. And we're all, have separate tabs. There's too many of us. We're husbands and wives and wives and wives, whatever's going on. So we order our shit. My wife is always so hospitable that 100% of the time she orders her shit, I order my shit. Sometimes we'll be like, do you want to share? And I love when she does this. It's so far and few between, but I think this is one of the best things couples can do when you get to try a whole bunch of things because you guys share well.
Mhm.
So, okay, let's share. our shit comes to the table, she'll be like, "Oh my gosh, you guys want some of our fucking stuffed mushrooms?" I'll be like,
That's
"You
But there's
so
only
fucking
5,
sweet.
and there's 6
Why?
people
Why?
here.
She's so hospitable. It's so sweet. Guess what? Me and her just ordered this pulled pork sandwich and these stuffed mushrooms. And when she starts handing them out to the whole table, this is my dinner. And I wouldn't have shared with her because if I just got my normal sandwich like I wanted to get, I would fill myself up. And then if I have extra, do you guys want my french fries? I know I'm not going to eat all this, but she will give away stuff like, babe, we didn't
I like
we're
her.
both hungry at home. She's the sweetest. We're both starving at home, making dinner again. And I'm like, why did you give away all of our appetizer? Like just because it's the appetizer, like it's just sometimes it's one if we're at our house that you guys are coming, full spread. Eat
See,
to
for
your heart's
Albanians, that
desire.
is gold. Do you know that?
Eat to your
That
heart's
is
desire. If
that's
I go
gold.
out to eat and order my thing, I just want my fucking thing. I don't want to share it with everybody. I just want my thing. Like I'm hemming and hawing about the menu. I just want it. But my wife is the most hospitable. I know.
I
but
love
it's
that.
triggering when she gives away my food.
Well, okay, so that's I get triggered over food because everything I eat is measured to the gram. Like I don't measure over by a gram or under by a gram. I measure it exactly right. And especially when I was in prep, I have been in a cut for over 20 weeks, which is 20 weeks is 5 months, but I it was even longer than that because I had a whole 11 weeks after that and I was in a mini cut before that. So I spent most of last year in a calorie deficit. So then I will measure my food to the gram and I'm starving. By the time it's time for me to eat, I'm a bitch. I'm hungry. I don't want anybody to talk to me because I just want to enjoy every fucking grain of rice on that plate.
That's
Like
why we
I won't
make her
waste
leave
one.
air
And then they go,
when she eats.
"Can I have a bite of that? Can I have a bite of your chicken?" Like, then I feel bad because I'm like, "No, you can't have a fucking bite of my chicken." And then I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm an asshole." Okay, fine. You can have a bite of my chicken, but I just measured that and I'm freaking starving and you can eat whatever the hell you want. And this is all I get to eat. Like,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah, I
And
feel
so,
that.
And when you're in, does anybody else want chicken? Does anybody else want
yeah.
chicken?
Are you
Anyone
sure?
want chicken? We're all looking at the same menu. Anyone? Everybody has the same menu. Nobody's ordering stuffed mushrooms for their
Okay, cool.
appetizer. We're positive nobody wants stuffed mushrooms. Okay, that is my meal.
Because I'm
I
getting
can't
it and
wait.
you
I'm
guys are not getting
starving.
any.
It's one thing if we all go out and I'm like, do you guys want to all get appetizers for the table? We're planning that. We're planning it. I'm not stingy. I'm not cheap. I'll buy your own stuffed mushrooms. Babe, did you just
Don't
give
take
out all
mine.
my meal?
I gotta say, I'm not in a calorie deficit anymore. So I'm not so much of a bitch about people talking to me when I eat. It's just like when you're starving, it's
No, I
different.
had roommates and I was on a strict diet at a time and I ate like almonds and strawberries and like my diet was so like I ate 10 things.
Yeah.
And sometimes I would come home and like all my almonds would be gone. And that was like my protein that I was like I couldn't wait for that part of my meal or
Yeah.
my eggs like that weren't hard boiled. Hey girl, I got you a carton of eggs. I want my hard boiled eggs that I hard boiled perfectly right now. I don't want a hard boiled eggs. Now I can't make my meal. And so it was just like, hey, I knock knock. Hey homie, can you just not touch that stuff? I don't care. You can eat everything in the house. I just need that stuff because it's hard for me to stay on
Oh, but
track.
now I want it. Like you're making me want whatever it is that you're talking about. Like, oh,
This is
so
this is why I
coveted.
like
No, but then
what
this
we
is
do
the
back
thing.
home, though.
Your passive aggressive shit, you're like, fine. So then you go buy 10 cartons of strawberries that just sit in the fridge and rot. Like,
Right. Yeah.
I didn't need you to replace it like that to just be
This
like a weird.
this is why I like it back home. What we do back home is have like a circle
Blah blah
table,
blah blah.
family style. Family style. It's whatever is served is served. Everybody eats in a circle. Everybody gets whatever portion they want. They want more, they go grab more. Everything is there for
Well, that's how I eat at my
everybody.
house.
Yeah,
That's
but
100% of the time
But
how we
when
eat
we
at
have all these
Yeah.
home.
choices, this is where that comes out of. Like, hey, this is mine, but then that looks good, and then that looks good, and
No,
then that
it's
looks
because
good.
I work hard for my money and sometimes I want to order expensive shit that I know other people eating
Yeah,
aren't going to pay for and they love to try it off my plate.
yeah.
Like sometimes I work hard and I want to pay for the extra thing. I don't want anyone to worry about what I'm doing over here. And so
She
that
worked
is why
hard
when
for the
people get
money.
nervous too, when we're all going out together and I'm like, I'm gonna get da, 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 or one's drinking a bunch. I don't want you on my tab. Like your tab's
Yeah.
gonna be way more than my tab. Like I don't want that. And so when I just order food, like, but I don't really. The triggering part to me is I feel like an asshole when I have to be like, hey,
But that's what
can
I
you
was
not
gonna
eat my
say.
chicken?
It comes from that thing from like you're not supposed to leave a wanting eye. You know, it comes from like a deep place, like of manifestation. When you leave someone with a wanting eye and you know, you're all there in a circle and you're all there in each other's presence, it's like a respect thing. That's where it comes from. It's like,
What's a
oh,
wanting
you see
eye?
this. It's like a wanting eye. Like you see something, you have your plate, but you see something else, and it's like, oh, you know, that might be better than mine, or I don't have enough, or whatever the case may be, or I don't have money, or they can't order the expensive thing that you're ordering, you know? And it's like, oh shit, man, I wish I could have that thing, man. Why can't my life be like theirs? And it's that thought that comes into people's minds when that you have that group mentality and everybody is sharing the same of what everyone is having in that instance. You're not going to have that feeling of anyone feeling uncomfortable because everyone can have whatever you're having. So it's like, don't leave a wanting eye. That's where it comes from in our culture. So that's why they like that whole idea that everyone served the same thing and not have that option of like, I want the steak and because I could afford it. It's like,
It sounds like
you're here in my
communism.
place. It is sort
Yeah.
of. It is sort of, but I see the beauty behind it because you're not leaving that because some people are a little, you know, they don't have what you have, but you know, like if you want everyone to be comfortable and feel how you feel and not make them feel less, like
Or
everyone can
some
have the
people want to
same.
spend it on booze, and I don't want
Yeah.
to spend mine on booze. I want to spend it on a delicious, extra juicy steak. And so you could drink your booze. I don't want a sip of your booze. Drink it up. Drink it until the cows come home. I want
Yeah.
this thing. That's why I'm going to this restaurant to get this thing. It's different than if
Yeah.
I'm making steak at my house. Everybody eat up. Like,
Yeah.
I just am like, this isn't yours to give away sometimes. That's
Yeah.
really what it is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not yours to give away.
Yeah.
And this is my thing. And it could be up to me if I wanted to give it away, but it's not up to you to give it away. And the second I have to adjust it and say, hey, I'm setting my boundary. Please don't give away my thing. Now I have to feel like an asshole because we're all
Yeah.
supposed to, oh, look at everyone wants this. Oh, don't leave any wanting eyes. Here, all the wanting
Yeah.
eyes. Eat my thing in the restaurant. Meh, empty
Yeah.
plate. Meh. Again, that's like that. If a man's cold, like if he asks for your shirt, give him your jacket as well. Cool. Now you're frozen in the snow.
Yeah, I guess that's the tradition in me, and that's where I'm like, "Hey, you guys wanna try a piece of mine and just taste it, and, like, see how it is?" I do that every time I sit somewhere. It's like, "Oh, you guys could at least taste what I'm having, so here's a piece," you know? It's like that. I don't know, because sometimes your dish might not look as appealing to the other person's, and I feel that way sometimes. I'm being real. Like, "You know what? Here, you could try mine," and be like, "Hey, do you wanna try mine? Mine's really delicious," and then that fucking, like, not have my whole entire dish, but you can taste a piece of mine, you know? It's that thought. I don't know. It's like a generous thought. I don't know. It's stuck with me, I guess.
How close do they have to be that you offer them some of your plate?
I don't care who it is. If you're at my table, hey, try a piece of mine. It's so delicious. I don't care. Like at least I'll have most of my portion. You could try mine. 4 or 5 people are at the table. Yeah, you could try a piece of mine. Look, I'll still have enough for me.
I feel like I've got a cheat code for this, but like I'm obsessed with hot sauce, and I've noticed that if I have a meal and I just start dousing hot sauce on it, not a damn person in the room is ever like, "Oh, can I
I'm
grab a
not
little?" It's
touching that
like,
shit.
yeah, exactly. It's fucking doused. Like
I'm
you might
not
as well just
touching
lick
that.
it all.
That's slick. That
Oh,
is
I
slick.
can't eat spicy. No
I
way.
used to like legit like travel with a little. I don't anymore, but I used to have like my hot sauce, and I would travel with it and like bring it to restaurants and shit. And some restaurants are like not fans of you like adding your own like home spices to shit, especially if they're a little bit
Mhm.
fancier. But
Yeah.
still, like if you're paying money for it, you can do whatever you want.
What's your hot sauce?
I went through phases, but I had this Reaper one for the longest time, these Carolina Reaper, and I also would travel with habanero oil extract. It was
What?
freaking delicious on everything. It's just
Dude.
straight up habanero oil.
I like green Cholula. I kind of have to have. I have to have green Cholula.
That was like the
I
mic
like
is
garlic.
just gone now. He just left it in the other
Garlic,
room.
anything. Just load the garlic in there, baby.
Garlic in everything. Garlic
I love
has to
garlic.
be in everything.
If
Start
I were to
everything
open a
with garlic.
restaurant by myself, I would name it everything garlic, and it'll just be dishes with everything just like garlic in it. Anything that you can think of that you want garlic in it, it'll have garlic in it. I love
There
it.
used to be a place in Los Angeles called the Stinking Rose, and everything they served there was with extra garlic. So if you went there with your date, you both ate like there was no getting out of the restaurant without eating garlic, so you didn't have to worry about that part on the date. Like, I smell like garlic.
So do I. Let's
Yeah, it was
slobber on
just
each
like-
other. Oh, shit.
Garlic doesn't sit on me. I can eat a clove of raw garlic right now and it won't be on me tomorrow. But if I eat a raw onion right now, you'll smell it out of my armpits tomorrow. Like, onion does not sit on me nice. Like, it's not a friend. But like if I eat a
Onion
red
sits on
onion,
you well.
yeah,
Garlic,
it's not a
really.
friend.
I
But
love it.
garlic, it doesn't. I don't have it on me at all.
The room
My
will
wife is
smell
the opposite.
stank breath the next day. Raw garlic, not cooked garlic. Raw garlic, poof, stanky. But I don't mind.
Jules, the other garlic sits on her, onion doesn't.
Really?
It's kind of funny because if I'm like working in the yard, like she'll like if we go to the beach and I eat a BLT or like a Publix sub or something, you know, and it has red onions on it, like sometime in the day, like sitting and baking in the sun, she'll be like, "You smell like body." She'll be like, "You smell like onion."
Onion, onion.
Onion. I never smell garlic
Onion.
on her. She smells it on her. And then her mom smells it on her like 2 days later. Her mom be like, "Julia, did you have garlic?" I'm like,
There's something really gross about that to me, of like being able to smell someone else and then derive what food produced that smell that you're smelling. I don't care if it's from a fart or from skin or from sweat. There's just something really weird
that's how
about
well
that kind of like
we
grosses
know
me out.
each other and the meals we're eating.
Yeah,
Like,
but honestly, people like literally hygiene is everything. Cause some people like fucking stink. Like, oh my god. Like, I don't want to
people eat
name names
garbage.
at work. Oh, that sour smell that some of y'all have. Like, what is that, bruh? Like, no, that's not cute.
it's not allowed. We actually in
not.
the restaurant, we
Oof.
have a thing that it's just a rule. And we make it a rule of like every like I don't care. Like I'll just become that bitch server. If your perfume's too strong and it overwhelms my plate of food, you're not allowed to wear that in my restaurant because I don't want to smell your good smell over my plate of food. So if you smell like sour laundry because you leave your stuff in the washer and didn't put it in the dryer in time for work and you just let it sit in there for a day or two, you're not allowed to overwhelm my smell of food. You got to go home. And I don't understand how grown people are like, "Well, I like my own stink." Cool, bro. Nobody else here does. And everybody's like, "Oh, it's masculine." If you're not a drinker, do you know how many people in restaurants aren't drinkers? 0.10%. So you have to be so clean of alcohol for you to not be a stinker. Otherwise, your sweat smells like asshole. And so the amount of people that don't wear deodorant and then they start sweating and they're alcoholics and it's alcoholic sweat, it's like, get the fuck out of here with that.
For
It's
real.
so gross.
Hygiene is important, y'all. I love smelling good. That's like my number one thing. I need to smell good. Like, that's a no-no. Don't do it. Ugh, that's a trigger. Major.
Fresh. I love being fresh to death.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a
Oh, yeah.
dolphin.
Yeah. Squeaky.
I'm like, oh, I'm so smooth everywhere. Mhm.
I had a bunch of people in I think it was like high school. I had this art class that came right after biology class, and for a large portion of this biology class, I was doing this experiment where you put like dye on top of sliced onion, and you can kind of like use it to trace the paths of like the cell walls, or I can't remember the exact premise of this thing, but I was doing it like every single day. It was like my special project, and I don't know, 12 or something, and I don't read a fart sommelier, and I don't.
That's a song. That's
I don't.
like
I don't remember exactly, but I would be handling these onions the entire time, and like the bell would ring, and I would just like grab my shit and run and go to art class. And this happened for like a few weeks back to back to back. And I guess I was running over there with like literal onion juice all over my hands and all over my arms. And I'm not smelling it because I've been handling it the whole time. But I would go into the room and it would just like knock half of the room out, and people were like complaining that maybe I was homeless, that I was like not showering, and I couldn't understand it. Like I was getting like talked to, and people were telling me, and I was like, I'm taking shower, like everything's fine. And then I finally put two and two together. It's like, idiot, you're fucking rubbing your hands on onions and then just like walking around. But it was a hard lesson for me to learn over the course of 2 weeks.
No, oh, onion.
Onion. Onion.
And then I'll say it French. This guy smells like onion.
Onion.
No, there was one day when literally the girl next to me was just like, who the hell smells like shit? And it was like a very big fucking event.
Yeah, there's someone.
Oh, poor Thomas.
Well, I didn't know it was me. So I was like, yeah, who smells like shit?
I don't like that smell. Ugh.
I am
Like
not
wet
stinky.
clothes. Same.
I'm not a stinky
Same.
person.
I get complimented every day that I smell good, and I love it. It's like the highest form of like compliment.
I'm in search of a new smell. I'm in
You have
search
to
of a
get
new
Layla.
smell of myself right now.
I would
Nah,
Layla.
it's like
It's
a
a real perfume. It's
specific.
called Layla.
It's
It's
not
called
for, but it's not a. It's probably not for me. It's probably a
no,
beautiful
it's a
little
very
feminine
fresh,
smell.
clean scent. It's called Layla, the essence of
Think
Norway.
about the profit margin on just selling your scent in a bag.
Yeah, I should.
There is a
Chat,
market
we
for
can chat it
that.
up.
I know.
You know
People have
where
fetish
girl
for
smells
underwear.
really good for me, but besides the obvious places, but I just think like this from like ear down to clavicle, I will take a hard whiff of Jules's neck. Like a hard, like I'll make her have chills like she just sneezed just by smelling her neck. Like I just think
I don't want this to sound creepy, but like my dog's head after she like just wakes up in the morning, like for whatever
Oh,
reason, that smell is like, it fucking gets me high. Like I
like my
see like
cats
the face
too.
of God.
Like I'll
I used to
sniff
say
my cats.
my old cat, I was like, her head in the morning smelled like a crown of strawberries.
Seriously, it's freaking weird, man.
Yeah, it was so weird. And it was just in the mornings that I was like, one day when I get her tattooed on me, I'm going to have black choir women behind her singing Sweet Lady Jesus, and she's going to have a crown of strawberries on her head. But I don't know if I'll ever get that tattoo now, but it used to be a fantasy. Because when she would kiss my friends on their forehead, and I was like, oh, you just been catized by Sweet Lady Jesus. And then they were like, yeah, like even friends of mine that weren't religious, they were like, I don't know how I feel about that. Like the whole thing feels wrong.
Well, you're going to hell now, but you've kind of been
Yeah.
anointed.
Yeah, it's good. Unless you're allergic to cats, you'll get a like rash and a cross on your head. Do you guys have any other triggering things before we skedaddle today on Playtime channel?
Oh my god, I have a list. Oh, it's
Do
not
it.
enough time. No, it's not enough time. We'll do
What
a
have we
part two
learned, though?
someday.
Oh, this is
Waking up
loud now.
early.
Okay, what are the songs we gotta do? Lesbian Jesus.
Moan.
And then NPC, you know
I'm
me.
hearing. Yeah. You
Oh,
know
yeah.
me? Okay.
Yeah, you know me.
Yeah.
I am not a fucking NPC. Just throwing it out there.
I'm thinking bluegrass for the lesbian Jesus.
That's what an NPC would totally say, though.
I'm not, bro. I say a lot improv on my chest. Fuck that. No way. No way. You would know an NPC when you see one.
I know
You
what
would
other
know
are
it.
some triggers, chat. You feel free if you
Oh yeah,
have those
Democrats,
random.
liberals, transgenders.
Yeah, the obvious.
You know, basic.
Are we just
Not
saying
that-
synonyms now?
You know what kind of triggers me?
Mm.
It triggers me the amount of grown ass men that walk around in my state, but every state, that wear college football gear, of a school they never attended from a town they never been to and then fight with people, either
Oh my
strangers
god.
or real life friends, about those teams as if it's a country they went to war for once. It's
Yeah.
like it's triggering to me. It's like
It's
so
Oklahoma in a nutshell. It's like you're either OSU or OU. So like, are you wearing crimson and cream or orange? And if you're one or the other, then you're like, it's like the
Happens in
fucking
conspiracy though too.
You know what also?
Hatfields
I
and
think it's
McCoys.
necessary
It's
though.
crazy.
It's like irrigation. It's like this resource is going to happen regardless. So society has figured out a way to kind of harness it and channel it in a way that's predictable. Because if you didn't have all these sports teams, then you'd have people that were like legit forming like little tribes in Hatfield and McCoys and shit. I feel like sports teams kinds of helps eliminate the concept of Hatfield and McCoys.
Yeah, because it kind of gives you a
It gives
natural.
them the outlet. Gives the
You know what triggers
gives
me
the
about?
the
but
mice.
would you need so
the-
many for just that idea of Hatfields and McCoys? Would you need so many
Yeah,
at every
because you
school?
need to disperse it more, like more surface area. Because Hatfield and McCoy, one of the big problems is that you amass this one
Yeah.
huge family versus another huge family. But imagine if it was Hatfields and McCoys and 20 other families. Now it's a lot like more little squabbles, and I think that kind of is what applies to professional sports, and that's why you've got so many damn sports teams. And it's not just because each city needs an affinity; it's because they kind of have to like keep spreading it out more and more. It would be nuts. Imagine if it was just like the East Coast versus the West Coast, and there were just like two football teams. Like that would actually result in people getting into major conflicts with each other, I would think, because now you've got these huge buildups of energy that are so hyper focused. But if you break that into hundreds of teams, that doesn't necessarily present the same sort of challenge.
Are you down with this weird ass sport in Venice? Is it Venice? No, it's someplace in Italy.
Ultimate
Where-
frisbee?
No. These dudes,
Squirrel
it's kind
throwing?
of an ancient. It's like a mix between. No, it's like a mix between squirrel throwing. You remember squirrel throwing? That sounds like a Florida man thing. No, you got me off. What was I saying?
Chariot races?
Chariot
No,
race.
you're
Mexican
talking
frog
about
humping?
The
some-
guys in old. It's like an ancient sport that they do. It's like a mix between rugby and MMA. You guys know what this is? In these 4 neighborhoods around this town, like every 4 years or whatever, they have this big all-out festival where these guys beat the shit out of each other over this seemingly soccer-ish kind of game.
No, I've never heard
And
of it.
it I'm trying to think of what it's called. Shit, I'll have to look it up. Anyway, it's an ancient tradition. It only happens like every so often, but these dudes become superstars. And
Huh.
like they talk about it for all year long, or maybe it happens only once a year. I don't remember. But I think they do it only a couple weeks. And these guys prep forever. They prep all year long for this 1 week. But it's for their pride of their family and their neighborhood. Like each one is this specific neighborhood in this town, and they represent just this
Like
just
a
this
clique.
family. Like
It's
this
not like Quidditch.
yeah, it's wild, and they have colors and funny pants and shit. It's really cool. I don't know. Google that shit. Ancient. Maybe is it Italy? I don't know.
It's like 1930s.
Yeah, it's very old apparently.
I wonder.
I wonder-
why they do that.
Oh, go on.
Netflix on it.
Why they do that? Just want to beat the. Why do you guys want to beat the shit out of each other, bro? What's going on? Where does all this anger come from, bro?
There is something different, I
Oh,
will say, just
know.
even at my core, and being around my brother compared to my sister, and like I just relate to guys in this way. Like I just wanted to climb. And me and my brother were rough and stuff and dirty, and like we were like in the pool and in the woods and in the beach and in the things. Like we were always doing shit. Where my sister, everything was orderly and clean, and like me and my brother were rough in a way, and like I know
So
I'm
was
an exception
I.
to the rule of
And
girls.
many kids that I knew.
No, but it's like when I really look at like little boys and little girls, there is an amount of like emotions little girls need to get out and physical activity little boys need to get out. Like even at bedtime for a lot of little boys I know, one of the things like moms should start after the kid eats dinner, let the kid run around outside and then bath and then bed. It's
They
like
gotta run. They've
yeah,
gotta
it's like
let it.
boys, not that girls don't have it
They get
too,
hyper
but
before
there's
bed.
this amount of energy in
Yeah.
like as girls are like learning their boundaries because they're becoming like something's going like you know how they're like girls mature faster than boys. It's like they're figuring out their emotional feelings in a way, but guys are becoming like so much stronger and bigger and faster. And then when they hit like 10 to 12 or whatever, like the voice pop off and then they become a whole new body. Like I don't know. I watched my guy friends compared to my lady friends, and they're handsy. They're always touching each other. Like it's so different than being around my girls.
Well, was it you who was talking about the boys all beating each other up on their birthday?
Yeah, like they're even wrestling. Like my guy friends, like there was a testing that we did. We never hurt each other, but we knew who was the strongest. And with my girls, we never touched each other in a way, but we'll hug goodbye and things like that. But it wasn't, or we'll like sit on the couch and look at pictures. Like girls are more touchy feely. That looks like, oh my God, like we're squeezy in a way and touchy, like when we're like sitting on a couch. But boys aren't like that. They have to have a space between them in the movie theater.
Yeah.
But when it's just them standing and like,
It's like
I don't know, it's not gay. Yeah, it's just like even like they're just slappy of each other, even if they just like meet. Like I
Hey,
watch
bro.
guys squeeze another guy's, like they size each other up in weird ways that are like a handshake, like a like they're feeling each other, wrist, grab a shoulder, hey buddy, like seeing, oh, that guy works
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, no, there's a
know
lot of
who
that,
the-
like, oh, bro, you're getting jacked, you know, and like grabbing the
Yeah,
bicep.
exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Oh, look at you, dude. Hey, what's up there? Hey, what you got going on there? Oh. I'm like, quit fucking touching me, dude.
Dude, Gordy with the
Jesus,
camera
stop.
interaction. Whoa, what you got there? Whoa.
I mean, if they weren't judged so much, I wonder if they just grab each other's balls to see who has the bigger
Oh, they
balls.
do.
They
That's
hit each
true.
other in
They
the
will.
that triggers me. If you hit one of my guy, if
Don't
you are
fucking
one of my
punt.
guy friends and you hit another one of my guy friends in the balls, I might like just kick
Yeah, no.
you. Like
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
like when any of my men get their balls hurt. Like it triggers me in this way that and I think it's from having a little brother that it's just like don't that could be so much more dangerous than just a kick. Like it's
Yeah.
like it's
You know what, though?
instilled in me.
Deep down, it's like the only, and I know this is like a weird way of phrasing it, but it's like the only non-gay way of touching your bro's genitals is if you cause pain. Like it would be gay if you were to just like gently touch someone's crotch, but if you fucking punch their crotch, like
It's
you
like,
could even use the same
"Motherfucker."
exact knuckles
Yeah.
that would touch it, but if you just cause pain, for some reason, it's not gay, right? Isn't that
Yeah, like
weird?
if you brushed your knuckles like this against their ball
Right,
sack,
now that's gay.
gay.
But if you just do like a yeah.
That's so true.
Pinch and roll, pinch and roll.
Oh, I'm just gonna purple nipple you real quick, but I'm not feeling you up.
Yeah, like if you were
Yeah,
doing
right,
like a
exactly.
purple nurple, but you were doing it like
Yeah.
gently. You know what I
Purple
mean? Like all of
nurple,
a
yeah,
sudden
yeah.
it changes the whole context.
Cheney Layla, do you know how guys actually scratch their balls?
No,
I asked this
they'll
question, so
pull
I
it.
actually
It
know.
sounds like a joke.
They
It
pull it,
depends.
right?
No, it's like no, because a
What?
woman really would think that, like when guys
No,
talk
it
about scratching their
depends.
nuts, you think that
It
they're like
depends.
talking about scratching their nuts.
No, I don't. I think like haven't you ever seen just one of the guys?
Yeah, but I don't. It's been a long time, but I did ask my male friends, and he said no. It's more of a you pinch it and roll it. I was like,
That's what I heard.
what?
Yeah, that's what I picture. You have to like get in there.
Yeah, it
Like
depends on where it is
Like,
too.
but as
Pull
a
the
female
skin.
though, that would never like when the guys say they
have
have
you
to
ever
scratch their
had
balls.
it
I'm like
itch
seriously
on
like
do you
what?
scratch your pussy inside?
I don't pinch and roll it. Do
I
you?
don't have to really
I don't
scratch
ever
it.
have an itch.
I don't either. I was like, that's what I'm like. I don't recall ever mentioning rolling
I'll have
it.
to pick a wedgie when it hits like the certain
Yeah.
flap the wrong way, you know.
It zigs
Yeah.
when it should have zagged.
Just pull it out.
Oh man, I've sent
That is
check-in
called a
pictures.
pledgy.
A pledgy.
I've got to be careful with my swimsuit bottoms before I send my check-in photos because that happens sometimes. And in the
Pledges
back
are
pose, you
more
can see it.
uncomfortable than wedgies. Just so
Yeah,
you
in
know.
the back they're like, Abby, can you resend your photo? You have a pledgy. That just made the worst.
God damn, I
Or,
sent that.
Like you put up a couple of pictures online and you're like just doing your shots and you're so enamored with like your tie-ins that you don't notice that you totally have your like
At least
Abby,
I check
half a lip
that
out.
before I post it, but like I catch it
if
after.
I ever
I
text
caught
you
it after I've sent it.
PUS in capital letters, your puss is out somewhere.
Thank you.
I can't get it out fast enough. It's like you know when something's about to run into a friend of yours and you're like, hey, bike.
I accidentally saw one with a tampon string hanging out too, and I was like, oh my god.
What
Like,
in the
it's
hell?
horrible.
Hey, it happens. It happened to me on the beach. I was like, oh shit, Tuck.
Damn it.
I am like
It happens.
sharks in the water.
Yeah.
I'm like
Why do
somebody
they
put
gotta
up the
make it
red
that
flag
long? The
I
string.
know, huh?
so you can get
The
your
fuck?
finger around it.
Just gotta pull it. I don't know.
I know we redesigned the Diva Cup on the show they took down. That could have been
Yeah.
that could have been why.
Somebody's $1 million.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It wasn't at the beginning when we were talking about it, like the beginnings when we were talking about all the stuff we like with that I
Jeez.
assumed it was.
Yeah.
It was
They're taking
toward
our
the end
ideas.
that they said. And I never got to press it to see what it was. I should see what the time frame is now and look on X or Rumble and
Yeah,
see
they're gonna
because
take
wouldn't it
our
be funny if
idea.
they took it down because of the Diva Cup?
Yeah. Yeah.
We
Mhm.
redesigned the Goddess Cup.
We did. We just made somebody $1 million, man.
Yeah.
Or more.
3D printing it right
Yo,
now.
I want a cut, motherfucker. Just saying.
Look at this is what I want to
But it
print
has
for
to play
Secret
music.
Society of Good Guys. I'm going to show you
Has to
here
play
because
the
it's not an invention,
SSGG
so I don't
theme
have
song.
to. This is going to be something that you'll eventually be able to buy on the Secret Society of Good Guys, but we'll obviously get it in our colors with a print on it, and
that a
you'll just be
funnel?
able to. Yeah, and you can just
Yes.
scoop up your grounded weed and put it right in your joint.
Oh my god, I thought that was a Venus.
Since we're talking, no, it's to pee
This is our new
outside.
I like
Hey,
the
So, ladies,
symbology
I have
pee
one of
outside.
those.
It's a shiwi.
The vessel,
We use those on show day so that you don't splatter pee on your spray
the
tan.
chalice.
Yeah, but
Symbology.
it like these
It's so
little
fucking weird.
rosies, like
Is a Shiwi and a Venus the same thing, or is one superior to the other?
I love that.
and then
I
you could
don't
just
know.
scoop your weed up. So if you're a girl and you have fancy nails, like
diamonds.
for the ladies, yeah. So girls have so many things that it sticks to their acrylic. Like the weed will stick worse than it does to your skin. So then this way they can take a little stick and pack their joints, but it'll be like
Easy
anyway,
peasy. Lemon
easy
squeeze.
peasy, beautiful smoking accessories for women coming soon.
I love it.
Yep. I had a business plan that I sat
Don't
last
say it on
week.
air.
I'm not. This is because it's too close. And
Good.
last week I was like, I think this would be a good business plan. And I thought about how I would do it and how it would be perfect. And then I thought about it to the universe. And then I said it aloud a few times about what I was going to do. And then I got a phone call from my favorite person that was like, let's do it. And I was like, okay. Like the first person that I was like, we should do this. And so I'm like, this is going to be good and quick and just like, yeah,
Nice.
working millionaire stuff where I actually think it all could be Secret Society of Good Guys stuff and fun later on. And maybe, yeah, I won't say anything else because then I might give it away.
Yeah, don't.
But
Because, assholes.
yeah, it's a good one. I think it's a good one. It's going to be real.
Nice. Congrats.
Brick and mortar. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
It's time for, me and the wifey always have a business. We always have one business going. It's been a while. And we still have a name of another business and a website that has a pretty good following, like 2 good, social media pages. Who knows? Who knows what will happen, but you guys will hear all about it very soon. You guys will hear about it first here.
On the secret side of good guys.
Yeah.
333.
333, that's when we go. I don't know if I can do it in time,
Oh,
especially
that's
after we
333.
run the ending. Do you guys have any other triggers?
Well, I want to trigger everyone to go
Cool.
and check out adultoccult.com, which is my new comic series that just dropped. That's got over 100 pages of adult themed comics. And I've already gotten a few people that have gotten their panties up
Naughty.
in a wad because of cartoon boobies, which has been kind of interesting. But if you like cartoon boobies, check out adultoccult.com.
Is there a coloring book where is there a coloring book, like a full page coloring book thing of Aleister Crowley having anal sex with Jack Parsons at that lake?
2 out of 3, yes. And I'm not even kidding. 2 out of 3 of the things that you just said, the answer is yes, but you're gonna have to grab a copy, and that's in issue
Find
1.
out.
There's 4 different issues. Issue 1 has got a full Crowleyan ritual in it, illustrated in detail over 12 pages.
Nice.
It is kind of crazy. It's like cartoons in pretty much every form. Like the second, if somebody drew a flower, the person next to that person who drew a flower drew a dick. Like there isn't any idea that there's something that is a holier than thou form of like, oh, you're not allowed to do that. That's just for kids. Like I see a lot of people where they're like comics are for kids or cartoons are for kids, but they're not though. Like anime, like some things have turned into art forms that they've groomed your kids with, and we've become comfortable being kids all brought up on cartoons that's what they were for. But all this stuff was created because some countries and dictators and things didn't allow porn and didn't allow this stuff. So they had drawings and they had art and they had paintings, or sometimes somebody would write words down of this is what Aleister Crowley did in the desert. And somebody would take all those pages and do one art piece. And you would see that depicted. Like, how many words do you think makes the Sistine Chapel? But I feel like it's so weird. The stuff that we're allowed to read if Manly P. Hall wrote it, but if you put it in a picture, you're drawing Mohammed all of a sudden. So there are these sexual rituals. We talk about the rituals all the time, and when they're doing it at the Super Bowl and Janet Jackson's boob is talking about it, that's okay. But if you put it in a comic, even though you're just depicting exactly what maybe Aleister Crowley wrote down in any one of his books, maybe not even the ones where he was trying to show you magic, maybe just some of his smut, like, I don't know.
Well, I did a test on this week where I've got one of the stories in this comic series is about the Statue of Liberty coming to life and banging all the other national monuments. But there's one scene in particular where the Statue of Liberty is like standing next to Mount Rushmore, and she's completely topless amongst like all these other statues. And it kept getting flagged for like, you'd have to click the, I'm an adult in order to see this. But then I went and found a picture of like Venus de Milo, and it's almost exactly the same shot, the same perspective, the same level of detail. But since the AI has been trained on Venus de Milo and all the other sort of like, like nude busts, those all get a pass. And it just makes me wonder, like, what's the difference between like a cruder drawing of like a breast statue versus a picture of one that's been trained. But like, we're actually being taught that AI is teaching humans now that no, one of these is acceptable because it's kind of been, once it's been seen by enough millions of people over enough time, then it's no longer the thing that the new novel version is.
Or we somehow become like, you're not allowed to do that to this thing we break down in the conspiracy realm, calling it a Luciferian statue all the time with these forefathers that are put on this mountain that we talk about in the conspiracy realm that they stole from the Native Americans. You're not allowed to do that because it goes against the thing I don't believe in anyway. And it upsets me because it's in the form of cartoon and I might not be a good enough parent. My kids might get their hands on it. And you're going to be the one that does that. and
I
I'm
hope
gonna
so.
judge you for it.
I actually hope I'm the one that does that.
It is weird though that
one of my
it's
favorite
than the
memories
stuff-
as a
the other
kid
stuff
was
they're gonna-
my mom accidentally let me buy a Terminator comic book, thinking like, oh, it's just robots killing each other. How bad could it be? And it was just like full blown nudity the entire comic, and I felt like I had hit like pay dirt. And it was just like such a monumental, and I guess maybe that destroyed my brain, but that was such a monumental thing. Like I want to like pay that forward.
It's like stumbling onto your first heavy metal magazine.
Yeah, I mean, it was
my
very
God,
much
tits.
like finding heavy metal for the first time, and like, oh, I didn't know this existed.
Or even like when you find your first esoteric book or your first book that's like the Kennedy assassination, the grassy knoll, and you're like, what? Like you just find your first thing that's
Murder.
outside of the yeah, like Charles Manson and the CIA. You're like, huh? Maybe Bohemian Grove's not real. What? That's not a book yet.
Not yet.
All right.
So,
By Abby's Yawn.
Sorry.
That's actually not triggering to me. I always think it's cute when somebody yawns and they say, it's not the company, or I apologize for my yawn. Like, I always think that's really cute. You didn't do that just now. I put that on you, but
Fuck you,
My
about
brain is
cousin.
oxygen deprived.
Quick question,
Nah, I'm just
Thomas.
tired.
In volume 6, and you choose Titans fornicating on Mount Kailash or something. Which two Titans do you choose?
Kronos versus himself. Like
Ooh.
Kronos
Like,
doing the Bach saga.
Fucking how do you depict Bach saga in the porn?
Ouroboros.
Porn
Yeah,
parody
it's the
version?
Ouroboros of humanity. You would just have Kronos eating himself, quite
Just
literally. He would be
blowing
eating his
himself?
own child, which is very Bach saga-esque.
Oh right. Oh my God. How do you depict Kronos?
Huge hog.
he doesn't even have to bend
doesn't
over.
even
Nah,
He
like,
doesn't have.
like a
He
fucking
just-
grandfather clock.
He doesn't
Right,
have to
it's
remove
his-
a rib.
It's his Prometheus, is him sucking his own dick for the rest of eternity.
Oh my gosh.
Well, maybe he likes it.
I did think it
Go
was
for it.
funny when I tuned in last night and you guys were talking about the Bach saga, and I think I even wrote it on Zyrtic's page that I was like, dang, I tuned in to watch a guy suck his own dick and I got to. Something to that nature. But I just thought if you guys want to what I think I almost feel like all of us need our internet breakdown tagged somewhere on this at one point.
Yeah.
That because that was your worst one, Thomas. Like it wasn't like an internet breakdown, like, but it's like when you just are like, oh my gosh, this is happening to me on air.
Someone posed a really good question to me that I'm interested. Was that the first time that this particular person broke down on video? Like, did I break the cherry, or is this just one? Like, was I serial broken down on? Like, are they going around breaking down on a bunch of platforms, or was like I truly the one that did it? Because if so, that's almost like a little bit of a badge of honor.
That's kind of
Great.
when I trigger people and get them to like, oh,
You could be an
this per-
Eagle Scout now.
It feels like okay, we talked about all the things that triggered us. Does sometimes when you trigger others, how do you feel about it?
It's to me, it hits different if you intend to do it, or if you just find yourself in a situation where you're like, oh wow, this person just got triggered unexpectedly. Like if there's intent where it's like you're about to push the button, that's more fun. It's not as fun when someone just randomly gets triggered and then you're trying to figure out what the hell happened.
True.
That happened to me this week actually, where it was I don't ever do this either, where I'm just like done with somebody because I triggered them unknowingly about something they took all about them that I wasn't talking about them at all. Like it was something that we were talking about on live air and I wasn't even talking about them at all, but they were like, how dare you? And I was like, "What are you talking about?" Like, I was so
Guilty
sidestep at first.
conscience or something?
At first I was all apologetic, and then I was like, "Wait, what?" Like, I just immediately went to my trauma, like, "I'm so sorry. And then I was like, "Wait, I don't want to do this anymore. I didn't do anything wrong. I wasn't talking about you. Like, I'm sorry I triggered you. Like, go do something with that."
Bop, 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 bop.
Yeah, like, I don't want to anymore. I don't want to anymore. That's the first time she saw it all episode. You've done it at her 5 times. Anyways, yeah, so I sometimes trigger people, and sometimes when I don't, if it's somebody I love, I don't ever want to trigger them, and I always try to fix it. And I am a friend like that. And so if after a while, if I have to be a person that's like, no, I'm not doing this anymore. It's like, whoa,
That's a
but
lot.
Cheney always Cheney
Mhm.
always does, like, no, but I'm not anymore. Like, it feels like, oh, but then when I don't like you and I trigger you, I feel like I'm losing you, and it makes me like, like, it feels so, like, if I don't know you online and you're really upset, or if we're never gonna see in person, or we're not
Yeah.
friends, or like it's in this amount of like we have a different opinion about some fucking book who gives a fuck
Trump.
about, and you're triggered by, I'm more like beside myself. I think like, here's me and here's me, and then one of me is like, fuck it. Like,
Yeah.
just keeps
I love that part. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah,
You know
blah.
what triggers me is people who think they know everything about something and think that somebody else doesn't know anything when the other person probably has read those books more times. I'm just saying.
It's not
I
even
just
a
figured I'd
book.
say
read them
something
at
about that
all.
too.
And it's not even a
Oh,
book.
I'm
And they
just
just watch
saying.
shit
Oh, I'm not just
online.
talking about one thing. I'm talking about multiple things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people
I
just have to be right.
I know. It's
That's
age though
limiting.
too. Do
That's
you think it's
limiting,
age?
though.
Do you think we're all like that in our 20s?
Probably. Very much in our egos,
Yeah.
egocentric.
I
It's a
remember
thing.
I thought I fucking had it together at 27, boy.
But you can also
Yeah,
be
no shit.
self-aware and have an ego. Like here's, I guess
Yeah.
I've got a litmus test
Everyone
that
has
I like to
ego.
throw people. But if you ask
Got it.
someone, "Are you a hypocrite?" and you get any answer other than "yes, of course," then it's like you can start digging into that, because the second someone says, "I'm not a hypocrite," it's like you can find one thing that that they are a hypocrite over. And if someone actually doesn't think that they're a hypocrite or gets offended at that concept, that's usually like a key indicator that they can be easily triggered. That's a guaranteed that you can trigger someone that says they're not a hypocrite.
Do you know
Oh,
what
yeah.
triggers me? Pedophiles. Pedophiles
Period.
trigger me.
Period.
And I love
Where are
that
you
Florida.
going where you're getting triggered by all these pedophiles?
No, I just see like perverted shit, and I've dealt with like
Hollywood.
pedophilia shit in reality.
Every
And-
Tom Hanks movie.
And honestly, it triggers the fuck out of me. And I love what Florida's doing. They passed a law to like death penalty these motherfuckers off. So I dare you, motherfuckers. Go ahead. If you're in Florida, go ahead. I dare you. Do it. Do it.
What's
See
the
what
deal
happens.
with that? What's the deal with that town in Florida where they have all the reformed pedophiles or whatever in that trailer park? Have you heard of this? There's a documentary somewhere floating around. Vice, I think, did it.
Oh,
Florida
I
has
don't
a
know.
whole bunch of, they have a town of psychics, and a town of midgets, and a town of pedophiles, and a town of old people, and a town of Disney, and a town of like Florida is
Swingers.
something. Yeah, it's
it's something.
well, I
It
think
is
that's how
something.
I mean, as crazy as it sounds, our whole United States should be like that. As crazy as it sounds, that's what your state should be like. I like that there's a tabernacle next to an ashram, next to who knows what cult, next to who knows what church, next to, because you're allowed to do that here. Like, it's your First Amendment to
You
do
can
that.
have
Well,
your own community.
why do we have certain countries who allow a safe haven for all these pedophiles, like Israel and Greece, and they get like freedom, like safe haven, safe pass,
Yeah,
jail
it's
out of
crazy.
jail out of free card, right?
It is a little triggering
Get
to
out
me
of
that if
jail.
you're like
Free
a
out of jail.
17-year-old and you're with a 16-year-old and you turn 18, like you are on some kind of list that like you have to be on the same list that somebody that diddles kids has to be on.
Yeah,
Like
that's
bullshit.
there
it's
is some
appear
kind of
still at a certain age.
yeah, I feel like it should be like a
If you went to high school together, it's come on.
yeah, there should be something
You don't
that
marry
is
somebody your exact same age.
yeah, and someone's parent just gets mad and then they put you in a system. Like there should be something like colors. You know how they're like, we're under this terrorist threat. Like that person's green and that person's fucking red.
You
But
got to
then
knock on the door when you move in. You're like, don't worry, I'm just a blue. I'm not a green or a brown. I'm just a blue.
it's already on there on the map so that all the fucking people can look up everywhere. I think it's so funny that it's like everybody had to get, you know, we all tracked if we're sick or not on our phones. And then there's little websites that you can put in on every single state or county where the sexual predator lives. But then people are like, I can't believe I live in this neighborhood with this sexual predator. And I'm like, I can't believe everybody in the neighborhood lets that guy live there. Like, I
For
just,
real.
isn't there some kind of natural law thing that
We don't like no kind
like,
around here.
yeah, like isn't there some kind where the guys like pull up with their horses
Yeah,
at
we used to
night
have cowboys that just got a posse and just hung them.
and be like, we don't care where you stay, son,
just-
but it's not going to be
they're
around
not gonna be
here.
around here. You're
Yeah,
gonna pack
fuck
up
that.
tonight, son.
Our women and children are going to be safe around here. To keep it a lawless society, to keep the anarchy, we got to keep out the trash. So it's like
Recently,
somewhere there has to be an anarchy protector.
recently, this fucking guy from he was some kind of military, high in the military. He went to meet a 7-year-old with a 7-year-old to go have sex with at a hotel room, and the cops came out. He was some kind of marshal, I think, some 50-something years old, meeting up with a 7-year-old. He pulls out his gun. The cops just pop, 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 gun him down. Like they set up the trap for him. Like I'm loving this. Like enough is a fucking enough. Like the attraction for kids is fucking sick, y'all.
They should have like when they do those sting operations and then like all the cops rush in and they grab them. They should just have like a gun that conveniently like the perp will just find on the way in and like pick it up, and now all of a sudden they've got
Yeah.
like
They're like, what's
Oh
this?
shit. Ooh,
Get
I'll
'em.
take that with me. Just in case. I love that. That's brilliant. That's fucking
Would you
brilliant.
guys be into like a Running Man type show where they took criminals and we watched them make it through layers of like
I would love to watch that.
but then if
But
they
in the
win,
end,
they
they
get
all
their
die.
freedom.
No,
yeah,
no,
see,
no,
that's the
fuck
whole. That's
that.
how you
No.
make them run.
No, we'll lie to them. Fuck them.
I don't think they get their freedom, but they should get whatever rewards they can have within the
prison.
confines of like a prison system. So like maybe they get ice cream sandwiches, or maybe they get things
Like
that
little
are
rewards.
inconsequential
gladiators
overall.
Okay,
You're gonna fight for
like
fried
TV
chicken
on
for the rest of your
Tuesday.
life.
They get the root beer flavored booster shot.
Okay,
Yeah, I
I
like
could
that.
be into that.
Is it pay-per-view?
Thomas for president, bro.
I'm gonna go to the platform of root beer flavored shots.
I know. I can't wait till Layla sees your last episode.
What
Oh,
last
yeah.
That's the whole
episode?
funny thing that anyone that watches tonight.
Hasn't
Wait till
known.
Layla hasn't seen.
I didn't
No,
watch the
I
whole
haven't.
thing
What?
either.
Of what?
Oh,
What episode?
I'll just
What?
tell you this. Like
Thomas.
I had graphic freaking anger. Like I was actually pretty
I was
pissed off
shaking a
about
little
that.
bit.
Oh,
I was
of what?
pissed.
What though?
I know.
I was triggered.
So
But I
will-
literally
Treat
was
my
like,
friends bad.
I will
I would
explain
take
it.
this
Like, fuck
person's
you, man.
balls and I would fucking squeeze them until they fucking popped out because he doesn't deserve to have any.
Realities
So-
are Xerxes, Paranoid American, and Old World Florida did a show that you can find on one of their channels, and it was on the Box Saga. And somewhere, like just watching like a novice, I showed up at first live, and I showed up like I don't know, maybe the show was like a half hour to 45 minutes from over, and so I was just like, "Hi, this is me walking in the room. Hi, oh look, the Masonic Dykes here. What?" I'm not
my
used to that
God.
reception when I walk in a room. I'm used to like, but I went to Old World Florida's channel, which would watch it. I'm from Florida. I watch business about all the stuff going on sometimes. And I didn't even know anyone else was live. It just happened to be my first one that showed up when I opened my YouTube. So I went to it, and so I'm like, "Hi." And then it was weird toward the end anyway, but then I was like, "Oh," and people kept saying, "Go back and watch the beginning. Go back and watch." But you can't watch the beginning.
It's at like exactly an hour and 1 minute is where it kind of starts getting weird.
But I didn't know how. I had to later after so then I talked to Abby on the phone while it was on. I turned it down, and then I was just chatting, and then I was like, "Oh, I see my comments on the screen. Like it must have restarted." I was like, "I don't know what's going on. I don't know how the fight started." I was trying to explain it to her, but I didn't really know. Like I feel like something weird went down, but I don't understand at all how it started.
I don't think anyone does. I don't think anyone understands exactly where
I
it
went back
started.
and watched
I tried to go
again
back.
to like watch it live because I'm like, maybe like I don't know Thomas to say something like slanted or make a slight where he was being passive aggressive. I don't know him this as a person. Did I miss something? Let me geek. And I was like, I missed it, but it just was like so.
Huh.
Where did it come from? He was clearly very
Well,
threatening.
I mean, what he claimed
Who
was
said it,
that
though?
I said that he was
Old World
sorry.
Florida just
Narco
started
Longo.
berating Dr. Narco Longo started berating
Doctor. You better, it's
Thomas.
doctor.
Fuck him.
What?
Doctor.
Yo.
And Thomas held his
Really?
cool the whole time.
So speaking on trigger, he claimed that the trigger was that I said sidestep, which I've never in my life ever
talk
had
about
anyone
Why do people do this?
react to the phrase sidestep as if it were like a fucking slap to
Oh, you know what? In the rewatch of it though, this is what I noticed about it. You actually say this to 3 different questions. Like you say this as a thing, and on the 3rd time for some reason it upsets him, but I was like in the question, the first 2 questions you just asked an answer, and then it was no answer. It was a lot of words and a lot of other facts relating to other things, not
we
from
start
the
talking
box
about
saga.
tadpoles and we talk about the letter A and the vowels and then it's like, but wait, I just asked you about this. Yeah, that was.
And I even
What a
understood your
bitch.
simple question that you're like, whatever word you want to use. At the beginning of this, what made these 2 animals do the thing? Like whatever you tried
The
from
word
desire,
I used was
you
desire.
tried, yeah, but that
This is
wasn't the
crazy
word.
because dude, this is what blows my mind on this is because when you bring up in Box Saga the semen part, right? Or you bring up the word desire, everyone else is like, stop being icky, stop making this disgusting. But in my mind, the word desire was coming from a Rosicrucian aspect. The concept of like a desire body and a desire form has nothing to do with sexual desire, which is where Narco took it, and he got all offended because he thought I was being icky. I'm talking about the Rosicrucian concept, the Christ consciousness concept of a desire form, which is where you actually take something that does not exist and you manifest it into reality. That's desire. And then the concept was what would make 2 people that have this inherent desire to create new life just not do that, just suppress it for 50 million years. But everyone hyper focuses on the word desire and they're like, you're talking about porn. And it's like, okay, guy.
But
Hey,
you
even
also
if you
didn't
were,
get,
big fucking deal.
no,
You're
but
all
you didn't get
adults.
to get out your whole thought on it. And like, I mean, there's so many things I could go into, just like little parts of the box saga that I was like, but he's also trying to say, or this part of the conversation, but then it just went off into 50
whatever that
like,
was.
yeah, I just didn't know
It was
how.
like he was looking for a reason to be pissed about something.
It's fine. Someone asked me, I won't say, like, we were talking about it after it was over, and they're like, aren't you angry? Like, isn't this, like, are you doing okay? And my best thought that really was in my head was like, nah, like I am Longo. Longo is just an angrier vegan version of me. Like, we're the same dude. He's just a lot skinnier and a lot angrier. Period. Like, I can't be angry at
But
an
you're making
angry
yourself
version of
look
me.
like you're fat, but you're
he's
not
doing
fat.
the angry part.
I know, but it was just, it was weird. Like I noticed like the 3 words. So he's like, you're bacon eating fat Mason. Bacon eating fat Mason.
You're a brisket. eating
brisket. It was
fat
always
Mason.
pork, fat Mason, meat, fat Mason. But these three things. But then he had to say over and over again, I am a thin vegetarian. I am a thin, even down to Svens. Like my people are Svens, the thin-faced ones. Like it was
What
all
the
about
fuck?
being thin, like him, like he was.
Why do we give
And
these
he had
Never
to say
met
narcissists so
Thomas in person.
but he had well, this was another thing. He kept saying to Thomas, why did
He
you come to my meetup? I treated you with respect at my meetup. And I was really like, if I were in the room, I would have said, no offense, homie. I was going to go and meet Thomas and Juan at that meetup because they've been into this Bach saga thing and it's the Bach Tower. And I was like, they're both going to be there. And we were about to do an Orlando thing that we're all meeting up. So it would have just been, I had no idea it was a Dr. Longo meetup. And I'm not trying to shit on your 50,000 followers that you
Yeah.
said over and over again, your
Well,
50,000
there's
followers,
something
your
funny about
50,000.
that
You
though,
fucking
because it was
do,
like you
fancy
came to my
pants.
meetup, like motherfucker, you don't own Bach Tower. Bach fucking Tower is a public park that you pay the state to get access to. So I don't know. It's a silly premise.
Like that your
Bach's
parents
dogma.
pay taxes so that we can all get access to this. Like,
Dr. Longo.
I just find it funny because we've all seen you in person. Like he's clearly saw you in person too. So what? I guess you're fat compared to his vegan thin. Like
I
it
know,
is what it
because
Thomas
is.
ain't
Like,
fat.
no, it's so
but he
funny.
could carry us all on his arms
He could.
like this. But that's where I was just like, dang. It was just the juxtaposition of the whole thing was interesting. I was watching a 20-something that I'm guessing works at a bookstore that his brother owns and sleeps on a couch. He couch surfs because I've seen on his page more than once if anyone's renting a room or whatever, yelling at somebody else for being a basement dweller sleeping in their mom's basement when in fact he is that guy.
Well,
Like
good
everything
point
that was
here. He's old world Florida, right? He's the Florida expert. You know, there's no basements in Florida.
No, there isn't. Neither in Texas.
I know that there is in Florida though.
There is?
Yeah, that's one of the
Where?
things, like the misnomers. Even when that building fell in Miami, it had 3 stories below. Or like Mar-a-Lago has bomb shelters underneath it, and there's a couple other places like there's underground there that has been excavated all the time because our bedrock's solid underneath. Like we have a, it's the same way Manhattan's at sea level, but there's subways. There's no mountain there. It's just in the ground. It's at the top of the mountain and the ocean's just on the side of it.
I'm curious if anyone can pinpoint the exact trigger of that interaction. I think everyone involved is curious to know exactly what it was.
I am too, because
It's like the Where's Waldo of fucking mental breakdowns.
And I also know this
This
thing
is what
about
vegans.
it's it's not vegans. It's not vegans at all. It's
No.
just it's but I do think it's funny that there was the question, would you rather like this was a real question that a comedy podcast asked that me and my wife watched where it was like, would you rather your spouse turn into a hardcore Christian or a hardcore vegan?
That's a good question.
How hardcore are we talking?
Hardest core on both sides. Hardest core. Like
snake
if
handling
everything
it
you were about to
crazy?
eat, they were like
What denomination
that-
are we talking?
Yeah, what are we
the
talking?
hardest core Christian, just like Christian,
Speaking in
like
tongues and shit.
yeah,
Pentecostal.
yeah, the
We'll go
hardest
Pentecostal.
Pentecostal.
So,
Christian, yeah,
so this is where splitting hairs makes
I'm not
difference
going
because there's a
there.
difference between Pentecostal and say like
Like, those are the only
Jehovah's
choices.
Witness. Like I think I might take vegan over Jehovah's Witness, but I'd take a Pentecostal over a vegan.
Isn't it funny though that it's they're both like this religion like thing
Yeah.
that is like, oh, like holy shit. That's what they said it on the comedy podcast. I felt like my wife had a realization for the 7 years she was vegan that she was like, I'm so sorry. And I was like, it's okay. I hung in there. It was hard. It was fucking hard at
dude.
times,
know what
but
I've
I hung
gone
in there.
through.
I'm, this relates to punk rock for me because all those straight edge kids that went vegan, some of those guys like went hardcore and did not come out of it. Like they're frail old men now. like weak and weak-minded. They were just because they stuck with it. They didn't like. I don't know what it is. It's like it's the same addiction as something else. Like these are is just another kind of addiction, like fasting and like body dysmorphia or all these other kinds of addictions we have with our like we fucking. I'm trying to quit smoking cigars. I've got these fucking nicotine pouches. It's gross, but at least I'm not chewing now.
Yet.
I think
Again, yeah, I'm
sometimes
not chewing
vegan can
again.
be okay. I think anything that's just called a
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Like sometimes
Yeah.
eating
Stressed
meat
out again.
solely for a couple however many hours, days, whatever time frame you want to put on it is good. You don't have
No,
to
it's good.
I'm following the carnivore diet. Sometimes just eating vegetables for a certain period of time is good.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a vegan about it. It's
No.
just like
That's
that's
stop
the prog
identifying as the
yeah.
thing. That is the issue. I feel like if I identify as a thing, then I have to fucking adopt it as a religion. So why
Right.
can't I eat vegan? I'm eating vegan right now. Like I have that means that I don't always have to do that. It's not my fucking religion. It's just what I'm doing. I'm not a vegetarian. I'm eating vegetarian. Like it's different. Like
It was
in my bio, I'm always about fucking using verbs instead of using fucking nouns because I'm not gonna fucking just like limit myself. I'm not a teacher. I fucking teach. That's what I do. It's not who I am. And I feel like people identify as these things and then they make it like their they make it their whole identity, like everything. And
they have a
it
brand.
becomes a religion and it's silly.
I
I
know
hate
how
it.
ironic this is with me wearing my hat right now.
Oh, I like it.
I can't stand anything with the debater argument from the small to the big. Even in my relationship, in the small scale, or even in my friendships, if I went to Abby and I said, Abby, can I talk to you for a minute? She was like, sure. I'm like, do you have time? Yes, yes, yes. And I take all the space. You have emotional space. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Great. You hurt my feelings when you did this. If she says to me, well, when you did this on this date back when, we're not, I'm not doing this. If you either can hear what I have to say right now, or you're talking about something different. This isn't a weight on the other side of the debate. So if we're debating about, let's say, the Bach saga, you calling me a lesbian or a Mason or a Floridian or white or has nothing to do with the weight of what I'm trying to say right now. And that's how you lose a debate if we were in rating a debate. It's not by how many names you can call me of obvious things we can all see on the screen. Whatever, ringer T wearing blonde hair. Okay, ouch. Like that's what I also think is crazy. Like he all I burned you. I just roasted you. I just roasted you, dude. I roasted you.
I
And
cream.
like I stand the whole time and I paced back and forth and roasted you, dude. Like it's just like
I've got
this
dignity.
yeah, like this kind of thing
Honor.
there's something that's
Man of
happened. It's
honor.
the same way as us believing our freedom of speech exists on the platform or any of these platforms, and that is the exact same thing as me like holding court in this kind of like my dignity. I'm honorable because here. Like I don't know, it's just it's a crazy concept. It's like this digitalization of actual integrity.
Well, it makes sense to me if you think about it in the terms of like the seven liberal arts, but the trivium in particular, right? Grammar, logic, rhetoric, and this isn't just people involved in a debate. Yeah, fuck, brisket's dope though, but it's not just
Fuck
people
yeah,
involved
it
in the
is.
debate. It's the people that are witnessing the debate. Because if the people witnessing the debate don't know the difference between logic and rhetoric, then they'll easily like rhetoric wins every single time
Everyone.
in that game. So for some people that don't know the difference between logic and rhetoric, when they hear like you're a fat Mason or you're being gay or you're just doing this, when it goes to that like ad hominem style attack, rhetoric works. Like rhetoric is incredibly
Yeah.
powerful. And so if anyone out there watching it doesn't realize, oh, that's weird, the conversation just shifted from an idea, like literally a hypothetical idea, into talking about a person within the debate as opposed to a idea that was presented from that debate. And if most of the people watching are a bunch of bumpkins and they're just like, oh, this guy's roasting, and like they were never interested in any of the ideas presented, they're just there for some kind of bloodshed. So you can't really appease that sort of an audience if you've got the logic and the grammar, if they just want rhetoric. So that's kind of what the situations you find yourself in. People, they want rhetoric. They just want to see, they go to the boxing match because they just want to see someone get really hurt and they want to see blood, and they don't really care about the scores or the form or none of that. You could be the sloppiest boxer ever. There was people at the Tyson Evander Holyfield fight that were probably like, that was the greatest fight I've ever seen. And it's like, what are you talking about? That wasn't even a fight. That was just like a weird display. And I feel like the Narco Longo versus Paranoid American was a little bit of, in his mind, like a Tyson versus Holyfield, where he like bit my ear or something, and then was like, you look like an idiot because I just bit your ear. And it's like, okay.
I know, it was just so, it
really
became
weird.
like yeah, I don't it was just, it was interesting to watch, and it made me immediately sad, and like I wanted to be like, oh, I hope out there, my hope is that clout doesn't matter for the world we're going to be in. But it's like the world we're in with all these like pussified people where they're like that little yapping dog that has to jump around a bulldog, where they're like, look, Dr. Longo, look, I went on Paranoid American's page and I said this. Look, Dr. Longo, look it. Maybe will you make me a moderator too? Because that person's not a good look it. Dr. Longo, please pay attention to me. I'm calling you doctor. Like these kind of people are like I'm your biggest fan. I'm your biggest fan. I'm your biggest, like, it's like a weird, like, nope, that's an idol too. Same as Howard Stern, same as Nick Carter, same as Obama. I don't want to be your idol. Like like that isn't, it's like Abby doesn't want to be your teacher. She wants to
Exactly.
teach you.
Yeah,
I'll be
exactly.
your idol. If anyone's looking for a spare idol, go to paranoidamerican.com.
Yeah.
Buy
paranoidamerican.com.
buy your idol.
Don't tell them twice, Thomas.
And that's the other thing too. A lot of people are producing content. They put a lot of time and energy into the content they produce. And, you know, they give you shows like this in dollar for dollar, and however you want to support them on their Patreon, buy them a coffee, whatever links. But very few people are actually producing something with that knowledge, like a comic book or a postcard or a sticker. Very few people out there. A lot of us are just like, hey, go pay $5 to the Secret Society Patreon, you get to watch a movie with us, until I'm like, I don't want to do it. And that's really what your dollar gave. I'm like, take your money back. I can't even show up for this. If you give money to Thomas, you get something in return. Like you get a hard copy of, where not a lot of other people are doing that. They're just like, I have 100 people that give me $600 a month to just release to them the same material that everybody on YouTube will get to see in 2 weeks.
Well,
Like,
also,
which is
every
fine.
33 sales that I make, I donate a huge chunk of money to the Scottish Rite so they kill a baby.
That'll push your sales.
Yeah.
But it's even that kind of stuff, like the obvious, like and I've called a couple people out by name recently because I just had a good intuition of who it was directly, and then they deleted their whole account off my page and blocked me, so I can't even find their shit. So that always makes me feel like I got you. And I screenshot everything, so I still have your screen name. You don't know where I follow you and still see you because you don't know my burner accounts. And everybody else I know has all your burner account screen names too, and so you don't know who's watching you. We all just think you're silly. So just know, when you're online on your burner account, people just think you're silly, and we're looking at everything that you like and comment, and we laugh like, oh, look at this little 10-year-old that doesn't know we're watching them steal the cookies out of the counter. And it's
Literally.
just like, you just shake your head like, oh.
Poor thing.
But that's how I feel about online like online attacks. Yeah, like
I have a really simple rule too, just the same exact thing, but it's like, talk about ideas, not people. Talk about events, not people. If you're going to talk about people, make it like about Howard Hunt or like some historical figure. The second you find yourself on, and like what we've got here on Secret Society Good Guys, and if we do like a let's play and we're just like talking shop, I feel like it's different than like an actual invite people. We're gonna have this big event. We're gonna talk about important things, and then you're just like, how many followers do you have? How many followers do you have? It seems like such a waste of freaking.
Yeah.
It's a weird use of time to use that to talk about it.
Can you
It's like, my
imagine if
dick
we
is
really
bigger than
went with
yours.
that
My
though?
dick is
Yeah,
bigger
but
than yours.
so then what? I bring in, hey, and here's 60-year-old Sally Smith, and she does hula hoops on her one arm, and she has 2 million followers on TikTok. That must mean she's better.
She comes out, she's all like anti-Israeli and shit. Like,
Yeah, and she's just like just Palestinian color hula hoops.
Yeah, anybody who's sharing Teal Swan bullshit, come on.
Or
Well, I
what
I
about
shared a
if
Teal Swan thing today.
I stack a whole bunch of boxes and I crawl up them until they
I did.
fall
It was a good
over?
quote, though.
She's crazy.
I know, but sometimes people are quotable even if they're crazy.
Dude, Manson's
Good
got
quote's a
some
good quote.
sick quotes.
He really
does,
does. I
Jim
know.
Carrey.
He's full of
He
great
said some
stuff.
really profound
Dude.
things, actually.
Salvador Dali is great.
And hey, I see your scorpion, man.
Me?
Who do you think I'm talking to?
Me? But
She did point the right direction.
and I was like, me? Because Gordy pointed at the screen and Longo's point. I'm like, where do I point? Them? Yeah, it's just I think it's bummy when people have to go like personal in this way. And I hope really with age, because I did shit like that where I'm like, oh, but my dad taught me a few things in arguments, even in general. The person who has to talk most usually is losing. We both know it. If we're the only two people in the room and I ask you a simple question, did you leave the toilet seat up? And your answer is 10 paragraphs long. You did that thing. Like, it's like whatever.
You see 10,000 years ago, you're like, oh shit, yeah, you left it up.
Yeah. If I'm like, do you think this king is bad or good? And you're like, well, in China in the 200 BC era, and either the answer is a thing. Like, whatever the debate is, it is what it is. It's simple. It's not all these words, 10,000 tie-ins. I have to keep showing. No, I don't know. It was just weird. I thought it was going to be like, okay, I like that Dr. Longo's taking the idea of the opposite side of this because he doesn't seem like a person who's actually into this. So I do appreciate that there's another view in the room, because that's how every debate goes further and we get to the bottom of things, is somebody takes the contrarian idea. We could take contrarian ideas all the time in the room without ever getting emotional and forgetting that, oh yeah, I don't really believe in the Bach saga to be my religion. I say I'm a Christian, in fact, that just sells magic at a bookstore. So I don't understand why I'm getting so emotional at the Mason about the Bach saga that isn't his religion either. So
you know the real reason though is because getting
Sidestep.
emotional, it fucking feels great. And that's the real reason deep down. It fucking
So
makes you
men
feel
are
alive.
emotional.
Oh, yeah.
They're emotional creatures.
But I think a lot of times they default to anger, because my son, like, I learned this with him. He just kind of, like, when he was 4, he just started getting angry all the time. He was just pissed off, and like he went from being like this little happy boy to like always yelling and mad. I finally asked him, I was like, why are you always mad? It was when he was a little bit older, and he goes, and he was like pissed off, and then I start laughing at him to, like, and it pissed him off more. But then he finally goes, honestly, he goes, I don't know why. He's like, well, it just feels good.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I was like, what?
Sometimes
What
you
the
just have
fuck?
to
I did
scream,
not
man.
understand that at all. But he was like, it just feels good to be mad. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I understood him a little bit more then. Like, I don't understand, but I get it.
There's something very real to this. I can't remember the exact source of it, but it's like a lot of kids growing up, everyone finds their first alternate reality, like they're out of sober experience. For some people it's getting really mad. For almost a majority of kids, it's when you like start spinning around in place and then you stop and you try to walk and you're like, whoa, this is weird, this is dizzy. And then for me and a lot of other, like, I guess drug addicts that end up growing to be, they find hyperventilation as their first altered state of consciousness. And that's when, like, I remember mine was when I was like taking like markers, and you'd get like a big pool of marker ink, and I would like blow on it really hard to make like patterns.
Oh yeah.
And after you do that long enough, like I'd start getting all dizzy and shit. And basically, without even knowing what you're doing as a kid, you realize like all these ways to get high that don't require you to like do anything. It's just get mad, get high, hyperventilate, get high, spin around and get dizzy, get high. And these are all different people's ways growing up on how they first interact with altered states of consciousness. And depending on which way you got into that might dictate people that have like anger management issues. It might be because that was the first way that they realized that they could get high and have some kind of escapism from the world, was like these weird adrenaline rushes. And maybe, like addicts, maybe they hyperventilated. That's one of the rough theories that I've come across.
Do you think there's like a Jake Paul-ism thing about all little brothers? Like when you have a big brother who shines and you're always the little brother in the shadow, do you think it makes you angry anytime you're talking to a man that isn't your older brother, that you have to make sure that man knows that you're no one's little brother around here?
Probably.
Like, is there like a psychological thing for little brothers that I don't know. I mean, I have a little brother, but I'm not a little brother.
Kids that I've seen grow up that have like siblings, like 3 boys. Yeah, there's definitely something that to the middle child.
I see it, yeah.
There's interesting dynamics. That middle child is probably the one that's going to get.
It was
either
really
black
everything
sheep
in my age was watching it, like, and maybe like part of it turned maternal at a bit. Like I was watching a kid cry because I am so much older. Like I'm old enough really to be his mom. And so I was like, it made me like, oh, like what, like, because I didn't know what happened. So I didn't know what made him so upset. And then I always am like, what trauma brings this out in somebody, where it really, like, I tried to empathize, like, what is he like? What did Thomas do? Like, did he look at him sideways like his dad used to look? Like, I really watched the whole interaction. Like, like, did Thomas like,
It's a
okay,
fucking
son.
Zapruder film. It's like,
Yeah, like I was
frame
like
320.
Go back.
Like
You
my
see the fucking
dad,
head pop back.
he hit my brother's baseball hat off once, off the top of his head, like flicked it off. And that was my brother pushed my father. And I just, in my knowing how to trigger someone and knowing my brother's respect for my dad, I knew that, like, I still back my brother to this day, like, but a hat flip, it's almost like a spit in the face. Like, it was so disrespectful and it was such a dick move for my dad to do. And it was past father. He big brothered my brother, and it was a dick move. And so he deserved the pushback that my brother gave him, in my opinion. Even though my brother wasn't the big hippo, he wasn't ready to take over the house. It was like, no, but you did a dick move, and you're not allowed to do dick moves around here just because you're the big hippo. And so it was kind of like this thing. Like I was like, I psychologically was just like, is he having a dad moment here? Is he having a big brother moment? Like, it just seemed like a tantrum, and he couldn't let it go. And it was like, I don't know. Age does teach you how to let things go. Sometimes you get in a fight with someone at work and you got to work next to them every day. Sometimes you got to like go into battle with them. And so it was just like, whoa. And not to like, there's just a handling myself. Like, why am I gonna, I don't know. I didn't understand the whole point. So yeah, I watched it enough last night, more than I watched Real Housewives this week.
Where can I watch it?
On Thomas's channel on Paranoid American. Don't you have it up?
Yeah, I'll link you. It's on Rumble only. Because here's the funny part is that I got some vague threats of like cease and desist and takedowns and shit. So I'm gonna keep it off of YouTube just in case people want to get all catty and start doing like copyright takedown nonsense. So I'll put it on Rumble and I'll put it on Twitter and stuff, but I'll probably keep it off of the places that are subject to that weird fucking legal trolling.
Which is a real thing, and
Yes, it is.
like big accounts cease and assist all the time with accounts on YouTube all the time. But because Brennan Schaub just lost a case in court against a YouTuber, and a lawyer came out of the woodwork and kind of represented this person and didn't ever come out and say who it was, but all the case was dropped because you aren't allowed to be a show on YouTube that uses shows like YouTube and channels to talk about in discussion, and other people can't use your show to do the same. So all these shows on YouTube that are shows, it's like there's people that stream our channel while we're doing it
Yeah.
right now.
Which
It's
is
like,
awesome, I think.
yeah, I make merch for the place I work because I'm there a third of my day. And if they ever wanted to get mad at me, I think that would be silly because I'm representing your band for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. Like, but I'm wearing your band t-shirt for free.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care. It's punk rock.
Share
Like,
tapes, man.
we play on the roofs of buildings. We don't
Yeah,
fucking
man.
play just to concert halls of 50,000 people.
Pass out tapes, man. Make cassettes.
We're not
That's what
looking
we
for
need to do is
Madison
make
Square
cassettes.
Garden.
Make
What if
cassettes of
QAnon
our
adopted Taylor
shows.
Swift exclusively and they just made like Taylor Swift their thing? Would that upset the reign of Taylor Swift? Because I'm thinking that might be one of those situations where I don't want you to necessarily rep my band for free. But what if like you turned that and weaponized it? So now Taylor Swift is the official music of QAnon and the next J6 insurrection.
This is the thing that could be like, it doesn't have a ton of power if Q uses Taylor Swift, but if Taylor Swift ever says Q, changes the world.
In a heartbeat.
Isn't that weird to think about? Like a bunch of online kids can Taylor Swift, they could tay their heart away. But if Taylor Swift ever is like, well, you know, number 17, people are.
All she has to say, Q was right all along.
Yeah, or where we go one, we go all. Internet ablaze. Like Kim Kardashian's ass can't break the internet as quick as anything Taylor Swift utters out of her tippity top. People will be like, okay, I love you guys. I want to hang out all night, but I gotta work in 3 hours.
Oh my god. All right.
Okay. Do you
Sleep
guys?
well.
All right.
you
I
well.
Oh
love
my
you
god, it
guys.
happened again.
It's
I-
happening.
Save us, Britney Spears! Can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
We used to think we knew was constantly explore the room of possibilities come true. So what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, widows, bigger mistakes, entertaining, calling linguists. Good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies intentionally, magically good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, weirdos, mischief making. It's okay to change your thinking. Good guys. Good guys, good guys.
Bunnies. Hi. Okay, of course she's starving for the most attention because she's the youngest. Give me attention, please. Now, Sarah, you're very stuck up. And you're too cool for school, I get it. Jesus Christ, be nice. Girls, be nice.